Giada Lagati, and we are loving our time here in Hainan.
Absolutely. Look at that setup. It is gorgeous and it is a beautiful day here. The sun is out again. This is day 2. We're going to be only seeing the Pro Juniors today. We're not seeing the QS. So it's an exciting day for the Groms, I would say.
Yeah, we snuck in a couple heats of the Girls Pro Junior to end our day 1 yesterday, and saw some amazing surfing by some of our local surfers, some new names to us, and just showing the rise in talent here in China, as well as having a bunch of international competitors from over 10 countries, I believe. And we are loving our time here. It is so warm. It's probably winter where you are, but here gets no colder than about 20 degrees this time of year, so we're loving it.
Absolutely. Yesterday we started a lot later. We had the opening ceremony at around 10:30, 11, and we just went straight into competition after that. But with this gorgeous afternoon, and while we wait for everyone to come in, we're going to throw over to Dai Waka with our morning call.
Morning, everyone. Another beautiful day to kick things off. Not a single cloud in the sky. So I'm here with Raiha, who's competing in the QS men's and who just surfed today. And so let's hear what he wants to say. それでは今日のコンディション、いかがですか？
そうですね。今日昨日よりもちょっと小さいんですけど、なんかこう波が来たら見やすい感じで、セットは結構レフト良さそうなの来てるんで、結構楽しめるんじゃないかなって思ってます。
今日は QS ないと思うんですが、どのように過ごして準備しますか？
そうですね。今日 QS ないんで、プロジュニアのヒートを見つつ、ちょっとリラックスして、ちょっとここら辺散歩して楽しんでみようかなってちょっと思ってます。
All right, you're going to have a great day. You're going to have a day off today. But can you tell us today's schedule?
Today's schedule, starting by men's Pro Junior on 24, following by women's Pro Junior on 16, and then men's Pro Junior 16.
All right, you heard it. So we're going to be focusing on the juniors today, and back to you guys in the booth.
Stay tuned.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Dai and Raiha. It's so much fun to get these morning calls from the surfers and get a first-hand, detailed view of what the waves are like, and it's looking so fun out there.
Did you understand what he said? No, I'm just kidding. So for everyone who doesn't speak Japanese, he was saying that the waves are smaller today, but he said when the sets come, they're a little bit easier to spot than yesterday, probably because of the cleaner conditions. And he said the QS is off, but he thinks everyone's going to have a great time. So he knows he's out in the water probably more than anyone else out there. He practices like 5 times a day. And in the water, we have just started our heat number 1, round of 24, heat number 1 of our men's junior. And in red, we have Teddy Dagbile representing Sweden, China's Wang Shuai, and China's Zhou Huaxin. So we are just getting things started, and we already have an opening ride.
Yeah, this is kind of looking like our surfer, Shuai Wang. He is on his backhand. That was a beautiful first wave. That was already so much longer than some of the rides we were seeing yesterday. I was really enjoying the drone angle. I love how you can really see how drawn out the turns are. Right behind him, I'm pretty sure that would be white. That's Hua Xingzhu. And a good-looking wave as well, so it's much cleaner. The wave has a lot of bowl to it, and it's looking really fun out there. So 2 out of 3 surfers already have waves. Teddy, Billy now out with priority. So Teddy's a pretty good friend of mine. It was his birthday yesterday. He is only 19 years old. He grew up in Bali. He represents Sweden, but he grew up in Bali with his younger sister and his family at Bingen Beach, which is a perfect left. I mean, if you think wave pool, I would say Bingen is probably the closest thing that we have in the ocean as a wave pool.
So that's perfect for this spot. Feeling really comfortable. And so here we have a replay. Nice hit there. Blows the fins out the back. Able to recover. Hook at the pocket for another one. Good rhythm, just in and out of maneuvers on that one. And that's a strong opening ride. So we'll see scores for blue and for white. That's white's first wave. Quick smack there. Oh, no, that's the replay of the same wave. Different angle.
All right, so these two scores are extremely important because they're going to be setting the standard for the rest of the day. The judges are going to be taking a really good look at these scores. They're going to have to really think hard, and this is going to be, what we're looking for the rest of the day. That's the standard, that's the scores. That's going to give the rest of the field an idea of what they're going to have to be doing to get those higher scores. So there we have it. The first of white, a 2.5. We're waiting for one more wave of him to come through, which I'm sure is the one that we caught up with him. And I'm pretty sure Shuai Wan got the better of that exchange. Just a bit of a longer wave. He really got to hook on it. He was in the pocket, really tight. So I'm excited to see where this goes.
Yeah, and always, it's a new round. It's a new morning. The judges always really take their time on the first couple scores. And usually, as I'm doing beach announcing, as I'm waiting, eagerly wanting to give the score, they'll let two waves be ridden so that they can make a comparison. And so luckily, we had two Chinese servers right on it. They'll get that comparison between the two waves and see what kind of scoring opportunity there is on the conditions today.
Yeah, really hard work. That glare is not making it easy, but I'm pretty sure those are a pretty good rides and a good way to start. You get a couple turns in. This is live action, though. Teddy with priority lets this one go. Didn't see the potential, but there is a set approaching. I'm excited to see what Teddy does on this one. Does he pull the trigger? He goes. All right, so Teddy, let's break this one down. A bit of a pump to start. Good first turn there. Sets it up again. Loving that second one. Let's see what he gets done on this inside bowl. He's not stopping. He's not wasting time between each turn. All right, and I like this ride from Teddy. It was nice. I think he's a very tall guy, so he's using his height to his advantage and took that one all the way down.
Yeah, I think between that wave and blues, we're really seeing the potential for the better waves out there. A lot of room for some scoring potential, some long rides. And so even though it is a little bit smaller, there's tons of potential out here. Digging in, showing some variety in those turns, different approach. Hooks this one back, really staying with that little pocket, making sure that speed keeps up into every maneuver. Gets into this little deep section, still able to do some rail work. And gets a nice little finish right there in the deep spot. That's a really difficult spot to finish a maneuver. We saw a lot of people kind of plugging their nose as it would just disappear out of nowhere.
Yeah, you're right, and that is the view of where we are at. How gorgeous. Look at these palm trees. They look so tropical out here. The white sand beaches. What do you call it? The Hawaii of China?
Yeah, that's what they consider it. The Hawaii of China, major tropical destination for all the mainland Chinese to get out of the cold. And as you get in the north of China, you're up next to Russia, so it's really freezing cold. They can come down here and get in the board shorts, get some sun, and not to mention there is so much fun and nightlife and things going on. The place is just buzzing all day long.
Absolutely. So back to our competitors. For Shuai Wang and Hua Xingzhu, their first time competing in a WSL event was actually in Phillip Island earlier this year. And they did what they're doing today. They're doing the double dipping. They're doing the QS and the Pro Junior as well. I think it's great that they were able to get over to Australia where, the competition is so high and everyone's incredible at surfing. So that was their first time competing, and this is only their second. So nerves are probably high, but they're excited to be in their home break where on your screen, this is our man, Shuai Hang. Big blast off the top on that second one. This is a good-looking wave. He wraps around and shuts this one down. That is a great wave from our man in blue.
Yeah, and you could see he still wanted some more after that as we have Teddy live action backside. Overcooks that hit real quick, but we're still waiting on his opening score. Looks like Red got a 4.17 for his first ride. And we are starting to stack those scores in. But yeah, when you have the competitors, well, I'll let you call this one. This is a replay.
All right, so this is the replay of Teddy. A smaller wave than Blue caught, but he really didn't waste any time in between those turns. He was using the end of his first turn to really project into that second one, which I really like it. Unfortunately, he fell off, but this wave from Blue, big first turn there, sets it up again. I'm loving the fan of spray every time that board connects with the lip of the wave. I like that he goes back to the power of it, back to the whitewash, and just really finishes strong on this one.
Yeah, and that was a nice, strong hit there, almost plugging the nose, able to clear it, and he was actually getting set up for more in case there was another opportunity on that wave. But as I was going to mention, if these competitors are young enough to enter the juniors, they've got so much energy that they might as well just surf as many heats as they can and get that experience in a big event like this.
Absolutely. We were just talking with True yesterday that the best way to improve your competition surfing is by competing. I mean, you could try to really imitate it or try like do heat drills outside of competition, but the nerves you get are not the same. So the only way to improve is by doing the actual thing. So these guys, I think, obviously it's an advantage that they get to surf so many heats and kind of get comfortable being uncomfortable. But you're right, it gets really tiring.
Another thing that's funny is like when you're, oh, we got some live action again. That looks like blue. Oh, sorry, no, that's red. Digs in, little fatter wave this time, but he's keeping with the rhythm of it, giving it a chance to stand up. Love that turn on the inside. And just really reading the wave and kind of like navigating his way through, trying to find all the juice that's available there. But when you're young, some people love to have eyes on them and have people watching them surf. Other people totally freeze up. And so you got to get used to that. You've got all your peers on the beach when you're in a heat, and they're all watching what you're doing. And it's like having that separate pressure of not wanting to kook out in front of your friends is huge too.
Yeah, some people thrive in it and others don't, you know, and it just goes back to how important it is to have that mental strength to, if you don't thrive with that peer pressure, it's good to just block it all out and practice those mindful meditations and those breath works that everyone's kind of tapping into now. A bit of live action though. This is Huaxinzhu. Good looking wave, wraps it around, straight back to the whitewash. He's milking this one as far as he can go. You can really see him keeping that board moving, keeping it alive because he doesn't want to sink like he just did now, but it was at the very end of the wave, so there wasn't really much option. But we're going to be seeing that a lot today. People keeping that board alive, keeping it lively, keeping it moving around because you don't want to lose your speed.
Another thing today, we're starting, as you'd mentioned, we had the opening ceremony yesterday, so we started later. But we'll watch this replay. Nice quick hit there, waiting for this thing to stand up. Zaps it back, finding a way to get up and under it. Trying to keep himself from getting too far out on that open face. And just staying close to that pocket, buying himself time and reading any opportunity through this wave as he gets a nice quick vertical hit there. And that's the end of the line, little pool right there. But we started at a much lower tide yesterday because it was later after the opening ceremony. So we hadn't seen these morning high tide conditions. And so hopefully things, as this water drains out, those waves will stretch, even though it's a little bit less swell possibly. The waves will stretch out over the reef a little bit more as it gets more shallow.
Yeah, you're right, and I'm already liking these conditions. It's looking really nice out there. It's not as big as yesterday, but I find it much cleaner. There's a lot more lines to it. You can really differentiate which set comes where. I feel like yesterday was a lot more bumpy and lumpy, and there were just random peaks coming out everywhere. So today is looking a lot more point breakish.
Yeah, no, it's definitely, and that's just as Raiha was saying, like when they come, it's way more apparent which ones are the good ones, and you can see the waves easier because of the clean texture. So here we have live action, and that is Blue, our heat leader at the morning, Shuai Wang. Solid. It's got such a solid footing on the board. And not as long of a wave there, but really just eating up any opportunity on the wave, and really strong, aggressive style.
Yeah, you're right. I'm loving his approach to it. It's really interesting. He throws a lot of water out the back of the wave, and this right now is Huaxinzhu. Fortunately, it goes down. But yeah, Blue is kind of killing it right now. I think the main point of difference between him and the other two surfers in this heat is probably his wave selection. He's really picked the ones that he can run down the line, and it kind of bowls towards him so he can go vertical and do those turns like that. So I think he's doing a great job in this heat. A 6 and a 4.83, and I'm pretty sure he's about to back up that 6 really nicely.
Yeah, we've seen with some of the more seasoned locals, they start behind the peak just to get that zoom around that section and get that first critical pocket to do the turns in. Here's White. He overcooked that little last one, drifted the fins out, unfortunately. A little bit of mispositioning there, but definitely getting himself a backup score. 2.73 is his backup score. Last, that didn't go into a score line. That was a 1.93 that we just saw.
All right, so Teddy's sitting out there with priority. He is in second. I mean, Washington needs a 5.60. That's a pretty decent score, but you know, Teddy came off this year with a great start. He got a third spot in a QS 6000 in NIAS, which is a huge result, especially only being 18 at the time. So he had an incredible performance there, a semifinal finish. And this is him right now trying to get back into that first place. He's looking for a 7 practically to get there. Couple really nice turns on the inside. I'm excited to see that replay because I think he got some nice work done on the outside as well. But I am almost positive, and there we have it. Our man in blue increases his score of 5.43 to back up that 6.
Yeah, and he's having a nice, like, consistent move through this heat. He's just kind of building on his game. Got a little bit smaller score than his last wave, but he's definitely, like you said, he's got that wave selection. He knows where to sit, and his timing's just been really good as far as his when he paddles out and when he catches waves.
All right, live action. This is our man in white trying to play catch up. A 5.60 is his requirement. Gets a little stuck off the top there. Wasn't really able to ride out of it. But I'm excited to watch these replays. Teddy's going to be fighting back. I know what type of surfer he is. He's not going to be content with second place.
Yeah, he's got such a beautiful style of how he pulls in that back knee on those bottom turns into these maneuvers. Really putting it on rail. Really composed upper body. And just beautiful surfing. Zapping it back, and you can see those little backwash warbles kind of make it the end of the line. That's a little deep spot on the inside. As we have white, you can see zapping it really quickly. You can see him sort of getting hung up at the top of the wave. And I'm wondering if he's riding epoxy this morning, because his first couple maneuvers, the board flicked around like it looked really, really lightweight. But in offshore conditions like this, sometimes that lightweight can actually kill your speed and get you blown out the back of the wave. Where I talked to some of the other Chinese surfers, it seems like almost everyone's riding Sharp Eye in their team, but a lot of them are opting for riding poly, and so we're seeing a lot of poly boards, which just throughout windy conditions, throughout bumpier conditions, can be a little more predictable.
Yeah.
Of course, the EPS is going to have a lot more of an advantage when it's gutless and there's no wind. But it's interesting because you have. What are you riding this time?
I'm a little bit of a PU girl myself.
Yeah.
I don't have any epoxy. I haven't had an epoxy in years, actually. I think they're just too light and chattery, especially in Indo. I didn't find many opportunities to ride it, honestly. So I'm gonna be riding a PU out there, a Swallowtail Happy Every Day from CI.
Yeah.
And it's a little rounder, a little shorter, and it's the funnest board ever. I can't wait for you to try it because it is epic.
I bet that thing is going to go amazing here for sure.
Not only here, even in the wave pool. I can't wait to try it.
Yeah, it's funny because there was a time in the QSs where you would see half of the field had EPSs, and they'd ride it through some of the smaller or the higher tide heats. And it seems more and more everyone's kind of going back to poly a little bit more. And on the industry side, the orders for EPS has dropped a lot.
I think it was more like a novelty thing, you know. Everyone kind of wanted to try that new board, and it is amazing. And I'm sure for the certain conditions like today would be perfect. But I feel like the PU coming from Indo, you just need that heavier weight. You need a little more weight on it. Otherwise, you just can't do those deep bottom turns. You can't really dig into that rail as much as you'd want to. I mean, that's just my personal opinion.
No, that's completely scientific. The other thing is everyone was getting so into the marketing of flex. And the funny thing is even with no stringer and all the different layups that they would do, unless you're a heavy surfer, you're not really making the board flex as much as you would think. And if you're a heavy surfer, you overflex the board, and it creates more rocker at certain points of the ride and kills your speed if you're mistiming. So they become really finicky. And so, it's amazing. The other thing is, if you're a world traveler like you are, if you have a poly, you can always throw some solar res in a ding, and it's super easy.
Yeah.
And the epoxy solar res is no good.
Oh, that was a nightmare. I remember with my epoxy, like I was so terrified of digging it because no one could fix it at the time that I was like, you know what, this is more stress than it is making me have fun. So I just went straight back to my PUs and never looked back.
Even if you send it to a ding repair person, it takes so much longer for epoxy to dry enough to sand it that even if they want to super rush it and get it to you the same day, it's usually impossible unless it's really hot out.
Yeah, I mean, I would see it working really well in places like Japan and places where you have these certain smaller conditions more consistently. But in places like Indonesia, Hawaii, Tahiti, where you go for a surf trip, usually I wouldn't really recommend going for that epoxy.
One thing I think is, because we'd see a lot of the QS surfers coming to Japan, would have an EPS for sure in the quiver in case it was just completely flat. And the swing weight of an epoxy is so much lighter that you can fit more maneuvers in a short space.
Yeah.
But if you need to travel, if you need to drive, it's not quite the thing.
Yeah, so that is, everybody, our opinion on the difference between a PU and an epoxy. So
Thank you for the morning board talk. Let's get back to the heat. So right now, Team China in the lead. Shuai Wang, 6.0 and 5.43, representing China. And Teddy in second, needing a 6.90 to go to the lead. It has gone a little sleepy for the last couple minutes. I don't know if that's the tide maxing out or possibly just starting to go out, possibly taking some of the energy at the moment.
Possibly, but we probably might be seeing a bit more of these lulls as the tide goes out. That tends to be a bit of a thing where it just slows down a little bit. There's not so much power behind it, and you really need that push of the tide, and I think that's when we're going to really start to see it pump.
It'll be really fun coming in from the low tide.
All right, so that is our man in blue, a quick up and out, just cashing in his priority, but he's in a pretty comfortable lead right now. He has that 6 and 5.43, so I'm pretty sure he's not too worried. And we have another nice wave rolling through. It is White with priority, though. He pulls the trigger on this one. Good first turn there. Gets a little stuck on the way down, but recovers nicely. Does it again here. We'll see him take this one all the way down. Unfortunately, the wave not really offering too much on that inside. It kind of just tapered away, but plenty of time. Just under 6 minutes.
Yeah, it's interesting. Some of those bigger ones, they actually kind of everything gets spent on the outside, and then it just dies out. Like you said, it just tapered off into nothing. Quick first hit there. Able to muster up some speed for another carve. Draws it back, and then just wants to save himself the paddle. You could tell there wasn't much left of that. One thing with the lower tide is, even with the energy going out, it is a shallow reef at the lower tide, and whatever energy is forced over the reef is going to have to pop up somewhere. So hopefully we just see waves all day.
All right, Teddy. Oh, that was looking like such a good first turn. Unfortunately, just gets his outside rail dug and goes over the handlebars on that one. But 5 minutes, Teddy. Get back out there. Plenty of time. It is, though, our man in white with a bit of catch-up to do. 5.60 is a pretty decent score on a day like today. You don't want to be in that position when we're counting this heat down. Teddy coming off of a knee injury, actually. He's been kind of going back and forth with it all year long. I remember in NIAS, his best result, but he was constantly, telling me that his knee was kind of bugging him. I know he's been working with Alex from Tao Medicine in Bali, which is a bit of an alternative way. He does a lot of acupuncture and Chinese medicine.
Cool.
So I'm loving his approach. Teddy's really been pushing himself this year. He's been putting a lot of time in the gym and working on his strength, which I think is a great thing because he's such a tall guy. And working on that strength, just give him that extra power to be able to throw a bit more spray out the back of the waves. And on a small day like today, he can really push his board a little more. So he's been really pushing it.
Yeah, the cool thing about the tall surfers is they have so much more to load up and uncoil. And you think of the spray from Jordy Smith and people like that, where it's just that taller frame just seems to throw so much more water if it's hitting the right spot or in the right turns, and it also just looks so graceful.
You're right, but you can really see when the waves turn small that they kind of struggle a little bit with all that height. So he's been really putting the time in. I see him surfing Yang Yang a lot, which is a bit of a smaller wave spot. He's come down to Canggu quite a few times, and his new batch of CI surfboards is looking incredible under his feet. So Teddy's one of those surfers who I think he doesn't mind an epoxy. I wouldn't be surprised if he brought a couple down here.
Yeah, there's people that make them work in conditions that people would say they shouldn't work in, and once you get you get the taste of something that you love. Love that hit. Airdrops it down out of that into a big hack off the top. Really digging in, pushing that back foot out, showing a lot of power, great rhythm and tempo through this wave, and he's just reading every opportunity, fitting himself exactly where he needs and getting everything he could out of that. I like that wave a lot.
Yeah, me too. That was definitely one of my favorite waves of this heat. He just went straight for it on that first turn. What we were talking about yesterday, those first two turns in that critical part of the wave, so important, and I think he did that flawlessly here. Let's break this one down. He takes off, highlands it, and goes straight up and over on that lip on that one, straight into that second turn, didn't waste time, and took this one all the way down to the inside. This wave really bowling up for him and giving him a lot of opportunity. Look at that backdrop with those buildings in the background is incredible. But I think that wave could possibly fight for that 6-9.
Yeah, I agree. I wouldn't question him popping up into the top position. We'll see what happens, but yeah, just a perfect read, and like we were saying that first turn, that first setup really determines the rest of your ride, and it's almost like somebody playing a bass guitar off of the beat, and if you miss that first beat, you're going to be off the whole song, and everything's just going to get warbly. But if you meet it on the point all the way through, it's just perfectly orchestrated, and it was beautiful.
Yeah, you're right. He was in rhythm from start to finish. I loved that first and second turn. He really used the projection from that first turn into that second one. So that's a bit of some textbook competition surfing right there. There we have it. His last wave comes in at a 4.9, does extend his lead a little bit more. A 6.33 now is Hua Xinzhou's requirement with the last 60 seconds. That's not a very comfortable position to be in.
Yeah, in 55 seconds, Teddy was able to up his top score. He dropped his requirement just a hair to 6.53. A little more achievable requirement, but it does look with Blue holding priority that whatever comes in the next 40 seconds, Blue will probably throw the block even if he doesn't need it.
All right, 30 seconds left. First heat of the day. We'll be heading straight into heat 2 after this. So we've got a gorgeous day of competition. We will be finishing off this round of 24 men's pro junior straight into the round of 16 women's pro junior, and then the men's pro junior round of 16. So lots of action, lots of waves to be ridden. It's a beautiful day out here in Wanning, so don't miss out. We're going to count this one down. It is Shuai Wang and Teddy Billy taking first and second. Congratulations. We're going to throw to a quick break, and we'll see you in heat 2.
Okay, counting in 3, 2, 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have now arrived in the beautiful Coconut City, High Cove. The outside temperature is 25 degrees Celsius.
Here, we witness history unfold. Here, we hear captivating stories.
Look, this is High Cove's unique Chinese charm. It's so cool.
Here, we embrace the world. Here, we ride the waves. Here, passion comes alive.
You see, this is Heiko's vibrant energy. It's so much fun, right?
Refreshing breezes invigorate the body. The romantic seas move these the heart. Exquisite flavors dance on your palate.
Wow, this is life in Heiko. Amazing!
Heiko, where timeless charm meets vibrant energy. Welcome.
Welcome back, surf fans, and welcome back to day 2 of competition of this WSL International Wanning Pro Junior from here in the southernmost part of China. We are in the Chinese Hawaii Hainan, and this is Ben Wei here in the booth now with True Starling, one of my best mates.
I'm so excited to be in the booth with you, Ben. I feel like it's been a long time coming.
Yes. Well, we have these chats outside of the booth all the time, so it's going to be a lot of fun to share our chatter with all of our surf fans. Had a little bit of action during the break. Charles Lee Kirkwood in white from China with a 2.67. Morpheus Zia for representing Hong Kong with a 1.50. And we have Charles Lee. That's white, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, my eyes in these morning light, I'm really bad. Don't get old ever.
It's okay. I got you covered.
But yeah, really finding a lot of speed on this one. Love how he did that little back foot jam in that turn, showing some variety and looking spry with his little hop out the back there.
Yeah, absolutely. And then this one here as well. Looks like that is Morpheus. He's up it on his backhand, and I love that he's representing Hong Kong, and super cool to see that. He's got this second wave too. That was just a 1.23. Just going up and over that section. That was actually really hard to do. It was a pretty weird section to do that turn, but I love that commitment and the drive that he showed to really make sure he completed it.
Yeah, I took a trip to Hong Kong once, spent about, I think, 3 days going over there from Japan. And there are so many beautiful bays and different things. There was no surf at all, but I could see, I was eyeing up and mind surfing if there was typhoon. Here's some live action, and that was Morpheus again, quick on his feet. But I'm sure at the right typhoon season, Hong Kong probably has some surf spots that we don't know about.
I reckon it would for sure. This is in and out there for Dongzi Hao.
So we're going to send it down to the glass. We have Nick Zanella with the winner of that last heat, Shuai Wang.
I'm here with Wang Shuai from the Sichuan team. I want to ask him what it feels to go through the heat in first place on a WSL event in his home spot. 万帅，恭喜你啊！你这一注我的第一，你什么感觉？在这么重要的一个 WSL 的比赛，
我感觉很开心，晋级了下一轮。
He's extremely happy to be able to make it through this heat. 你用的什么冲浪板呢？最适合竹篮田的方式怎么样 ？I'm asking him what board he's using and what is the best equipment for the waves here in Riyue Bay.
我用的是沙派，然后是 EPS 的。我感觉这张板还挺适合竹篮点的。
He's using a sharp eye, and almost everyone here in Riyue Bay is using EPS because it gives you that extra speed. 好的，谢谢你啊。Thank you to you guys. Back to you up in the booth.
Right on, Nick, and great question there. So we were wondering as we were watching that last heat, and I was having a little construction speak with Jada about wondering if they were using APS or using poly, because we did have that light offshore, And a couple times we saw some maneuvers that kind of got them hung up on the top. So I was like, kind of EPS characteristics.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. It feels like, we've got the luxury of choice right now in regards to, what boards we want to be riding, what kind of equipment. And I feel like a lot of these surfers you can see even here right now, like that live action, you can see, whether they're springing, whether they're using the PUs. And that was a really, really well surfed wave for Morpheus. It was, he definitely looked like he had that drive, he had that kind of spring off the bottom, but it's interesting, some surfers prefer to use the EPS equipment, others are just like, yeah, we just can't get around it. And it's interesting to see that note and the difference between, what they like in their equipment.
Yeah, another thing as we watch, it looks like Morpheus quite a young junior, just from his size, not sure, might be just a small adult, but there didn't used to be the options of perfectly scaled down professional equipment for smaller people back in the day when I grew up.
Yeah.
You had to hopefully use your mom or dad's small wave board. You'd try and get something close, but nothing. We didn't have the technology to put you on exactly what your favorite pros are riding and shrink it down exactly to scale to your size. We didn't have the choice of having small size fins, which is a big thing.
Yeah.
And so I think that has a lot to do with how these young surfers are able to perform at such a high level at such a young age now, is they're able to have exactly all the benefits that the pro surfers, the adult pro surfers and bigger bodied surfers have as we have live action. So.
Yeah, no, it's okay. It's another replay, actually, I believe, of this last one to Morpheus. And you can see like that difference in equipment, and you can see a lot of the Chinese surfers and the teams here, I'm sure, are still developing that and trying to, understand the craft, because they're still somewhat new to the scene. And that's probably the most exciting time as we see live action.
All right. Wow, solid hit there. Unfortunately, overcooks it, catches the nose, but love that approach and a lot of punch into that lip line.
Yeah, that was really nice. It looked like he just over-rotated a little bit too much. But that happens. I liked his first wave. It had a lot of power. You can see even in his stature, he's maybe a little bit older than the other two competitors. He does have that power over both Charles and Morpheus, but it doesn't necessarily mean that's, better. And I feel like it's cool to see the different approaches in this heat. But yeah, equipment, there's seriously so much that comes into it. You're looking at fins. One pair of fins can completely change a board.
Huge.
It's crazy.
We usually talk about boards, but hardly talk about fins. And fins are one of the most important. It's basically like, let's watch this live action let's watch his fins in action as he releases them, gets over this little warble here. He's looking for it to stand up on this inside section. Gets a little more shallow there. He's able to dig in. He loves to push that back foot in that one turn and throw a little bit of flare on there. And he's just, nice, styly layback in that inside section. But as you were saying that we had the difference in size in the competitors, there's also the advantage of being smaller and being more on top of the water and not having to fight sinking on these smaller conditions.
Yeah, exactly. And when it's got that little bit less power, I mean, you can see right now Morpheus, he is a little bit smaller, but he's got that little bit of extra zippiness out there. Unfortunately, that one not paying off for him. But yeah, it's sometimes, I mean, I'm 5'2", so I'm pretty short anyway, and I'll go out when it's small and I'll be like, oh, maybe I do have an advantage over someone who's a little bit taller than me, because I'm going to be lighter on my feet. But sometimes it doesn't work out, and they're really good at small wave surfing because they've been practicing that and know that that's somewhere that they want to excel in. But yeah, it's just insane how much comes into competitive surfing, and particularly what boards you're riding, the fins. If you have a favorite leg rope, I always had a favorite leg rope that I had to always use, even though it didn't really come into it. It was cool.
Yeah, it's such a head game getting all of that stuff figured out. And it's almost, now you have too many options to where you can get so lost in trying to find your perfect equipment. And the luck of a lot of these high-level surfers is they do have communication with their shaper. The shaper can talk to them about what they're working on, about what they're being held back, and how to break through that. But let's see if he takes this one. Otherwise, I'm getting back on fin talk. All right, we're getting back. So here we go. Morpheus up and riding. Eyes up this way. He had to navigate around that section. He did miss that first turning opportunity, unfortunately, but he's now kind of starting over from here. gets a couple hits, and it is like two separate waves, that outside and the inside. So he'll be getting all of his scoring from this inside middle section. You can see a lot of warble coming off of that high tide inside pool. But yeah, I always use the analogy of an airplane. So your fins are almost like the wings of an airplane. And
Yeah.
so for the weight of your body, you need a certain amount of fin to be able to fly.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see right now that's Dongzi, how he's really doing that. You can see how much speed and spray he's getting off his turns, and even going into them as well. And then Morpheus here too. This is his last wave. So much speed. But yeah, as you said, Ben, I agree. Kind of did miss that first section. And it sort of put him out into this flatter section of the wave where he wasn't really able to open up. That was a good moment there. But yeah, potentially a missed opportunity out the back to really capitalize on a decent score. But it's all lessons and learnings right now for these pro junior surfers as well. I mean, this might be the first time that these three surfers have competed in a WSL event.
And
it's
probably
cool.
loving being out here by themselves.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's so cool to have this opportunity as we see live action.
This is a beautiful looking wave. Deep off the bottom. Love how he jams off the top. Draws it back, looking for some more opportunity. Puts it on rail. Nice layback, putting himself back in the pocket again. Carving it back. And you can always see his eyes are on what's coming next. And he hits that next one. Pops that tail out. Had that been a little shallower section, he was actually had great body positioning to come out of that. It just went deep underneath him.
Yeah, and that's the worst, not the worst part, but that's the most frustrating part about this wave is when you're on a roll and you come to the inside and you're like, yes, I've got another section, you hit it, the wave does die out really quickly. So it's just about navigating and, you know, kind of redirecting that turn and being like, okay, I'm not going to hit this because I'm not going to get a good, strong, completed finish and a good, strong, completed wave.
Great point, because sometimes it looks like such an amazing combination. The rider gets so hyped up, and then they'll go for something crazy in the end, lose control, fall, and what could have been a perfectly orchestrated ride with a smooth kick out in control, they tried to add something on that would have probably not added much on points and actually took a lot away from the ride.
Yeah, exactly. And I feel like as well, completions is such an important part. Even when you're looking at the pro junior surfers, it really sets them up for good careers when they go into the QS Challenger Series and maybe even the CT. You know, we could be seeing future world champions in this heat right now. We just don't know the trajectory of the careers of these young men, and I think it's really cool to see them starting out here. But yeah, I remember, you know, 80% plus in your completions is when you're training, and then when you're coming into events was such a big thing that was really drilled into me when I was growing up and competing and training and things like that, because it really sets you up for a good, strong heat. So it looks like, you know, a lot of these competitors right now, their completions have been pretty spot on. It's just adjusting for those last little inside sections that kind of catch you off guard and go a little bit flat and not much happens.
Yeah, and I mean, that little end section, yesterday we saw a lot of people trying to go for an end maneuver and just ending up in a pool and like actually completing the turn but plugging into just flat water.
Yeah.
And it's like to really decipher where you've already gotten the job done and where you've kind of like taken the meat and potatoes out of the ride. And do I need to add anything to this?
Yeah.
Really? And then
that is such a good question too. Do I need to do this turn?
I think I already got what I'm going to get out of this, and this could be a risky choice of going for something else. The other thing is when we see this place start to pump a little bit more, it's going to be a much longer paddle, and they're going to have to decide, as we've spoken about, getting most of the work done on that first strong section. We might see people kicking out a lot earlier just to save themselves the paddle and also get themselves back into the priority rotation.
Absolutely. And I feel like it's so crazy because you're looking at these events and you're thinking completions, priority, the paddle back outs, the hustle at the start. There's so much that comes into it, and I feel like every heat, every moment is just, you're learning so much more. And yesterday we saw so many paddle battles, which I personally love. I love seeing that kind of mongrel and that grit to really start to come out. I'm like, yeah, they're hungry to get back out the back and get that priority. It puts them in that better position.
Yeah.
That really excites me, those moments where it's like, who's going to get it?
We saw that between Raiha and somebody. It was two Japanese riders yesterday. That was funny.
I think maybe Yuya Iwase, maybe. But it was cool. Like, it's awesome to see that and to see, you know, who
just
wants it more.
shows the fire, too.
Fully,
yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's so good. And these Chinese surfers right now, they're really they're really showing up and they're making a statement. And I think it's awesome for us to see that, to see, okay, they're here and they're ready to ruffle some feathers.
The other thing is, speaking of the investment in surfing, I mean, we were speaking. I was speaking with Di yesterday about how they used to have Peter Townend as their coach. They've brought in Jadson Andre. They brought they've kind of get their hands on all the resources they can to see how they can build the talent. Love this drone angle, following them down the line here, navigating and timing these hits perfectly. And that's kind of the, do I keep going or do I kick out zone? And got one little tap there, but that really, I mean, he'd already done what he needed to by that point.
And I think with where he's sitting as well, with the scores, a 4.83 and a 4, he could kind of play with it and be like, yeah, I'm going to keep going. It's really a battle for second right now. I liked that wave from Dong Zi Hao. I feel like it was a well-orchestrated wave. He surfed really good. He had that power moment on it as well. So let's see what the answer back is here for Morpheus.
Nice. First hit there. That's the spot that you need to make sure you get that first one out. Pops the tail out there. I think he kind of misjudged the lip line, and he probably wanted to just get the fins out, but he got the whole board out. And it's so difficult to determine where you need to bottom turn so that you don't go too far up.
Yeah, and you could see the frustration as well when he came off the back of that wave too, which we'll highlight in a second. But this is Dong Zi Hao's. This moment here, that was really nice. Super whippy, straight up into it. That one, again, just pushing off the back foot. I really, really liked that change in direction and the little bit of extension he got there. Just played around on the inside. He could do that too, and this drone angle is so nice. I mean, you can see the background and the beauty of this place, but that turn had so much power to it. It's going to really complement the 4.83, may even go to the top 2, to be honest. Those first 3 turns had just a little bit of extra something to them. And then this one here for Morpheus, it was a good looking wave, really nice first turn. It was this one here, like you said, Ben, just going off the back of the wave. And that's a frustration you can see as well. He knows that he needed to rein it in a little bit more.
Yeah, and then also, this is just a quick one for Charles. Not the best wave selection, but he's just trying to keep himself busy. And also, when they're used to this warm water, this is actually cold for them. So they need to keep warm.
Yeah.
For us, it's super warm.
Yeah.
Like, I got hot in a spring suit. But another thing, with the smaller rider's size, look at him. Gets a little shampoo into a quick hack there. That's been a new approach for that first section. And a little layback, adding to the combination, and that's where he gets a little bit hung up and goes for a little bit more. But what I was going to say is that the lighter weight riders are going to get affected with this offshore wind as well. This is not an air wind. This is not where you want to actually leave the wave, because it's just going to blow you out the back.
Yeah.
Especially the lighter weight you are. Also with the lighter weight boards, you're just going to pop out the back like you did.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's really tough as well to navigate that and negotiate the winds and be like, okay, do I need to pull my turn short just a fraction so that I don't get blown off the back of the wave? So much comes into it, and you're just like, okay, I need to be really aware of it. Particularly in Oz, like, we get lots of really strong winds, and I know in Japan as well, and you're thinking, okay, I need to just adjust my turn selections here a little bit, or instead of making it a vertical turn, maybe make it just a little bit less, just a little bit under what you're expecting, so that you can stay on the wave.
For sure. Sometimes you have to kind of kill the degree of rotation to make sure that you're coming down the face faster.
Yeah.
And sometimes you see people really they go for that flare of kind of drifting the fins, and then it just gets them caught and kills all their speed and kills the opportunity for another powerful maneuver.
Yeah, it really does. And it's so... Yeah, it's really interesting, because you go out for a free surf and you're just having fun and you're like, yeah, it's all good. But then when you're kind of in training mode or in heat mode, you're laser focused and you're like, okay, where do I need to adjust? Where do I need to adapt? Do I need to change my equipment? Do I have to change my fins? And it's looking at that. And these surfers, whether they're pro junior or QS level or both, we're seeing a lot of athletes double dipping in this event here as well, which is super cool. They have the opportunity to spend more time in the Rashi to really, play around and make those decisions.
Also, sort of digesting and putting in your memory bank what you got for what type of combination on what type of wave. And every wave's different. Every combination, every turn is kind of different in its approach. And so the more that you can keep feeding that information through the judges into the beach announcer and into your ears, the better,
Yeah.
because it just loads into your memory banks, and then after a while, it should probably, I'm not that level, but it would become inherent to know when you're in a risky position of losing out and not advancing. We'll watch this quick carve there. A little bit of a foamy one. Build some speed up. I like how it's starting to kind of see. He's going to go for a little chop hop there, but didn't have enough speed. You can start to see that we're draining some water off of the reef, because it is starting to stand up a lot more than we had the earlier high tide start.
Yeah.
And so that's going to let them, that's going to give them more opportunity to stretch it out. One thing that seems like was with less water, that initial point loses all of that kind of condensed energy and then kind of dissipates. So it's going to really change their approach, I think, as the tide drains out.
Yeah, I agree as well. I think it'd be cool to see, that difference and, who's going to excel in that as well. I'm really excited to kind of see the different takes on the waves. There's a bunch of replays we've got to get through too. It's literally 2 minutes to go, and this is Dong Zihao, the current heat leader. He's just having a little bit of fun, maybe just getting used to, catching the waves in the rashi. This one here for Charles. He's really whippy on his forehand. Love that moment there. You can see he drives through it, stays on rail, and doesn't just let the board do the work. He really, pushes through it. Had a bit of fun as well. In live action, Morpheus.
Yeah, Morpheus. Quick one there. You can see he's telling us it's going to be a little bit fat, so he's really trying to stay, kind of buy himself time until it starts to stand up. It gets a little bit more there, but you can see that thing just had a lot of kind of water left over. And also it's, when you judge from the first wave of the set and the last wave of the set, you've got all this leftover residual water on top of the reef from those previous waves, so it actually breaks like a higher tide wave.
Yeah.
And red, a couple hits there.
I liked this wave of Morpheus's. Was cool. It was a smaller wave, a little bit on the inside, but you could see him really gaining rhythm and momentum, and you can see where that pays off in those a little bit more of a vertical snap on the inside. The wave size is definitely going to be, a cap in regards to the score. Current heat leader, though, he's just catching so many waves. Wow.
Yeah, Dong Zihao, also excellent heat management. I've seen a lot of the surfers taking watches out and actually checking their time, which is so important to not depend on the beach announcement, because you don't know how quick 30 seconds go by, and it just gets in your head and you can freak out. And to know how much time you have and know that you're taking your last wave with time on the clock is super important.
Yeah, absolutely. And knowing, even if you're in Morpheus's position, I have 14 seconds. I need to get a 336. Is there waves coming? Is it worth me paddling inside? Should I sit out the back and wait for these sets that are rolling through? They're probably not going to come in time as well. So it's a tough one to negotiate.
Loving these lines on the horizon, though.
Yeah.
That definitely shows that there's swell energy out there. And as Jada was saying, as that tide turns and it starts to push in, every afternoon that we've been here for about 4 days now, every afternoon has that pushing tide, brings the energy in, and the winds get super buttery.
Yeah.
So we're super excited for more. We'll be back with more action in just a moment from this WSL International Wanning Pro Junior in just a moment.
北纬18度，海南、万宁、阳光、海浪、椰林，这是热带的温度。快时尚，慢生活，烟火气，这是幸福的温度。让我们一起出发。最特别的海，陪伴着最长情的人。这里是搏浪高手渴望驯服的圣地。迎接浪潮，释放自我，用一瞬抛开烦恼，与海浪共舞。这感觉，试过你才知道有多美。几番沉浮，畅游上岸，体验的又是另一番风味。聊聊冲浪不败技巧，说说当年创业历程。这里是都市人群渴求的世外桃源。相逢亦或偶遇，闺蜜还是情侣，一台相机，一杯咖啡， 就有了思绪。昼夜转换间，人来人往，各有精彩。正如那不断律动的日月波涛，孕育着无限的可能和畅想，带给这座城市勃勃生机。
Look at that view. It is absolutely gorgeous here in Riyue Bay, and we just had another heat done and dusted. That was heat 2 of the day. We saw Dong Zihao take that heat out. Charles Lee Kirkwood coming in second. Unfortunately, we will say goodbye to Morpheus Zia, but wow, for the men's pro junior, they are putting on an absolute show right now. We have Sina Tanjung out there with Wan Zhang and Zuli Gao both from China. Sina is from Indonesia. I'm True Starling, joined in the booth with Dai Wacko. Good morning, Dai. Ohio.
Ohio gozaimasu. Good morning. Another beautiful day. Not a single cloud in the sky this morning. It was really hot. So I now can see why this place called Hawaii of China.
Yeah, it's so beautiful. There's, it's warm, it's sunny. We're finally seeing a little bit of clear sky as well. We kind of saw some little bit of dark clouds the last few days, but it was super muggy. So for day 2 of competition, I mean, look at that. It's absolutely beautiful. You can see the mountains in the background, the palm trees lining the beach. It's just picturesque out here.
Wow, yeah, it's beautiful setup. We have beautiful left-hander here at Riyue Bay, and in between us and a mountain, there's a wave pool setup. So it's a beautiful, great setup. You know, there's point break, beach breaks, and wave pool within like 15 minutes walking distance.
Have you been at the wave pool yet?
Not yet, but I'd love to check it out because we have one in Japan as well. But I heard that the wave pool here is a little bit bigger than what we have in Japan. So I'd love to check it out.
So it's the same technology as the one in
Yes.
Japan. So is it a left and a right?
Left and right, we have left and right, but it's kind of small field what we have in Japan. So it's really tight in a section.
Yeah.
But I heard there's a crazy air section, the wave pool here. So yeah, I'd love to check it out. But
yay. Dai Wacko is going to go to the air.
Nah, not really. I'll probably do layback.
Yeah, I love that. That even better. Yeah, we saw some pretty incredible clips from Joel Vaughan coming over here not too long ago. I think Miguel Pupo was here as well. Zeke may have dropped some cool clips. But I mean, wave pools are awesome, but being able to surf this really, really fun left as well is super incredible. This right now is the surfer in white, Zuli Gao. He's trying to get around this section, really sticking with it. It's a smaller looking wave. He's working hard. You can see just leaning on the rail, trying to stay nice and tight in the pocket. The momentum that his board is getting him is really helping him all the way through to the inside. Out behind him, Sina Tanjung up and riding. Nice connection there for Sina, really leaning into his rail. The goofy footer is just loving these lefts out here right now. Once again, just slicing away on his forehand. So a couple of scores to lock in for Sina and Zuli, but some exciting surfing to come for the back end of this heat.
Wow, multiple turns from everyone in this heat. You know, this wave can give you a lot of opportunities, but you have to be careful because you can ride all the way to the shory because it's a great point break, but sometimes wave doesn't really offer you the steeper section, so you have to be careful what kind of wave you're gonna catch.
Yeah, absolutely. Wave selection is important as well as your equipment. Ben Wei and I were talking about that in the last heat, where we actually did see Dong Zihao take that one out. He's down there with Nick Zanelli.
Hello, Dong Zihao. How was it? I've seen you surfing perfectly on this heat, but not many people know about you. Where are you from? 你是哪里人啊？你在哪儿训练？
我来自河北，在福利湾训练。
He is from the Hebei team, it's a northern region, and he trains about 20 kilometers south of Riyue Bay in Fuli Bay. 今天的浪况怎么样呢？你抓了特别好的浪，你什么选好的？
因为我特别熟悉这里的浪况，然后今天的浪况非常好。
I asked him what the conditions are and how he could pick the best wave of the set all the time. And Tong Hao replied that he serves here all the time. It's kind of the main training ground for all the teams here in China. So he knows which ones are the good ones. 你要不要给你的中国朋友说两句啊？
接下来你们继续加油。
Thank you very much. Tong Hao, back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you so much, Nick, and thank you, Dong Hao. 20 kilometers away.
I was gonna say 20 kilometers away, and there's a surf point.
Yeah, that is so cool. Okay, we're gonna have to do a day trip one day or an afternoon little mission. Oh wow, that was a beautiful opening turn for Yuan Zhang. Wow.
That was really unfortunate for Yuan. I love the first turn opening car. That was beautiful rail work from Yuan, and it really looked like the wave offered really like a steeper section for him, but unfortunately he got hung up on the second turn. So really unfortunate, but now that we see that he's capable of getting good turns, so wow, I'm excited to see his surfing again with the 17 minutes left.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing what else he can bring to the table in this heat. I'm feeling like, as you said, Dai, that first turn was so nice, and he really set himself up for a good wave, but unfortunately, coming off the back in that second one, and I don't know whether that was a little bit of a rush moment or maybe the nerves, but I feel like it's always good to reset after that first turn and like take a second, reset, and then go straight into the second one, particularly when it's like this and maybe there's not so much power. It is a little bit smaller today, so maybe the waves are lacking a little bit of extra power, and you don't want to be forcing it really out there.
Definitely, that's like 100% right. When you surf smaller waves, you don't want to rush or you don't want to force it, even though it doesn't feel like you have enough speed to do the turns. Sometimes you have to wait for the wave to send up actually, and you don't have to have speed to hit the section hard. So if you time it right, you throw the lot of spray. So it's all about timing and staying in the pocket. So you're 100% right. You have to be really gentle with the smaller waves.
You know what I do actually? I'll when I'm warming up on the beach, I just watch you surf and I just try and replicate that.
Oh yeah.
But backhand.
Yeah, with the backhand.
Same speed and flow. I just want to surf like that.
Oh, thanks. No, I think my board works really good here. I have 2+1 surfboard and works super great like this kind of condition. It's a little bit smaller, little bit powerless, a little bit further, but I love surfing here with my surfboard.
The best. Did you bring 2 boards here?
No, just one actually.
Yeah, same. I wish I brought my 20 2+1. I do have a 2+1.
Oh, you do have one? I didn't know that.
I think you're gonna love it.
Wow. From DSD? No, Look Shot, LSD. Yes.
I think you're going to love it. I'm going to bring it to the next event.
Yes, please.
Yeah, it's really cute. It's like a little potato. It's so cute. I love it.
Nice.
It's all purple.
Oh, right.
Yeah, it's so cute. Anyway, we're getting way off topic, but I feel like you're going to froth it.
Have you posted any videos on the surfboard yet?
Yeah.
On Instagram? Really? Oh, I have to check it out then.
Please don't. It's not that good.
No, because you have like great cameraman behind you. Your dad.
My dad.
The legend.
He is the legend.
I never met him
really
yet, but I love to one day.
One day, when you come to Oz, don't worry, you'll be getting Daniel styling clips. We got 14 minutes to go in this heat. A 2.23 for Yuan Zhang for that beautiful opening first carve. He's got a 0.5 to back it up, but it's enough to keep him in the lead. Zueli Gao in second with a 1.57 and a 1. He only needs a 1.17 to go back to first, and a 2.33 for Sina Tanjung. Needs a 0.24 to go into second place, and this right now is the surfer in white up and riding. We have Zueli Gao up on a smaller looking wave, and 13 and a half minutes to go. He's in a position where he can really try and make it harder for Sina, but I think he's looking for a bigger wave to do that.
Right, definitely you need to be on a bigger wave to, to get up higher than a 2 point. But I love how he uses his upper body to navigating the surfboard. He's doing really well on that wave, and the last wave for him comes in at 1.33. That's actually enough to put him into the lead right now.
Yeah, enough to go
Wow.
straight to first. So that's a big feather in the cap right now for Zweli Gao. I mean, he is in a bit of a dangerous position because Wan Zhang only needs a 0.67 to go to first, and Sina chasing a 0.4, so not much. Sina Tanjung is the younger brother of Varun Tanjung, who is also here, who I'm sure will be supporting him from the beach, giving some words of advice as well. Sina surfed a heat yesterday for the very first day of competition in the QS event, which is cool to see him back in the Rashi. So yeah, just learning lots of lessons. You can see he's sitting a little bit further inside of Wan Zhang right now, which I kind of like. He's sort of putting himself in a position
Right.
where he can take any wave off one.
Pretty much he controls the lineup right now. By sitting in the inside from little bit far inside from everyone, so he can, like you said, he can choose anything that comes into the lineup. So pretty much he controls the lineup right now with the first priority, and definitely he has a lot of mentors here. His brother and his dad is here.
Oh,
and
cool. I didn't know Rizal was here.
And all the crews here from Indo, so
Yeah.
definitely a lot of mentors here.
Yeah, so many, and it's amazing to see them all here supporting each other. They've been traveling in a group this whole year for all the QSs, all of the pro juniors, which is amazing to see them all, supporting each other, staying down the beach, giving words of advice, a hug or a shoulder when needed. Sina had a really strong paddle for this wave. He's up and riding, looking to get his second score locked in. Beautiful opening turn to start for Sina Tanjung. He's got a really cool style, just stomps on the back foot as he kicks out of that one as well. So Sina, he'll definitely move up into second off the back of that wave.
Wow, definitely. The beautiful first turn, a lot of power, beautiful ray walk from Sina Tanjung. And, there's small requirement for him to go into the second. So definitely he's done the job, and possibly he'll jump up to the lead again.
Yeah, there's definitely potential for that. I feel like there's not many scores. We're seeing scores come through for Yuan as well. Sina's still to lock in, but one gets a 3.17, goes up into the lead. Sina Tanjung gets a 2.5, so he moves into second, and we've just seen a complete flip of the leaderboard in the last 10 minutes. Wan Zhang gets a 3.17 and a 2.23. He's in first. Sina in second, and this guy right here, Zweli Gao, looking for a 3.26, goes up and into that first section, really trying hard to get around it, which he will. Leans into the rail. That's a better looking turn on a bit more of an open face there for the young Chinese competitor. Trying to find a good strong finish. This is when the wave kind of goes a little bit flat, but he stays with it. The back foot slips off, and he's still got a fair bit of work done out the back, so that's not going to matter too much. But I think that'll be his best wave of the heat.
Definitely, and that would be the best wave of the heat. It was one of the set, but someone went right on this wave as well. It was surfing blue, I guess. Yuan went to right.
Oh wow, you went right on Sina's wave.
So that was a 3.17 Yuan locked in, but love the first time from Sina Tanjung, so that comes in at 2.50. So this is the wave, the last wave for white. Love the wave selection there, one of the best wave, and the wave, that once gave him a lot of opportunities to hit the section. But unfortunately, through the inside section, the wave kind of dies out and didn't really have the steeper section. But still, like you said, a lot of damage at the back.
Yeah, heaps of damage done out the back, and I think it's not going to factor in too much. He gets a 2.17, so is his best wave. Goes into the top two, and he now lowers that requirement, needing a 2.66. So that's huge. That's a really, really big win for Zweli right now, and this is that last wave of one.
Wow. great combination. He's done a great job from the recovery. That was a great combination from Yuan. Love the first down and straight into the vertical off the top. So beautiful stuffing again. That one comes in at 3.73, which is highest score in this heat. Wow.
That was a really well surfed wave. That second turn, the little kick that he got off the back was really cool. I liked that little bit of extra flair. And Huan Zhang in the lead right now. The Chinese competitors are really stamping their authority. We do have heat number 4 coming up next. Shuma Nonaka, Li Yiguang and Noah Lureichi. That is going to be the last heat of the men's round of 24 for the Pro Junior. And then we'll go into the women's round of 16, which is going to be super exciting. We have an incredible amount of Chinese athletes in the Pro Junior. Out of the 16 surfers, there's 3 Japanese Pro Junior surfers for the women. So that's really exciting to see, the difference in the difference in approaches and the new surfers, the new faces. This is live action though. Right now, Sina Tanjung finding a nice open face left, really leaning into his rail. He's got a beautiful style, just really stomping on the back foot there, slicing away. This one looking like it's going to curve back at him as well. Catches a little bit of rail. You can see it get a little bit wobbly on the inside, but he does really well to navigate the lump and the bump. We saw, I think that might have been Yuan Zhang going right as well. So he's finding a couple of fun little right-handers coming his way.
I saw a couple of surfers going right yesterday.
Yeah.
But I thought this was a left-handed point break, but there's a right, and actually gives you a good steep sections to hit. And I saw someone doing air on the right 2 days ago, so I think there's potential on the right as well.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm here for it. You go left, I'll go right.
And not many people want to go to right, so probably pick to yourself.
I'll do it, I like it. I feel like it. It's obviously not plan A, but if there's opportunity to get a score under priority, then go for it.
Definitely. Your arm just locked in the 3.73 and 3.17 on the right hand, and which are the best scores so far in this heat. So that tells us that they have the potential on the right.
Yeah, absolutely. That's actually such a good call, Dai. Yeah, the best 2 waves of the heat were going right. Make it 3, locks in a 3.9. So increasing his position again for Yuan Zhang. We saw 2.73 lock in for Sina Tanjung. So Yuan extends the lead. Sina makes it a little bit harder for Zueli Gao, who needs a 3.06 to go up into second. We've got just on 5 minutes to go in this heat, so things are starting to really come down to the wire. We've seen a little bit of a drop in the swell today, but it's still super clean, looks really, really fun. So hopefully a sign for good things to come throughout the rest of the day of competition.
Right, as I walked on the beach to the competition area this morning, I thought it's gonna be really small, like smaller than yesterday, and it was. But by looking at this screen, and when the set comes, it's still providing a lot of opportunities, and it still has a size actually.
Yeah.
It's not small.
No, it's not small. Yeah, you are right. There's definitely some good opportunities and good moments, like to really get into the 4s and the 5s plus range. So I'm interested to see what's going to happen throughout the rest of the day. I mean, in regards to looking at the tides as well, we've got some super, not weird tides, but it's definitely, not what we're used to seeing today. It is Friday the 12th, and we have a low tide at about 10:57 a.m. this morning. We saw a high at about 2:22. So the tide is going low, and then it'll go back high at about 7:17 p.m. this evening. So hopefully we'll be able to make the most of the best conditions.
Right, definitely. When the tide's moving, probably that's the time this point breaks really well. So definitely we're going to be seeing the best time of the day. And it looks like a few lines at the back coming into the lineup. It's really needing 3.06, probably needs a better wave, and where he's up and riding, important wave.
Yeah, really important wave here for the surfer in third place. Good first turn, gets a second one in as well. He's finding some speed, finding some rhythm on this wave, but it just looks like it's not really offering that steep connection that he's hoping for. He's doing really well to, try and make something out of a situation here for Zhueli Gao, a 3.06. So, here we go, out the back. Wan Zhang, this is the current heat leader, lays into the rail, but just a little bit too much and goes over the heels. Wow. That could have been a really, really good turn.
That could have been a really good turn because I really love how he lays into it. But like you mentioned before, maybe he forced it a little bit too much so that he broke the rail and it goes down. But definitely he's got the skill to navigate really well and a good rail work from Yuan. So this is a reply of loss of white first, and love how he went like really deep in the bottom and straight up into the tight pocket. But like you said, probably needs to be vertical off the top to get the 3-point ride. But definitely he's done really great job on the wave. He's still such a young generation, so he's got a bright future ahead of him. But this is probably that was actually second turn attempt. Loved the first turn, really whipped in the tight pocket, but like I said, he probably forced it too much on the second turn.
Yeah, that was so unfortunate because that had there was such a great opportunity for Wan Zhang to go into the good range in the fives on that wave. I feel like maybe just pulling back on the power a fraction as he's coming down that turn could have been a good idea so that he was able to really ride out. But I loved it. I still love the commitment. I love the approach from him, and I'm going to go for it no matter what. Comes in at a 2.4, so it doesn't go into the top two, but still a relatively good score in this heat. A 1.9 there for Zhueli Gao. We just saw, I think that might have been Sina pulling off the back of that wave. No, sorry, that was Wan Zhang, who's having a good, strong look here. He does have the first priority. Up and riding, great first turn to start this one off. Lots of speed, kicks the fins out. The back of that turn, you can see he's got a really cool style. I love this relaxed sort of approach. Unfortunately comes undone, but not to worry. A bit of a victory lap there with 30 seconds to go in this heat for Wan Zhang.
That was a beautiful victory lap for Yuan Zhang. I love the combination though. Really, hit it in the tight section and steeper section of the wave. So it was a great combination. But that wasn't going to his best to score. It was 3.07.
Yeah, still a really good looking wave. Here we go. This is Zhueli Gao up and riding before the buzzer, looking for a 3.06. Nice connection there, just really pushing on the fins. He's gaining some speed. What's he got for us? Leans into the rail once again, just snapping it. This wave is a little bit of a smaller one, so feeling like it may just come short of the 3.06 that he's requiring. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the results of heat number 3 for the men's Pro Junior. We'll be right back with the WSL International Wanning Pro Junior right after this quick break.
何谓底蕴？每座城市都会给出不同的解答。在万宁，它的答案是这样的：它是以山中八景、摩崖石刻睥睨琼州群山，自古便华峰岩下游者众的海南第一，东山耸翠。 它是繁华都市间侠行天下的武林风尚， 是波涛激荡中乘风破浪的奋进人中，它是世锦记忆里生生不息的香火传承。万宁运动千年不息，早已在一方水土间开枝散叶，泼墨山水里日臻画境。我想让自己更快乐，或许你只需要开始一次跃起的旅行。国际大牌云集，免税打折，充分满足小小欲望。东南亚美食，热带风味，大快朵颐。
This is the last heat of the men's Pro Junior round of 24, heat number 4. We have Shuma Nonaka in red, Riyue Bay in blue, Noah Loraichi in white. My name is Daiwako in the booth. Welcome back, Jara. This is first time.
I thought you forgot my name for a second. I was like, what?
It's been a couple of years, so I never forget your name.
Yeah, I would hope not.
Well, straight up, this is a live action surfer in white. Noah up and riding. He surfed in the QS yesterday, and he is in the junior division as well. Beautiful surfing to start up. And there's a lot of waves coming through, and this is surfer in white. Yes, white. And at the back we have Shuma up and up. Decided not to go on that one. So 2 waves have been ridden. Actually, 3 waves have been ridden already. Shuma Nonaka's first wave comes in at a 3.50. So 0.5 and 0.8 for Noah's first wave and the second wave. And looks like we have Shuma up and riding again on his backhand. Beautiful opening carb on his backhand, straight into another carb. And this is where the waves start to stand up, and he went to vertical off the top. Great 3-sun combo in the tight section from Shuma.
I'm seeing Shuma with a different energy today. We watched him compete in the QS yesterday, and unfortunately bowed out early. He had a tough heat, but I'm seeing him with a bit more explosiveness today.
Right, I can see he's like really confident in his surfing, and he knows exactly what he needs to get through this heat. And Shuma Nonaka is still really young, probably 12 or 13 years old, and this is actually his first year to travel outside of Japan. And he's been traveling with Takumi Nakamura's same sponsors, teammate. And unfortunately, he's not here today, but this event. But yeah, Shuma's getting a great experience through a year.
Yeah, when you step out onto that international stage, you either make it or break, you know. And he's looking like he's taking it by storm. He has nothing to lose. He's looking solid. That first wave, that wave we caught up with, was really fast and sharp. So I'm liking his scene. And you know, some of these guys in his heat are much older than him and maybe much taller, but he's not letting that, you know, scare him down. So I'm liking the energy he's bringing into this heat.
Definitely.
You're right, Shuma, so young, and as I said earlier, unfortunately bowed out in the QS early, but this is his revenge story. You know, this is him fighting back, and he wants to win this heat.
Definitely, you know, he wants to have the great result to finish this 2025 season. But before we go back into the action, we're going to have Nick with the last heat winner.
I'm here with Zhang Yuan from the Hebei team. Of course, he's one of the strongest surfers we have in China right now. I'm going to ask him a few things about the wave here and what's happening in the water. 张悦，你比得这么好，你肯定很熟悉竹篮店。今天的浪况怎么样？
浪况虽然很小，但是它非常干净，很好冲。
He, of course, is very familiar with the waves here in Riyue Bay. It is small, but this is actually one of the funnest sides you can serve the main point break. It keeps shape. He said it's really fun out there. 另外一个问题，我想问你，我看见了你用的圆心的绑位，你什么感觉？把它翻过来吧。
我觉得这块板的圆形尾巴速度很快，然后它是沙派，我很喜欢用这一块。
He really likes the speed that he can get out of a round pin, even if the waves are not too big. So, and he's using EPS Sharp Eye. Thank you, Zhang Yuan. Gong Xi. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you so much. So great information of the equipment. You know, round tail. That's interesting actually. I use squash on the smaller waves, but yeah, people like round tail.
I actually don't own a squash.
Oh, really?
I only have round tails.
Oh.
So you're speaking to one of them now.
All right, so this is live action stuff, and that must be Blue Liu Yuguan, and this is Shuma. Beautiful off the top. Really powerful surfing from Shuma Nonaka. Already locked in 4.07 for the last wave and then 3.50 for his first wave. So he's currently sitting in the lead, and Li Yuguan in the second place with a 2.5 and 0.7. Noah Loraichi is in third place, needing 2.41. So not a big requirement for Noah to go into the second place now.
All right, couple replays. Let's break this one down. This is our young man, Shuma. Good first opening turn. Gets and waits around that section. Loving that second one. He wastes no time in between those last two turns, which was really nice. I love that. In between that first one, he waited. You know, he didn't pump around that whitewash section. He kind of waited at the bottom of the wave and then continued on, which was actually very mature surfing for someone so young. There we have on your screen right now Li Yuguang. So taking a look at this one, just pumping towards the end, but that wave not offering so much. So he kind of decides to pull off and smartly slow. So he wants to get rid of that 0.7, and that's not a big score. With plenty of time left, though, it's going to be a great heat.
Definitely.
Just looking at Instagram earlier on, I saw that Noah Loraichi spends a lot of time in Bali as well as in France. So just like by what I saw, it looking like he spends most of the summertime in Bali and the wintertime in France, which is a good combo.
That's a dream life, you know.
Yeah.
Summertime in Bali, you get a lot of swells, and wintertime in France, you get a big, massive swells as well.
Yeah, and he recently tried the wave pool that we have right behind us, actually. And I saw him go to Germany and try a couple other wave pools around the world. So he's a young man, but he seems to have traveled quite a bit.
Yeah, traveling a lot and experiencing all the different type of the waves, and that's great life to have.
Absolutely. And I think it's great that he has that combination of spending time in Indonesia where you're surfing those reef breaks and those long peeling lefts or rights, and going back to France and spending time on those beach breaks. So it gives him a big variety, and you learn to adapt quickly and change your equipment depending on what the waves are offering.
Like, to me, like, being a professional surfer, you need to have really great experience on the different type of waves, because you know sometimes you get to serve the reef break in the competition, but sometimes beach break, so you have to adapt and adjust quickly.
Absolutely, you have to be quick at it too, because just off the top of my head, when you guys were in Cloud 9, it was a perfect right-hander. Then we went straight to Taiwan, which was a little bit more like a cobblestone bottom, so there were like rights and lefts, but not as powerful. Then we went straight to Baler, which was just pure beach break. So you have to be really quick at adapting and being able to have all the right boards for all those different conditions, because it was back-to-back events. Like, they didn't have time, the athletes didn't have time to go home and change their boards or go home and practice for that different event. So it all had to be done quick, and I think you're right, it's super important.
You know, all that comes from the experience, and you that's like what you cannot buy
Yeah.
from the shop.
Yeah.
And you've been traveling quite a long time since you were young, right?
Yeah. So actually, that was something I struggled with a lot. That we would get to a new surf spot, and it would take me at least a week to like start to understand the wave.
Right.
I'd be so frustrated. I'd be like, I hate this wave. No, this wave sucks. And then suddenly, when I understood, I was like, no, this wave's amazing. But then it was too late because I already lost the contest.
Maybe you're surfing too much the perfect waves in Bali.
I was too used to perfect waves, and instead of going and practicing in beach breaks when I should have been, I was like, no, I'll practice tomorrow. And it was pumping out in front. So I'd be like, oh, tomorrow. I never ended up at the beach break.
Right. Well, yeah, that would have happened to me. I would just rather go to the perfect left point.
I mean, if you could pick between Uluwatu or Legian, I don't know which one you picking.
Yeah, that's right. That's 100% right. Yeah, but a lot of surfers from Bali now surf at Kuta Beach and just getting used to this beach break condition as well, right?
Absolutely. I think Riyue Bay was probably the first one to kind of pioneer that movement.
Right.
Get back to that. Yeah, so he was the first one to kind of pioneer that movement because I remember he would probably go surf Ulus in the morning, and then every single afternoon he would be surfing Legian and, getting the reps in on the beach break.
But back to live action first. This is surf in blue actually. Beautiful couple of turns at the back, so many damages at the back, and this wave actually gives him a lot of opportunities. A great combination from Lee Yu-Guang, needing 5.5 to go into the lead, but probably that wave will be replacing his top score, 2.67.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's definitely going to be getting rid of that 2.67. It was a really nice ride. He got some nice turns in it as well. So he's been putting his reps in out here. He's been on some great waves. Let's break this one down. So he gets around this first section. Big opening carve. I love that he pushes that tail really hard there. Bit of a check turn, but then does some good, nice maneuvers on this inside. This wave really offering a lot, so he had a great wave selection.
Wow, that was a beautiful surfing, that, like you said, great wave selection. The wave gave him a lot of wall to walk on, and love his style, a stylish and really relaxed style. So he doesn't really push anything, he doesn't force anything. So great surfing. And at the back we have Shuma Nonaka up and riding. Nice first turn, all the fins are at the back. So, but unfortunately wave didn't really offer too much after that. So this is surfing white now. Noah up and riding. Nice wrapping cut back there and gets the float, trying to come around the section. Unfortunately a little bit too deep on that section. But last wave for Lee comes in at a 3.43, which is his best score so far, needing 4.74 to go into the first. So great scores for Lee.
Yeah, that's right. Nice waves ridden. I love that first turn from Shuma. I'm excited to see that replay. He really pushed that tail. I'm pretty sure if you were behind, you could see all three fins come out the back. Right. And that's what I love about his style. He's very explosive and he's so young. So I'm excited to see what the future holds for this young man.
Definitely, the whole 2025 is really big year for him. He experienced one of the big perfect waves in Nias and Karui, and he went to Philippines as well. So definitely all comes up together in the next year. A couple of scores locked in: 3.27 for the last wave for Shuma, 3.43 for Lee's last wave, and 2.20 for the last wave for Noah Lolaichi. He's still in third place, needing 3.90. 9 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. So there's still heaps time left.
Yeah, especially on a point like today where it's just easy to paddle back out. The wave isn't extending and isn't going all the way down to the inside. So it's an easy paddle back out. It's a lot of opportunity out there. And I think this place really surprised me. I am pretty sure Wanning, I expected something very different.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And I I'm pretty shocked at how good and consistent this wave is.
Actually, yes. It looked really inconsistent from the beach, but once in the water, there's a lot of wave coming through for you. So, like you said, yeah, it's surprising. And then I know you've been to the wave pool yesterday to get a
did.
surfboard, but how was it?
Wow. Okay. So I was so excited. I didn't get to surf, but just looking at it, it looks so fun, and it's right
Yeah?
behind us.
Yeah.
It's not far at all. It's literally a 5 or 10 minute walk
Wow.
from here, and the whole setup is done really well. There's some incredible restaurants and bakeries and shops all around the pool. So it's set up really nicely, and I'm excited to get a couple surfs in. Honestly, I
definitely.
think I'm gonna hit that night surf part because I don't want a lot of people in the lineup.
Right, just by yourself.
Yeah, you're allowed to come in my
Yeah.
latte session.
And I heard there's a good cafe too, so I'm gonna have a latte there and
Yeah.
then watch you surfing. and-
Absolutely, that's our friendship connection.
Yeah.
Our coffee. We're both coffee snobs.
Yeah, definitely. We are trying to get a good coffee every morning.
All right, so looking like there are some lines coming through. This is exactly what we were hoping for. There might have been a change in the tide, so we're just waiting for that switch in tide to kind of start pushing in some swell. It's going to be an exciting afternoon. This is the last heat of the round of 24 of the Pro Junior men's. We'll be heading straight into the women's round of 16 for the Pro Juniors, and then finishing off our day with 4 heats of the men's Pro Junior round of 16.
Yeah, it's all about juniors today. So we're gonna be finishing all the round 2 of the juniors, and probably QS will be back tomorrow, hopefully. And I've heard this there is little talking that we're gonna have bigger swell tomorrow. So I'm really excited to see what this point break can offer with the bigger swell. It's still providing a great walls, great waves. On screen we have live action, but probably it's just quick in and out from Noalo Raichi, who's currently in the 3rd place, needing 3.90.
Yeah, so just taking a look at the forecast, it is looking like we might have a push in the swell. It'll be similar conditions in the morning, but as we go deeper into the afternoon, that's when we're really going to start seeing that swell kick in. And I think on Sunday, actually, will probably be the biggest day. We're looking at 9 seconds and 2 to 3 feet. So that's
Wow.
going to be a
Decent.
very good day. Very good day of competition. The tide today is going to be low at around 11 o'clock. So we still got an hour of that low tide before we start seeing that pushing in tide.
Wow, it's gonna be a great day 2 of the competition. So with the 6 minutes remaining in this heat, Shuma still holding on to the lead with 4.10 and 4.07. Lee Yu-Guan in second place with first priority with 3.43 and a 2.67. Noah is in 3rd, needing 3.90. So probably he needs to find one of the waves that offered him a steeper section. But still, he's capable of getting those scores. Just hoping to see more waves coming into the lineup.
Yeah, so that set we saw coming in earlier, it wasn't maybe as good as we expected, so unfortunate there, but a bit of a lull. I think we're going to pick up what we were saying earlier of how Riyue Bay being one of those pioneers of, I would say, Indo surfing, that yes, he would always surf good waves in the morning, but then every single afternoon he would spend his time out in Legian at the beach break surfing those maybe not bad waves, but a bit more grindy, a little smaller, and just adapting and changing his equipment and type of waves throughout the day. I think that's what really helped him to kind of be able to punch through that QS, punch through that Challenger Series, and be incredible in all types of conditions, not just one. So now he's doing so well on the CT, and I think everyone's really proud of him, and he's really inspired a lot of the young Indonesians. Like, I can think of Kutut Agus, Pajar Ariana, they're all coming. All the Indonesians now in Peru at the ISA World Juniors are doing incredible. Suri Jabrik, Kia Hewer is a name that comes off the top of my head. So there's such a big field, and I think we've had a big change in training, I would say, in Indonesia, and it's a really bright future ahead for all of them.
Definitely. And a couple of times you told me how Indonesia team have a training every day, and they have coaching session every day, training every day as a team, and they travel together as a team. So that's a great opportunity. You know, surfing is individual sport, but still the support from the team gives you a little more like fire in your surfing.
Absolutely. It gives that family element when you're away from home, or okay, these people are not your blood family, but you spend every single day together. So at the end, there's this connection where it feels like home, and it's important to feel comfortable in these places where it's not the same food you're eating, it's not the same place you're sleeping at, it's not your bed. So it gives that extra power and extra motivation.
Back to live action. We have Shuma Nonaka up and riding, currently in the lead. Nice first turn. Probably the wave wasn't as good as the previous waves Shuma's getting, so quickly kicks out back at the lineup. Looks like we're gonna have Surfer up and riding again. Surfer in blue up and riding. Nice first turn. Time it super well. Really whipped in the tight pocket, and it gets the finish there. So definitely it'll be a great wave for Riyue Bay, needing 4.74 to go into the lead. It was one of the smaller size waves, but he did really well.
Yeah, and especially in the last 2 minutes, that's it's pressure, you know. It's those nerves start to creep in. You kind of get a little more desperate to get some higher scores. I think it is Noah with a bit of work to do. At 3.9 is a pretty decent requirement.
Sorry, that was a no actually. So Riyue Bay is out the back with the first priority.
And it's looking like he was close, but not just yet. He will be chipping away at the score. So this on your screen is Noah. He needs a 3.9. His last score came in at 2.93. Really good first blast off the top. Loving that second one. He finished strong, but I think it was probably the wave size that wasn't really helping him out with that score.
A 2.93, which is his best score so far. He lowers the requirement right now, needing 3.18, but by looking at the surfing on the last wave, he's capable of getting 3.18 easy. Like you said, it's just a matter of the size of the waves. So 1 minute and 30 seconds left on the clock. Now Riyue Bay holding on to the first priority. Probably he's going to play some defense here, but we're going to have another surfer quick in and out from Noah, needing 3.18.
Yeah, just under priority, just keeping busy, hoping to find something. 3.18 is not a big score, so you can maybe start feeling a bit of frustration at this point. Looking like a couple sets coming through. Noah's going to be begging the universe that something happens and that they don't catch it.
Well, it's going to be a crucial moment for all the surfers. So Lee has first priority. And so no takers on this one. Probably Shuma will be going for this one on his backhand. Nice first and really huge off the top. Time it really well. Little bit hang up on the second turn. And on screen we have important wave for Lee. Using his first priority. Couple turns done at the back. So he's going to surf all the way to the inside. Trying to get one more turn in. Beautiful wrapping cut back there from Lee. He's tried to defend himself. So down to 10 seconds.
All right, so I'm loving that wave from Shuma. Big blast off the top. That was incredible. And it's looking like it's going to just be Shuma and Lee going into that next round. Unfortunate there for Noah. Third wave didn't come through for him to be able to kind of get that score. So we're going to throw to a quick break, and we'll see you guys in the women's junior.
Last wave of blue 2.9.
很难四大名菜独占2席。 从释放到重建，治愈系的曲线兜兜转转，月季的最终落脚点在哪里？来万宁吧！心动的感觉源自哪里？有人说，心动是逐梦时自我实现的充分满足，收获时瞬间迸发的由衷喜悦。是蓬勃发展中焕发生机的新叶热土，是预见未来时无限可期的前景之城。
And we are back, surf fans from Hainan, China. This is day 2 of competition for the WSL International Wanning Pro Junior. And we are currently in our women's junior round, heat 1 of the round of 16. Out in the water, we have Yuting Zhang from China in green. Yue Yingdeng from China in blue just moved to the lead. In red from Japan, Rita Suzuki, and from China in white, Shen Zeihan. This is Ben Wei here with Giada Legati. I remembered your name. That was classic. You caught Dai off guard.
I was like, excuse me, Dai? After all these years working together, but he remembered apparently. He says he was just lagging at it. I was like, okay. All right, so decisions to move into 30-minute heats as it had slowed down a little bit, so gives a bit more opportunity for these surfers. This is already round of 16 on your screen. Rita Suzuki, big blast off the top, wraps it around again, stays close to that power section, pulls off.
I've seen such, here we go, another ride here, and this is blue, I believe. I'm trying to check it out. I think this is Yu Yingdang. This is our heat leader, if I am correct with my colors. Always hard with this morning glare. And we have seen a huge improvement in conditions.
Yeah.
Dude, it's totally pumped up in the last couple of heats. Out kind of taking a look. That offshore was kind of like pushing the swell down earlier. Now the wind's almost dead calm. So it's letting the waves stand up and helping these riders without having to fight that oncoming wind to keep their speed to these rides.
Absolutely. It's I feel like it's kind of doubled in size as well from the first heat that I saw to now. So it's good signs, and we still haven't even reached the dead low. The dead low's in an hour. So once we see that income inside, this could be very interesting.
It's so weird. I mean, you live in a place of reefs, but it's like you can almost have no swell in the water, and just the movement of tide over the reef with less water on top as we have live action. Beautiful hook turn on that one. Cuts it back. Buying some time. There's nothing left on the end of that one, but just the little movement of tide can force the energy off of the shallow spots of the reef, and it makes a wave stand up.
Absolutely.
And beach breaks, if there's not that much swell, you're pretty much, there's nothing.
Absolutely. You're correct. I can't say anything against that. You're right, especially here. We've seen that quite a few times the past few days, and we're lucky enough that I was just telling Dai how consistent this wave is. I'm super shocked.
I mean, we can see by how many replays we're watching. Rita Suzuki hard off the top, big deep bottom turn there, snaps it back, and hits a little warble at the end section. Already got the job done, and here we have front side. Getting hung up on the top a little bit there, finds her way down, gets another chance to start working from the bottom to build some momentum. But kind of a little warbly of a wave choice there. And a little bit of leftover water from the previous wave, it seems, as we have this one. Slashing it back. Nice form on the upper body. Like that use of the arms driving through that turn. And yeah, so it looks like there's more punch, but in a more of a compact area.
Yeah, so live action again. This is Yuing Zhang. Good looking wave, going for her third turn already. So this is offering so much opportunity. There's a lot of live action, a lot of waves ridden. We're back to 4 women in this heat, so we're going to be seeing a lot more rides. And we're going to throw down to Dai with the winner of the last heat.
見事第一通過をしました、まずはヒート振り返ってみてどうですか？
いっぱい波乗れて楽しかったです。
こうサーフィンにすごく自信があるように見えたんですが、何かこう変わった点とかあるんですか？
いや、乗ることだけ意識した感じです。
今回は誰と、ここに来て、誰と過ごしてるんですか？
今回は伊藤リアル君と2人で来て、ずっと2人で過ごしてます。
何かヒートマンアドバイスあったんですか？
乗りまくれってずっと言ってくれました。
上がってきてそんな、伊藤リアル選手に言われた一言目は何ですか？
よかったじゃんみたいな。インタビュー行ってこいよって。
インタビューは緊張しますか？
緊張します。
ヒートとどっちの方が緊張します？
こっちの方が6-4ぐらいで緊張するかな。
Alright, so he's traveling with Riyue Ito this time together, and he gave him a little advice, just trying to catch as many as he can, and that's exactly what he did. And he had a great run in the heat, and he's pretty stoked to getting through the heat, but he's more nervous being here with me right now. たくさんの方見てくれてると思います、最後にではメッセージの方お願いします。
みんな応援ありがとう。次も頑張ります。
次も頑張ってください。
頑張ります。
Back to you guys.
Thanks, Dai. That was classic. He totally dodged Dai's questions. Dai went into it and he's like, hey, you turned to the heat. How did that feel? He's like, it was just super fun. And then after that, he said he's traveling with Riyue Ito, and he said, did he give you any advice? And he said, no, he just kind of says good surfing. That's about it.
I love when he's like, I'm more nervous doing the interview than the heat.
Totally. He was like so anxious to get out of there. So we've had some action. Green moved it up with a 4.50, highest score of the heat so far. And we've gradually seen those scores rise. So that just shows that the conditions are getting better. There's more scoring opportunity. They're also probably learning from the positioning of watching those earlier heats on where the higher scoring rides were taken and when.
Absolutely. And, you know, there's a name in here. Rita Suzuki is actually currently 5th place in the Asian rankings. She's had a pretty incredible year. She got a 5th in the WSL International Pro just now at a QS 4000, 2nd in the QS 6000 in Tahara, as well as 2nd in the QS 2000 in Omazaki, and both 9th in NIAS and Korea, both 6000. So that's a pretty good year for Rita Suzuki, and those are all in the QSs. This is a pro junior, so young and so much talent already.
Yeah, and we have a lot of these. I mean, that is great intel. We appreciate that. We have a lot of these riders that are in the age division to where they could do both. And so we will see if she's doing double entry. Probably is with a lot of these competitors out there, and they just want to get as many heats and as many heat wins under their belt for the confidence.
Yeah, it's what we were saying earlier, that double dipping. But on your screen, that was Shen Zehan on a pretty good-looking wave. A bit of a smaller one on the inside. Those of you were saying that kind of bowl towards you. So it's plenty of opportunity. You don't have to necessarily have priority and be sitting out the back. You can kind of come a bit more on the inside and catch some smaller ones there.
Yeah, and Shen, the only intel I actually have from the bios, she started surfing at 11, and she said that she really excels in left-hand point break. So, yeah, we saw it in that. She was able to zip a lot of speed out of that one.
Yeah. So, you know, we did get that paper with a lot of interviews from the Chinese surfers. Shuiying Deng started surfing at the age of 12. She is absolutely one of Tatiana Weston Webb's biggest fans. She loves watching her videos and learning from her. And she's competed in the QS 6000 in Krui as well as the QS 3000 in Phillip Island. I think she says one of her favorite waves to surf is Kuta Beach in Bali, but she loves going right. So maybe this is not her favorite spot to be competing in, but a left everyone loves. So
we had Tati West in the webcast as a guest in Spain once, and she speaks super good Japanese.
Really?
You would never believe it, and she like blew our heads off. And I was like, why? How, what, why? It was amazing.
No way.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
So Rita Suzuki taking a look here on another one. They are keeping so busy. I love that arm movement through that turn. Drives it back, kind of putting on the brakes here, letting this one build up. And here we go. Another one. Drawing it back. Is this blue?
This looks like blue, yeah.
Okay, so really taking that high line, keeping high, driving it off the bottom, getting a nice hit there. Limited critical sections through the wave, but she was able to navigate and be in the right place at the right moment on that one.
Wow, so I'm so excited to watch that replay of Rita Suzuki. She absolutely detonated that first turn. I'm calling that's going to be probably the best wave of the heat because it was really impressive. We're waiting for scores to come through. 3 surfers, red, blue, and white, all catching some really good rides. That was a good exchange just now. But it was Yu Ting Zhang with unfortunately not able to get it. So this is what I'm talking about. Boom. Big first turn. Wraps it around again. This wave stands up for her on the inside. She kind of weaves through this dead section, decides to pull off. So I love that first turn.
And we were talking about it, like knowing when you've already made the score and you can just get out of there. You've already done the work. That first turn was such a money turn. Here we have really good speed. This is the wave that we just saw. She puts a little stall on there and gives her a chance to kind of eye up that something's going to happen, and it wasn't, so she kicked out. And here we have drawing it back, getting over that kind of, there's a kind of a double up step right there. And then it gets to this shallow section where it stands up. Boom, nice connection at the lip line. Draws it back, taps the wash, eyeing it up. And yeah, we're starting to see these little shallow sections really stand up as it hits those different parts of the reef. And finally, we're seeing some lips stick out.
Yeah, that's that low tide that we were talking about, that reef that, it kind of just draws off the reef and gives more opportunity. Live action, though. This is looking like our woman in green on her backhand. Good looking wave. She decides to take it all the way down to the inside. But yeah, good point you said earlier. Rita Suzuki knew she did most of that work on the outside, those big 2 turns. So didn't necessarily have to kind of grind it out on that inside because, she was like, I felt that was a pretty decent score, and it was a 4.27. She's currently in first.
I'm going to guess that first turn threw the most cubic liters of seawater in the air that we've seen this morning. And we're going to see more as it gives more punch and they're able to drive more and put more impact into those turns.
There we go. Live action. Rita Suzuki, again, gets a little stuck off the top there, but manages to kind of smooth it out. Loving that second one a little more. Returns to that power source of the wave. Sticks close to that whitewash. Good kind of check turn there. Wraps it around again. So giving the variety, giving a lot of different maneuvers and turns. I'm liking what she's doing.
Yeah, and the variety is so key with the judges. You need to keep them entertained.
Yeah.
And it's like once they've seen your biggest maneuver, it's not going to be as impactful the next time, and the scores are going to gradually go down. So if you just keep them chewing on things, those scores are gonna come through higher.
It's a show, you gotta keep it entertaining. You gotta keep the people watching. Otherwise, it's easy to get repetitive, and you're right. The scores just gradually go down. So Rita giving that source of fresh new things on this wave.
Yeah, it's like if you have the buffet and it's all boiled eggs. And that's all you got.
That's all I'm eating lately.
I saw you. So there's that replay. Navigating her way around, reading the wave really well. Her timing of meeting those little critical opportunities has been really good, and just finding that rhythm. Look how beautiful it is. I mean, it's just glistening, low winds. We haven't really seen a windy day yet. I mean, we've had light changes in onshore, but not windy. And this morning had that little twist of some offshore. But it's just the placement on where this is in the globe. It's just such a perfect surf paradise.
I mean, how lucky are we? It is 10:30 a.m. here in Wanning, and it's still perfectly glassy.
It's like 75 degrees. Too.
Yeah, that too.
It's insane.
Everyone's hiding in the AC, but it's a beautiful day out there. The sun is shining. The waves are pumping. The perfect spot for a surf trip, and with so much coastline, there are so many waves here you can go and explore.
It's nuts. 109 kilometers of coastline around this giant island. And it's a huge. I wonder how many square kilometers are on the big island of Hawaii, because this is 33,000 square kilometers. It's a very big island.
Yeah.
And you think of it's surrounded by the China Sea. If you think about all the different seasons and different activity in different parts of the world, you probably have so many catcher's mitts of swell all the way around.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can probably call up our good friend Nick doing the beach comm, and he'll happily take you surfing. Beautiful carve there from Shen Zehan, sorry. 4-1-1 is her requirement. She wants to get back into this heat and put herself into the next round.
Great rail game.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's we have Nick Zanella doing the beach commentary and the Chinese interviews. Here we have, gets a little bobble there, waiting for this thing to grow. Now it's kind of starting over, and there we go. Puts it on rail, and it's kind of had a delayed start as she had to wait to kind of get into the next steep section of that wave, but put in an amazing turn considering that weird, like, full bobbly takeoff.
Yeah, you're right. That wave had a bit of lump to it, but she held that rail really nicely. Big down carve all the way down and came out of it with more speed, showing the quality of the turn, meaning that it was really well done. Good
and
technique.
A fully functional maneuver.
Yeah.
But I'm in love with this place. It's known as the Hawaii of China. Far to our west side of this contest area, there's a big, giant, billion-dollar man-made island that they call, I think it's called Phoenix Island, but it has these giant high-rises, so they also call it the Dubai of China. And so you've just got this dazzling, impressive view. Any way you look, you've got mountains behind, beautiful green mountains behind us, and then you've just got this really like light-colored, beautiful sand as well, which helps the watercolor reflect the sun. And I can't say enough good things about this spot.
No complaints from us.
Everyone's super friendly, super welcoming. Even though we don't speak the language, we see a lot of smiles, and we also have to thank, we've got a huge amount of volunteers that have come down to help out with translation, anything that the competitors need, and we probably have as many volunteers as we have competitors.
I'll say more. We probably have more volunteers than
Possibly.
competitors. But yeah, it's been an incredible couple days here. So gorgeous. I'm blown away at the beauty, actually. Driving down, there's so many palm trees along the coast. And right behind us, those mountains, as we were saying. And then a 5-minute walk from where we're sitting right now, a wave pool next to this amazing left point break. So it's impressive.
And a gnarly wave pool at that. It's been featured in some YouTubes of the air section that they produce, and it is probably one of the biggest launch ramps in all of Asia. And I saw a really cool YouTube of this kid Cruz Denofa doing backflips, and there's the girl Patty Zoe, who's also a pro snowboarder, but a full-on aerial prodigy, and doing just crazy stomp down aerials with snowboard style. And we've been told that it's each day is a left and a right, and it varies. And here we have some live action off the top there, trying to find some speed. There, it gets a little hit off that section. Now it's standing up. Throws even more spray on that turn, and now really kind of engaging the rail on those bottom turns as her speed picks up, gets a quick tap there, and it's so interesting. This wave always seems to have more coming. When you think it's over, you can kind of just be patient and have another opportunity coming, and even more with that incoming tide.
Yeah, it's I'm not gonna lie, I've been tricked a few times in this wave, like seeing it on screen and thinking the wave has more to give, and then it kind of just disappears onto that last section. But yeah, I'm liking this ride here from I think this is our woman in red, Rita Suzuki. Good second blast there. Sees that this wave doesn't offer too much on the inside. That wave had a bit of whitewash on it, but she managed it really nicely right behind her. Our woman in green, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, it's looking like it.
Yu Ting Zhang, currently in second place, wants to defend it. I'm liking that second turn. Wraps it around again. She really weaved through this section nicely, closed that one down. So I think she's going to be throwing that 263 out the window.
Yeah, she really built in pace and tempo throughout that ride and just kept getting faster and drivier. So we'll see how she gets rewarded for that. That's what you're saying. She'll probably get rid of the 2.63. Not sure that would reach her higher score of a 4.50. Probably not. It was a much better wave on that score. But yeah, seeing tons of opportunity out there for these riders.
All right, so live action now on her forehand. This is our woman, Chen Zehan. unfortunately just goes over, isn't able to ride out of. That was going to be a really good wave, though. She was fighting back. She needs a 4-1-1. That's not a massive requirement. Just under 10 minutes left. It's going to be a bit of a nail-biting finish. The scores aren't too different.
Yeah, everyone's super reachable requirements. And the requirement for blue to move into an advancing position is a lot lower than our highest scores, so we know the opportunity's out there if they're put together right. And it's definitely not the waves, it's just the wave selection and how they ride it.
Yeah, I've seen quite a few times this event or the past 2 days where people haven't been let down by their surfing pretty much, but because of their wave selections. I mean, on days like today, if you pick a wave that's just slightly bigger than the rest, it does make a difference, you know, and you do have a bit more space to kind of throw more water around or have that deeper bottom turn and go a little tighter in the pocket. So it's an important factor.
It's a tricky wave, and as perfect as it looks, it does kind of move back and forth depending on how much water's on top of the reef. There is sort of that primary main takeoff zone, but it does shift.
All right. So if you were a coach right now, what would you tell Rita Suzuki?
I would tell Rita to, well, had we had less time, I'd wait for everyone else to get waves and have that priority come around to you, and then just guard it. And if a really good one came that you're quite sure that you can improve on your top score to kind of put that distance, go for it. If not, just kind of wait to use that as a block towards the end. I guess that's pretty much what I would say.
What about PU epoxies? Back to that. What would you be riding out here?
So now, I don't want to sound anti-epoxy because I'm actually going to order one for the first time in a long time because I'm now in Japan again. And I'm going to be gaining 4 kilos with a big, thick wetsuit on. But now that the wind's died, the disadvantage of the epoxy become less because the wind's not affecting the way the board moves, not slowing you down going down the face as much. But as the waves have grown longer and you're needing that drive and that travel, that's where the poly's going to kind of come into an advantage.
Yeah. I think Nick was talking earlier to one of the Chinese surfers who won a heat, and they're all riding, most of them are riding PUs out here. So if the locals are riding PUs, that's saying something.
Yeah, and then it happened to be in that interview where I had said that it looked like a PU. It ended up being an epoxy. And I'm like, oh, he just proved me wrong. Darn. But yeah, he goes, yeah, it's an epoxy because that goes faster or something. But everyone's got their preferences.
Yeah.
Also, the heavier the surfer, the more you can sink that epoxy into the water and you don't get that corky feeling.
Yeah.
Whereas the lighter riders, if they don't go down in thickness to where they can sit into the water, it kind of works against you and you're not able to really sink the rail, do the rail work and sink the board in.
Yeah, I think that's part of like the beauty of surfing is, you know, the fact that you can tweak and change surfboards so much, and what some people say has to work a certain way can actually work really different to someone else, and it just changes so much in the minor details. You know, it's pretty crazy.
All right, here we have some live action, and I'm waiting for the little priority boxes to drop off because I can't see the colors that well.
I'm pretty sure this is Shuewing Deng.
Okay, so working their way around, a little like breaking the rhythm there. And that was the end of the line. So you got the ones that end up standing up and growing at the end, and then you got the other ones that really taper off and kind of have the end of the line. So that's where that wave selection comes so key, and being in the right position at the right time with the right priority position. But yeah, I've tinkered around with making my own board since I was 17, and I've literally like driven myself to the point of madness. There's
too many options.
Yeah. It's like, all right, here we go. Putting it on rail. Beautiful turn there. Gets a little hung up in the wash, but able to come out with some speed to redirect. Is able to get over this little double up to have the wave stand up again, but just not enough speed and not enough power in the wave to get in another one. Rita Suzuki taking a small one, just keeping busy and keeping warm. But it's like if you're an artist and you want to paint a picture and you have a pencil or you have every color in the rainbow. If you have every color to paint with, you'll probably sit there with a blank page for an hour.
Absolutely.
And if you can slim down, live action, gets up and above that one, drawing it back, and just a shorter wave, we are starting to kind of see it shift on the reef to where that dead spot that comes kind of the end of the line has sort of shifted and moved to a different spot.
Yeah, that was a really good turn from Yuting Zhang, actually. I'm excited to see the replay of that. But you're right, you know, there's just too many options all the time.
Here we go. Wow, solid connection to the lip, a lot of spray, good reading. Good change of direction, and just showing how much power she came off the bottom with that one with the amount of spray thrown. This one was small from Rita, probably won't work into her scores of 4.73, 4.27. They're still working on that one right now. And off the top on this one, I believe that's green. Wow, gets the fins up and out, releases it, and that one just fizzles out quickly. But it seems like the bigger first wave of the set drives all the way through and stands up. The second one has leftover water, and then it starts getting deeper and starts putting those warbles. The third one, you start getting the backwash reverberation off of those deep spots, and that's where it like really breaks up the tempo. So
I'm loving the detail you're giving us.
In your heat, I'd say try and take the first wave of the set.
Thank you, actually. Yeah, I might need some coaching. All right, live action. Our woman in white is currently in fourth. Unfortunately, just gets that outside rail a little stuck. Isn't able to ride out of it, but just under 4 minutes left. A 5.67 is her requirement. Our woman in green did extend her second position, a 4.20. Makes life a little harder now for Shui Deng and Shen Zehan.
Yep, raise the requirement with that one, bumping things up. And wow, 30-minute heat. We added 5 minutes, but it's gone by just as fast.
Yeah,
there's so much happening out there. We don't have those dead spots between the sets. The frequency of those sets is getting closer together, and that's still without even the push of the tide yet. So things are looking good on the horizon for us.
Yeah, we're going to have a great afternoon of surfing. We're going to do 4 heats of this round of 16 women's, and then straight back into the Pro Junior men's round of 16, finishing off with them as well. I think we're going to be seeing some top-seeded surfers from the men's side. So exciting days ahead here in Wanning.
Yeah, looking for a good afternoon. Thinking of the evening, have you found out if the wave pool does a left or a right today?
That is exactly what I'm going to go figure out once we're done here. I'm going straight to that wave pool, and I'm going to be like, give me all the information you have because I need to try that left.
It looks so fun. I saw the barrel that they put out on the right. If that's the same on the left, it's going to be so much fun, especially with like an evening with dead wind and just butter glass.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be so good. Yesterday did have a bit of that onshore on it, so I could see it affecting the wave a little bit, but I want to try one of those night sessions they have, and I'm sure it's going to be nice and glassy while everyone's partying in town. I'm going to be at that wave pool.
Smart. Definitely always like shift to the opposite option. So 2 minutes left, and everyone out there sitting in the zone. You can see how bundled up everybody is. They've really kind of figured out that there's that main takeoff option, and they're sitting quite close together, probably just waiting for that surfer with the higher priority to make a move so they can move up in that priority rotation as we have live action.
All right, this is looking like our woman in white. I don't want to speak too soon, but nice couple turns, a bit of an inside one, a bit of a smaller wave. I think what's letting her down is what we said earlier, the wave selection. She hasn't been on those sets maybe like Rita or Yuting has, so she's kind of running out of time, but there looks like a couple lines might be coming through, so there's more opportunity.
Yeah, it seems like White's just trying to kind of move away and go on the waves that no one else has interest in and just making things easier on herself, but unfortunately that does mean picking the waves that have less scoring opportunity.
All right, couple sets coming through. It is blue with priority. She'll be taking a look at this one. Gets a little stuck behind on the takeoff, but gets around the section. Bit of a check turn, I would say. Wraps it around nicely for the second one. We'll see a nice, strong finish. Unfortunately, gets a little stuck behind on that wave.
Yeah, it looked like she went into that first maneuver a little too high up in the face, and it kind of threw off her rhythm for the rest of the ride. As we have... Is this green?
Yeah.
So please forgive me for missing these first turns. I'm actually watching the priority box to see what color disappears so that I know what color's up. But yes, that is green. As they move into the different light, you're able to see the colors easily. But we have a backlit screen that we're looking at from the sunshine outside, and it's pretty hard to tell who's up and riding. But
All right.
we always
15
catch
seconds.
up at the end.
Yeah, we catch up at the end. We catch up somehow. Either it's the priority system or
We're just
what
going to
we
clean up
see.
Ben's mess on the replay.
All right, so we're counting this one down already. We're waiting for scores to come through for green, blue, and white. But I am pretty sure it's safe to say that it is Rita Suzuki and Yuting Zhang going into that next round. Congratulations to those girls. Stay tuned. We're going to go to a quick ad break, and we'll see you guys soon.
5, 4, 3.
是孩童的嬉闹，是邻里的闲暇。也有人说，心动是万家的灯火中最温馨的红尘众生。但不论怎样选择，承载心动的都是那座充满生机的城市。它是旅游胜地，是心灵港湾，更是你我难舍的乡愁，奋斗的坐标，拥有的梦想。它是唯一，是偏爱，是那个令人心动的万宁。
Welcome back, surf fans, and this is day 2 of competition for the WSL International Wanning Pro Junior. We're currently in our Women's Pro Junior rounds, and welcome me back in the booth, True Starling, one of my favorite humans on this earth, and we have just been frothing all morning, and True actually went up, relieved Steve Roberts and Robbo from the beach commentary, and I, on my break, listened to the clearest situation calls that I've heard in a while, so big props on that one.
Oh my gosh, this is the nicest entry ever. Wow, thank you, Ben.
No, I primarily do beach commentary on like Olympic qualifiers or things like that, and the main thing is keeping the surfers calm and delivering the judges' information that's passed through your screen, approved by the head judge, out to the surfers and letting them keep informed to be able to map out their heat. As we're watching some beautiful turn off the top here. Looking by the texture, we got a little change in wind direction, but definitely a lot of speed driving through this one, and we haven't introduced the riders. I'm sorry, I'm having too much fun with True being here. So, in white, we have Wang Yiyao. In red, Guo Jintang. In blue, Wu Yaomei. And in green, Xu Jiang. So we have seen a first wave by Yiyao, and that's a 3.17. So all Chinese heat in the water right now.
Yep.
And I figured that all 4 of these competitors probably do a lot of surfing, as we are lucky to have a cool little bio sheet on these riders. A lot of them are new to us.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to learn, and throughout this competition, we're going to really kind of lock these names into our minds and know a little bit more about each of these riders, as well as you guys at home.
Yeah, 100%, Ben. And I think as well will be, these women and men as well in the Pro Junior and the QS, they're going to be sticking around. And I'm really, really excited to see it. I feel like these heats, the Chinese competitors are really just, I feel like every year or every month or maybe even every event, they just keep getting better and better. And it is so exciting to see that, and so exciting to see them just really push the limits of their surfing.
Yeah, and you know what? As I've read through some of these bios, a similar pattern is all of these surfers say that they've started around 10, 11, or 12 years old. So it just shows that when you're able to swim, you've got swimming capabilities, everything else.
Yep.
And everyone, they're trying to really breed these competitors. China is trying to breed strong competitors from a young age and really fill up their team possibilities.
Yeah, and it's so cool to see that, and I think it's definitely at the moment, it's shining through, and it's saying to the rest of the competitors in this draw and everyone else watching worldwide, they're here and they're making that statement. And they're like, we haven't competed in too many events, but that's okay, because we're going to continue to keep doing that and pushing the limits of their surfing and competitive surfing in general. It's really, really cool. And I think for the women too, this year we've seen such an incredible rise in women's surfing itself. And now to see that just grow so much in regards to the Chinese competitors. We've got, out of the 16 females in this round of 16 for the Women's Pro Junior, 13 of them are from China, which is amazing.
All right, well, we're going to throw it down to the glass with Rita Suzuki, winner of that last heat, with Giada Legati. Take it away.
I'm here with Rita Suzuki. Congratulations. Is it your first time in China?
Yeah, this is first time China. Here is so good place. Yeah, I love this place.
So what have you been doing while you've been here?
Sorry?
What have you been eating? Where have you been surfing?
Yeah, food is so good, and yeah, wave is pretty good. Good left side. My favorite place.
Tell us about your surfboard. It's looking so sharp.
Yeah, this is Tokolo 5Z plat model. Yeah, this is my feeling so good. Yeah.
Who are you traveling here with?
With my coach Tepe Tajima and some friend.
What did your coach tell you before paddling out?
First, I will catch the good wave and find some good wave. After that, waiting and wait big wave.
I'm sure you have many fans in Japan. What would you like to say to everyone?
Yeah, thank you for telling me. 日本の皆さんありがとうございます。また次のラウンドも勝てるように頑張るので応援よろしくお願いします。
Arigato. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you so much. And yeah, her favorite place. It's becoming our favorite place as well.
Yeah,
I really love it. And her coach, Tepe Tajima, was a really strong QS competitor that spent a lot of time living in Hawaii. He's here coaching, I think, 6 or 7 of the competitors.
Wow.
So he's stuck on the beach filming and trying to decipher in the morning sun which one of his riders he's filming out with the rest of the competitors.
Wow.
He's got a big job in his hands.
Yeah, he really does. And to have so many, first of all, to have so many competitors that are putting their faith and trust in you, incredible. What an amazing thing for Tepe as well. But then also, to have such a cool career and to be down here on the beach and to share that knowledge. It's really exciting, and to see that shine through right now with Rita Suzuki is awesome.
Kind of like coach and camp counselor, probably.
Fully,
yeah. Trying to work out their meals, everything. Can you believe that? Yeah, that's some pressure that I don't want. But he's a seasoned competitor, and he's probably giving them some great advice. Really, really good surfer. So in this heat, we have Yiya Wang in the lead. She was a competitor in the Crui QS Junior in 2024, and she loves Carissa Moore's surfing. I'm not going to pretend that I actually knew that. I just read that off the bio.
Fair enough. I love Carissa Moore surfing too.
Yes. And we have, you can really see the waves standing up more, and they're able to come off so much harder off the bottom and come into those turns with so much more impact. Whereas earlier, they kind of had to stay light on their feet to keep from going over the back, and also having a lot harder time linking with speed in between the maneuvers. But now they're really kind of coming driving, punching out of it, and so getting a little more dynamic surfing out there.
Yeah, it's looking like it's just offering more, as you said, more and more critical sections. So bring it on. I'm excited to see these women in this heat really go for it, and how they approach, with each other. Let's take a look at this replay. I think this was that last wave of Wu Yaomei. Really nice surfing. That turn there was smooth. Gets up and into that section again. I mean, really, really strong connections. Throwing a lot of spray. No downtime in between turns too, which I absolutely love. I love that one line straight up into each section when she needed to. She was really concise with her turn selection too. So really well surfed wave.
I think that might be considered a ravenous approach.
Oh,
into
yes.
That.
I think so too.
We got thrown some new vocabulary this morning. I think we're going to have an ongoing game throughout this competition. So you may hear some interesting words mixed in the commentary. That's just us trying to keep up on our vocabulary competition.
Yeah, exactly. And we're nothing if not competitive in here, Ben.
Well, it's a lot more waves on offer, and with that extra 5 minutes on the heat, that gives a lot of opportunities, and it's also going to leave a lot of room for things to just shuffle around throughout the heat. And when you have 4 competitors that probably train quite frequently on this wave, you can learn a lot of their position from their positioning, because each one of these surfers probably know the wave better than most of the others. And being junior competitors means you're more of a frother. You're probably out in the water more than the open competitors.
Yep.
And so they definitely have a lot of knowledge and a lot of experience on their placing and positioning in the lineup.
Yeah, for sure. And I think too, you know, it's so funny. I've seen a lot of throughout this whole year, seen a lot of the junior competitors, if there's a QS off the back of it, they're like, yeah, we're going to jump into the QS too, and double dipping the time in the Rashi. And it's incredible how quickly they're growing and how quickly they're learning in regards to, you know, where to sit, the positioning, what waves to catch, you know, the different sort of heat strategies that they want to bring into each heat. It's really cool, and it's giving a lot of these pro junior surfers a really different sense of maturity than I guess what we were used to seeing a couple of years ago, when there wasn't as many pro juniors around. And now that there's more opportunity for them to become better competitors really quickly.
It also just shows the strength and the bright future for pro surfing. And the other thing is also having surfing included in the Olympics. Each country needs to really build up their nations with a handful of competitors, and as sometimes we'll have coinciding events on the same dates, and they want strong competitors in every competition that they can. So you want as many strong competitors that you can send out. Should you have some of your competitors in China, should you have some of your competitors somewhere else in the other part of the world at the same time, your country's going to have a better and stronger chance.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's amazing to see so many different competitors and so many women and men from a bunch of different nations as well is really cool. The variety is incredible to see, and the different approaches. That's that's what I love watching in a lot of these events, is the different approaches to the waves that we see from surfer to surfer. It's really cool to see how they're going to attack it and how they're going to, you know, dance on that wave.
That's also some of the huge value that bringing big competitions like this to your country is. You're watching all of these different approaches from talented surfers from around the world on your own wave, and they're actually teaching you new ways to ride your own wave, which is amazing. And on the double entry point is completely outside of competition. You come to a beautiful tropical surf paradise like this, there's no way to pay to get private sessions out at the premier point break. And so if you're doing double entries, that's just buying yourself sessions with only 3 other people in the water.
Yeah.
It's like paying to go to the wave pool, but with less people.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's so good. And I mean, it probably adds a little bit of pressure and stress, but it's when you rise to those moments. And a lot of these competitors are doing that. And I think, yeah, to have both the QS and Pros Junior here really opens up the field, and we're seeing more competitors, you know, start to get better really quickly. And it's mind-blowing, really, Ben. You know, there's a lot of juniors at the moment that are really paving the way, you know, for even the younger competitors who are just kind of playing around in the shore, having a little bit of fun. And then you see the QSs that are just like leading this different path as well. It's so awesome.
And the other thing is sort of in the mental game side of it. The more heats you surf, especially with these young surfers really kicking off their careers, which is going to be many years of touring, competing, you're starting to get into the heads and learn the thinking of opponents that you're going to be up against in the future. So you're going to be like, oh, I remember this person loves to paddle battle, or this person really gets scores with this turn. And today in these conditions, how are they going to excel compared to me? And you're just building in your memory bank for the future.
Yeah, absolutely. And even like, you know, seeing this drone shot, you could see the athlete area as well going back. You're in such close vicinity of everyone else. So you're seeing how they're warming up. You're seeing what equipment they're riding. You're seeing all of these different things, and you're going, oh, do I need to implement that little stretch into my routine? Or, you know, are they looking at me and what I'm doing and, you know, trying to implement what I'm doing into their routine? It's really cool to see that back and forth. I mean, now I feel like a lot of the competitors here are really focused on doing their own thing, and they're like, you know what works for me works for me. And if it works for someone else, cool, but that's their problem. It's not mine. And they're so focused on themselves pre-heat that it's amazing to see that kind of pay off in a way. I mean, for Riyue Bay right now, the 4.17, she's probably surfed this wave a lot, and she knows how to approach it and what turns she needs to be doing. And yeah, it's, you know, focusing on herself and on her craft and what she needs to do is clearly paying off.
Yeah, and that's also another thing, just as you're saying, that pre-preparation, the coaches are drilling into you having what they've ingrained in your surfing and not getting influenced. And so what may look like another approach isn't necessarily your approach, or because of your weight, because of the way your body's built, that works for them, but it probably won't work for you. And same thing with looking at equipment. It's like, hey, oh wow, everyone's riding a 5.6 and swallowtails are in right now. That might not be your style. And don't try and just jump on don't try and break what's working.
Yeah,
if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Yeah.
Exactly, Ben. Yeah, no, I fully agree as well. And I think that's why we're seeing so many people get so good so quick, because they're just pouring back into themselves and, you know, really focusing on that self-growth. And it's awesome. It's really, really cool to see. And particularly for the female side, you know, being in the Women's Pro Junior right now, it's such a credit to female competitive surfing at the moment and where it's heading and what's to come as well. It's so, so, so cool.
And also with the whole like aerial movement in women's surfing lately,
Yeah.
it's all balancing out so much.
I want to be a ladybird.
I know. No, it is so cool. And I was mentioning about the wave pool just behind us, 6 minutes behind us. It's called the Surf Resort. And there's a girl, Patty Zoe, which came from professional snowboarding. And she is an aerial monster on a surfboard.
Wow.
And stomping huge airs off of the ramps that this place produces. And I think from seeing some of the air sections on some of the YouTube edits, it is a monster ramp. Like, my knees hurt just thinking about the landings coming off of that.
Yeah.
But it's that kind of thing, especially for the Chinese surfers here, having this crazy venue and this basically training ground. It's like if you're a skateboarder and you have a street park, you've got ledges over here and you've got a half pipe over here, you've got a giant mega ramp into a foam pit. They have every little piece to put together all the little elements of their surfing to become a gnarly all-around competitor.
Yeah, it's so crazy. Even when I was here 6 years ago and seeing, you know, what they had here at that point in time in 2020, I was like, wow, they have so much on offer here. This is crazy. You know, it's amazing the tools that they've got to utilize to be better. And I went home being like, okay, the Chinese surfers are going to grow really quickly. And now coming back almost 6 years later to this event and to be able to experience what's going on here, the amount of facilities and things that they have now is like gone. It's not even doubled, it's almost tripled, you know, what they have here to practice and learn. It is amazing what they've got
in such a small amount of time.
Yeah.
And as they mentioned in here, we have some live action. We had a little break for a second there, but small wave. But actually, if you see the amount of speed they're able to drive out of this, nice combination there with a finish.
Wow.
Even on the smaller waves, I'm seeing more speed. I'm seeing more punch to it. So it's definitely helped to get water off of that reef and let it really stand up on those shallow spots.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, here we go.
Flurry of action, taking off right in the perfect zone right there. Able to get around, quick early start into that first one. Sets up nicely for that second carve, drawing it back, being patient, and letting it stand up. This is where there's that little double up step. Some of the bigger ones will give another opportunity. The other ones just kind of push you out the back, but got a lot of work done out the back.
So much work done. I feel like that wave had a lot more power and push to it, so it was really cool to see that back-to-back exchange between Riyue Bay and Wang Yiyao. So we'll see how that one goes. I know that for Wang Yiyao, as you mentioned before, Ben, she started surfing in 11 and was in the QS Pro Junior in 2024. And Krui is a tough one. She was in the Krui Pro Junior in 2024. So it's a hard left, it's scary. It's really daunting. You see the reef and you're like, oh my goodness, please. I do not want to fall off on this crazy gnarly section and go straight into the reef. It's scary.
Yeah.
And to be heading over there for your first ever pro junior, it's brave. It's so brave to go over there and take that on and tackle that challenge. Is really, really cool. And Riyue Bay, she started surfing at 9 years old. And she was able to go into the Asian Championships over here. So that's amazing to see her compete there. And Carissa Moore and Felipe Toledo being her favorite surfers, that's huge. They're two of like the best surfers ever. And I am so excited to be seeing Carissa Moore back on tour next year. That is going to be awesome.
It's so amazing.
Oh my goodness, I cannot wait.
And she's got to be just so hungry.
Yeah.
But it's with Riyue Bay, as you were mentioning, she's been commanding this first 50%, 60% of the heat with just 2 scores, and now she's definitely going to get rid of that backup and distance herself and really solidify that lead position. But stayed really patient with just 2 waves where we saw a lot of the earlier. There were opportunities that came through, a couple dead spots, but really just staying patient and not just going on anything. As we saw some of the earlier heats, we saw surfers just going on waves that didn't really have scoring opportunity and just keeping unnecessarily busy.
Yeah. Yeah, and that word unnecessarily, like if you're being unnecessarily busy, you're kind of putting yourself in a position of being in rhythm on the bad waves. It just happens like that, doesn't it?
Yes.
And I think it's more about being concise in your wave selection. You can be busy, but busy good. You know, you want to be busy on the good waves.
Smart, yes. No, exactly. If you start kind of like getting into that twitchy, acting fast, and also it's just the distance between the arcs of your turns, everything. It's throwing off your rhythm.
Yeah. Yeah, no, absolutely.
It's like trying to play heavy metal to a hip-hop beat.
Yes, I'm loving the music analogies.
I'm such a nerd.
I
I'm so
love it.
bad. I apologize.
No, I love it. I think it's great.
But I mean, surfing it's a dance.
Yeah.
Like everyone's always said, it's like the dance on top of water. There's a different dance for longboarding. There's a different dance for shortboarding. There's a different dance in super small wave groveling. There's a slow dance on long, huge drops, and it's rhythm. The timing of your maneuvers is just like dance moves, you know, and you want things to hit on the beat.
Yeah.
And so if you step outside of the beat, then you're not dancing very well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's me.
And I don't dance very well.
Usually 90% of the time.
Yeah. 8 minutes. And so, okay, there we go. She did make that top score her backup with a 4.33. So blue holding a commanding lead. Green and red still something reasonable, but with their wave selection up until now, they haven't gotten anywhere close to that.
Yeah, unfortunately. And I feel like for Gao Jinting as well, she's only had that one wave of a 0.5. So she needs to be a little bit busier in the back 7.5 minutes of this one. She needs a 5.84, which it's not a big ask, but we haven't seen anything drop like that today in the women's side. So I'm looking forward to seeing how she can approach this next one. And even if she goes, you know what, I'm going to break that into 2 and get a 3.5, then I'll be needing a 3.
Yes, that's what I was going to say. Is the nice positive aspect is she has tons of room to reduce that requirement, but she needs to start acting fast.
Yeah.
It would be nice to have that dropped to a more manageable requirement a little earlier in the heat. And we got something happen here. Here we go. Navigating a little bit of a fat section off the takeoff, but gets perfectly timed in the only kind of critical area of that wave, and the rest is just drawing it back. And so some of these, it seems like we're kind of getting pulses of 2 slightly different directions of swell. And you've got the ones that taper that give you one solid hit, and it's so spelled out of where you got to hit it to get the good score.
Yeah.
And then there's the other ones that really reel. Some of them actually grow later on and give you that opportunity later. But for the most part, it seems like the pattern throughout the last couple of days is on those good ones, you start behind the peak, you make sure that you get in that quick critical pocket before it flattens out, and then you have to regain your rhythm and wait for things to grow. And so it seems like that's been kind of the best approach on the wave.
Yeah, no, I agree. And it feels like it's been the most consistent one as well that we've been seeing, particularly from the surfers that are winning, and it's this heat has been, in regards to wave count, has been pretty slow. We're used to seeing more and more waves, but the quality of the waves is better, which is good.
For sure. And I mean, like from our drone view right now, we are in the middle of winter, well, the beginning of winter, but it shows you how strong the sun is. You can see them just blocking the sun to try and see out on the horizon. It is like a beautiful summer day, and we are going into winter in the rest of the world.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. We're
It's
sitting here
so
barefoot
crazy.
in shorts.
I know. This is almost like home for me at
When
the
I
moment in
go
Oz.
back to Japan, I'm going to be in a down jacket every day.
Oh my god.
And it's going to be right on the cusp of needing boots. And I really don't like surfing in boots.
Wow, no.
I love
thank
surfing
you.
in boots when I used to do airs.
Yeah.
Because it was like skate shoes.
Yeah.
But if you're not leaving the water, it's just like another half kilo of weight on you.
Yeah, I'm good.
And just a weird feeling of not being able to use your toes. I love digging my toes into the board. And, and booties,
feeling
it's
the
just such
wax.
a weird feeling.
Yeah, I'm not about it. I'm not a cold weather person, if I'm going to be completely honest with you, Ben. I'm loving this whole year we've been chasing summer. I'm like, bring it on. We'll go to Indo for sure. We went to South Korea when it was warm there. That was actually really hot. It was so nice. I'm like, yeah, give me the summer. I'm like, shorts and a t-shirt.
Did you go to
every day.
Jeju? Or where were you in Busan, or which part of Korea? The wave pool.
Yeah,
I'm
the
sorry.
wave pool.
Yeah. Look at these
Shield.
lines. Okay, so now we're seeing some action late in the heat. It just keeps getting better and better as far as the wind conditions and the tide conditions. And it's moving out to that juicier part of the reef. I love this. So roundhouse, letting this one build up. Gets a little tap there. This one's kind of fizzling out, so that's not the direction you want. You can see the ones that kind of bend in and they put that whitewash section and just kill your... But finds a grower on the inside just as I spoke too fast. Had one little opportunity after that. So definitely smart. Already on the wave. Might as well sit and see if there's more, and got some more out of that. Two good redirects here. Nice snap off the top there. A little higher up on the lip line. And solid finish. So great surfing.
That was really nice. I liked that wave from Yiyao Wang. That was really smooth. She had some great flow. That kind of tap and that tag in the pocket before she pulled out was really, really nice. I liked it. It was good.
Yeah, excellent surfing by these surfers, and that one kind of fattened up. It's amazing. The good ones are way better, and then the bad ones are actually kind of bad. You know, so you really need to you see that contrast. Nice vertical hit there, setting herself right off the rail into another beautiful carve, snapping it, linking these maneuvers, just no dead time. One rail to the next, no pumping until that section right there, but wow, what a beautiful combination. I think that's the best wave of the heat.
Absolutely. Best wave of the heat.
Best wave of the morning, for sure. Yeah.
First of all, in regards to the wave quality, best wave that we've seen of the day so far, and the surfing on it was exceptional. That was so smooth. I really, really liked the approach there for Yao Mei Wu. That was so, I loved it. I think that's going to be a really, really good score. And like you said, Ben, best wave of the day that we've seen so far.
Yeah, that shows something for what's to come, because we will have that tide coming and getting it even better.
Love that first turn. Sorry, Ben. I just really got so excited for this wave. I mean, this was really smooth surfing and really, really nice connections. This wasn't the one of Yao Mei Wu's, but this was still really, really smooth. I mean, for Yiyao Wang, she throws so much spray, has really good turns. That's going to also be a really, really good score and put her in a great position. And then this one here as well, Shuji Jiang, this locked in at a 2.17. I believe, for that last wave of hers. It was a smaller one, but she found a really good connection on the inside. I honestly don't know how she did this. Her board is just flying through those sections, just really floating through. Not a whole lot on the inside to really make up for that score, but it's this wave here. I'm struggling to see the score. Sorry, that was last of red for Gao Jinyang. Unfortunately, not a great score, but it was this one here. Look at this wave quality. Wow, that first turn was smooth. Really, really strong connection. Gets a drive through that second. I mean, once again, just pushing off that back foot, throwing a lot of speed and power into each turn, and the finish was so strong. This is going to be such a good score for Yao Mei Wu. We just had a 4.77 lock in for Yiyao Wang. We're going to see a better score than that for Yao Mei. Lock in.
I think it's going to go way up. We're down to 1 minute. It's time is just blowing. It's too much fun to be in here with you.
I know.
So we're seeing great surfing.
Yeah, whoa, 1 minute.
Seeing great surfing. We're seeing the conditions pick up. The action's getting closer together now that we've gotten rid of that morning high tide. And I couldn't be having more fun.
Oh, yay.
This is
That's
so
good.
This is so good. And wow. A lot of maturity also from White because she was really calm and cool, waiting to really lock onto a good wave.
Yeah.
And had a few waves go by that she could have tried to kept busy on, but just locked down her positioning in the lineup.
Yeah, and she was really authoritative with that as well. I liked it. I liked the fact that she was like, no, this is what I'm doing. Here we go, live action.
All right, live action. Draws it off the top, comes off the bottom. Quick tap there. Unfortunately, not enough power on the lip to blow her back in there, but blue, 7.50.
Wow.
Holy moly. Yeah, that was really, really good surfing. And White's last also, 4.77. We love that wave. It's done.
It's done. We're out of here.
What just happened to us?
30 minutes fly by. Wow.
Well, that wraps that one up. We're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be back here from the beautiful China's Hawaii, Hainan. And thank you so much, True Starling. We'll see you guys in a second.
President Xi Jinping has called for accelerating the development of Hainan into a free trade port with Chinese characteristics and global influence, and positioning Hainan as a paradigm of reform and opening up in the new era, and a shining Chinese model in the world. Standing at the forefront of China's reform and opening up, the Hainan Free Trade Port, FTP, shoulders a new mission in the new era. The third plenary session of the 20th Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, CPC, stressed accelerating the construction of the Hainan Free Trade Port as a major reform goal. Each step forward by the FTP represents a concrete move by China to embrace the world with open arms. The Hainan FTP covers the whole of Hainan Island. With a total area of 34,000 square kilometers, it is the largest free trade port in the world. It offers clear policy advantages, including low tax rates with dual 15% income tax caps for high caliber, urgently needed professionals, and for enterprises in encouraged industries. Boasting China's first negative list for cross-border trade and services, and the shortest negative list for foreign investment, the Hainan FTP is a more convenient place to engage in trade and investment. As a result of greater openness in transportation in Hainan, the number of international ships now registered at Yangpu Port of China has reached 46, ranking second nationwide in tonnage for registered international ships. Cross-border capital flow is more efficient thanks to the FTP's Multifunctional Free Trade Account, EF account system, which facilitates global business operations. Visiting Hainan is also easier. Ordinary passport holders from 59 countries can now enter the province without a visa. Cross-border data flow trials are progressing steadily, with the China Mobile Hainan Hong Kong.
Wow, we are back. And this is WSL International Wanning Pro Junior now, women's. Round of 16, heat number 3, we have Hinano Shimizu, the twins. One of the twins are surfing here from Japan. Guo Jinghan in blue, Wang Yutian in white, Yang Yu in green. So 3 local Chinese surfers up against 1 Japanese surfer in this heat. So this is 30 minutes heat already. The second last heat of the women's junior round of 16. Welcome back to, you were here, you've been here.
I've been here every heat. I literally don't leave this spot. No, I'm just kidding. Imagine, I'd be so cranky because I would want to be out there enjoying the beautiful rays of the sun because it's hot. It's quite warm out there right now, Dai.
It is quite warm out there now.
Yeah.
I was waking up to well, on screen we have live action. This is surfer in, I believe, not too sure, but beautiful surfing. I love how she using her upper body to navigating all the way to the inside. So that's probably Yang Yu already locked in a 2.17, and that was her second wave. And well, we might stick to the live action because we've seen a lot of lines coming into the lineup, and this is surfing red, I guess. This is Hinano up and riding. Beautiful first turn off top, throwing a bucket of spreads. Unfortunately, this wave just dies out a little bit. And as we have a break in action, we're gonna go head over to Ben Wei with the last heat winner.
Thanks so much, guys. Here with Yao Mei Wu, representing China, and amazing surfing. You did a great job. So the waves were really fun.
Thank you. I take a good one wave.
You have a really nice board, Lost board. Is this your favorite board?
I don't know. Oh, yeah. I like this board.
Yeah, you looked very powerful. Good waves in your heat, better than the morning.
Yeah. Morning wave so small. Here wave so power. Little bit power.
Yeah, well, great surfing. And can we ask for a message in Chinese?
叫什么？感谢大家观看我的比赛。接下来我会继续努力，然后做好自己。
Thank you so much, Shay Shay. And we definitely need Nick Zanella for the next one. But thank you, guys. Back to the booth.
Thank you so much, Ben and Wu Yao Mei. Locked in 11.83 total.
She has 7.5.
7.5. That is the highest score of the day too, probably. Yep. Wow. I think that's the first total, like a two-digit total score this morning. Wow, great surfing. And back to live action, we had quick in and out from surfer in blue, I guess. A few scores locked in. 3.67 for the first wave for Hinano. This is the second wave for Hinano. Nice opening cup to start with. She took off really deep, but managed to come around the section and get the finishing time there. Beautiful surfing from Hinano. She's been traveling quite a long time overseas this year. And this is surfer in green up and riding again. She is non-stop catching a wave, already locked in 2.17 and 2.63. So a lot of waves been ridden in this heat so far, still waiting for the last of Hinano and when Yutian.
Yeah, they were really cool waves. I liked that wave of Hinano. I mean, we've seen Hinano throughout the whole year pretty much. And she's using the priority on this one. You could see she's gone, no, I'm going to take this wave. It looks like a good one. Really nice opening turn. She's driving through with a lot of speed and power. She's a very polished competitor. Loved that end turn too. A little bit of variety, a bit of punch to it as well. So that'll back up the 3.67 nicely. And then this one here as well. Really cool, different approach on this wave. I think that is Yan Yu as well. So she's got another score to lock in. Who's currently in the lead with a 2.17 and a 2.63.
All right, another good scores starting to lock in for Hinano Shimizu. And 2.63 for the last of Yang Yu and 2.17 for the first wave for Yang Yu. So she is currently in the lead with first priority. Still waiting for the last of red and white to lock in. But, wow, Yang Yu's last wave locked in 2.73. So,
wow,
that's going to be her best to score. But we have the second wave for Hinano comes in 3.53. That put her into the lead.
Yep.
So she's currently sitting in the lead with 3.67 and 3.57. And I love this drone angle here. Surfing blue up and riding. This is her second wave. Nice opening check turn to start with. Love the second turn. Critical section to hit. Trying to stay in the pocket. And this is surfing green again. Nice looking wall ahead of her. Beautiful opening carve to the second carve. So unfortunately it comes unstuck on the third check turn, but still beautiful wave and a beautiful combination from Yan Yu. She's getting a lot of waves this heat.
Yeah, she's in rhythm right now. This is super cool. This is Yan Yu, really nice first turn. Look at this wave, just really walling up. Looks so fun. Just tags it there. You can see she's driving through with a lot of speed too. So this is a cool looking wave for Yan Yu. Unfortunately, just can't quite hold on to that last turn. And then this one of Gao Jinghan as well. Tags that section there. She started surfing when she was about 12 years old. And draws a lot of inspiration from Felipe Toledo as well, which fair enough because he's one of the best in the world.
Right.
And yeah, she's just really hoping to show a great performance in this event, and she's doing that so far, which is awesome to see.
Definitely. So she must be using Sharp Eye surfboard then.
Surely, surely.
She's inspired by Felipe. That means probably using
Toledo.
Sharp Eye.
Yeah, his model. I love that.
Does he have a model? His model?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh,
The
Toledo.
HT2?
Oh,
or the
HT2.
Toledo. Maybe both.
Yeah, right. So probably she's using one of his model. So last wave for Gao Jinghan comes in at 2.57, but the last wave for Yan Yu comes in at 4.17, which is the highest score so far in this heat. She is building up really great. She's having a great heat at the moment. She's currently sitting the second, but needing 3.03 to go into the first. Not a big requirement for Yan Yu. She's already locked in a 4.17. So.
Yeah, wow, that's awesome. A 4.17, best wave of the heat so far already. And, you know, in the likes of Hinano Shimizu, she is the more experienced competitor in this heat, in my opinion. And, yeah, Yan Yu is really nipping at her heels right now, getting the best wave of the heat. So let's see if Hinano can answer back. Her sister, is Hinata here?
Yes, she's going to be surfing in the heat 4. So next, she's coming up next. She's probably getting preparing her heat, but also she's probably watching her sister's heat. So they are traveling together, probably with Hiroto Ohara. No, not Ohara, Hiroto Arai. Sorry. They are from the same area in Japan, and actually Hiroto Arai's dad has surf shop. And these two, the Hinano and Hinata, used to go to his dad's surf shop. That's where I believe they learned how to surf.
Wow.
Or like they're actually twin dad were surfing with Hiroto's dad. So they have a lot of
really cool history.
Cool relationship.
Yeah.
So pretty much Hiroto Arai is their mentor and surf coach.
That is so awesome, and to have him here with the team, the Shimizu team, the squad, that's awesome. It's so cool to see them together, and when you're traveling with a really good group, it makes everything easier.
Definitely, it feels like you're home back in the Japan, but back in the live action, beautiful opening carve. That is a surfer in white. Wan Yutian is currently sitting in the fourth place, but this wave gives a lot of steep walls to walk on. Beautiful surfing, beautiful combination from Wan Yutian, needing a 6.0 to go into the second place, but she's only locked in 0.9 and 0.8, and probably the last wave will be a pretty good score for Wang.
Yeah, I think so too, and I'm really liking the approaches here. Let's take a look at this one, and it's such a fun wave. Look how clean it is out there right now. Beautiful opening turn, really opens up the shoulders, just slices away for that second one and gaining heaps of speed and momentum. And you can see it's really tricky to do these turns, particularly when there's not that much power like that last one. The wave kind of lacks a bit of power at the end, but she was like, you know what, it's all good, doesn't matter. I'm just going to power through it and get the job done. And I really liked that wave from Yitian Wang. It was, really, really good surfing. She had great connections and not many mistakes on it as well.
Yeah, she did everything she could on that wave, and especially first wave, she uses her rail really well, and she's up and riding again. Nice back-to-back wave from Yutian Wang. So trying to get 2 scores on the scoreboard. We are still waiting for the previous wave from Yutian Wang, and the fourth wave will be coming to lock in soon. We have 15 minutes and 50 seconds left. So from this women's juniors round of 16, we actually have extra 5 minutes.
Yep.
30-minute heat.
Yep.
It's a big call. You know, we don't really get to see 30 minutes heat in an earlier round, but fair enough, because it's still providing opportunities, but sometimes it can get really quiet in the ocean, so it's fair enough to add 5 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think too, we saw the high tide at about 10:57 this morning. So we've passed it. It's about 11:26 local time now. So we've passed that high tide, and hopefully the waves are going to continue to get better. The extra 5 minutes is just allowing these pro junior surfers to find themselves on the best waves right now.
And it looks like we have Yu Yan up and riding, currently sitting in 3rd place. Actually, nice first and a second turn, and love the check turn. Just she's trying to be, staying in the pocket, really navigating surfboard really well. But the previous wave for Yutian Wang comes in at 4.90, and the last wave for her comes in at a 3.13. These 2 waves put her into the lead, so she's currently heat leader, and Hinano Shimi's in 2nd place with first priority, needing 4.37 to go back into the lead. Yu Yan now needs 3.03. Jinghang Guao needs 4.67 to go into 2nd. So Yutian Wen did a great job to go into the lead.
Yeah, really good job. And to get that best wave of the heat, I fully agree with it. I felt like the surfing was really smooth, the wave was really good. I fully agree with that decision in regards to the 4.9. I felt like she was just in rhythm on that wave, and she found herself some really good opportunities. So for these pro junior women, they're really showing up right now, and it's exciting to see it.
Right, and back to live action, we have South and White up and riding. Nice first turn, floats the section. Unfortunately, comes unstuck and goes down. But there's still plenty of time left on the clock. So that was Surfer in the white, Yutian Wang, trying to get rid of the 3.13, extending her lead.
Yeah, I feel like for Hinano and Hinata, they're, the sisters and the twins, I feel like in this pro junior, as well as Rita Suzuki, they would probably be the favourites to be going deep into the draw. Oh, sorry, we'll come back to that.
So this is South and Green important wave, needing 3.08 to go into the second. Nice couple of turns, and it gets the finish. Unfortunately, box the rail a little bit, but at the back we have South and White up and riding. Nice off the top and generating so much speed coming on the section, and it gets the finish there. And she's not stopping yet, surfing all the way to the inside. So Yutian Wang find a good rhythm in the ocean now.
Yeah, she found really good rhythm. That's a 3.03 for sure. She's she's going to find herself up into an advancing position and put that pressure onto Hinano Shimizu, because Hinano needs to answer back, and pretty strong right now.
Ooh,
wow.
Hinano just uses her first priority, but unable to go on the wave. So that was a little bit of mistakes, but that's okay. She regains the second priority. But now Jinghang Guao has a chance to improve her situation. This is her up and riding on her backhand. racing down the line, trying to get one turn in, but unfortunately caught behind. So she probably needs to get back out there and trying to get away for 4.67 to go into the second. 11 minutes and 30 seconds left. Yeah, like you said, I think a lot of pressure is building up for Hinano Shimizu because I'm pretty sure she's expecting to get through this heat because this is her first round and definitely wants to get through this to the next round.
That's actually what I was going to get at before we got a flurry of waves is Hinano and Rita and also Hinata. I feel like they're the more experienced competitors in this draw. We saw Hinata progress through, Rita progress through a little bit earlier today, which is awesome to see that. But I feel like these Chinese competitors have really come out of the gates firing and took a lot of pretty much everyone here by surprise in all the best ways.
Definitely.
You know, so I feel like Hinano really needs to bring her A game right now because Yan Yu has a score to lock in. I think it's a score. Wow, it takes her straight up into second place. Sorry, so Hinano needs something.
Wow, so there's a situation changed. Last wave for Yu Yan comes in at 3.30. That was enough her to move into the second place. Hinano now needs 3.81 and Jinghan Guao now needs 4.94. And sometimes you don't, because we haven't seen these Chinese surfers in other competition, but back to that after this ride. This is a live action from South and Blue needing a 4.94, but unfortunately couldn't get right out of it. But sometimes South against the local surfers get you really nervous moments.
I agree. I think as well it's so tough because you know that they have a special connection with the area and with the ocean out here. So Hinano is probably thinking, okay, I need to sort of sit in a similar zone to them and be on the best waves. Right now, she's in a good spot. She has 9.5 minutes and she's back in that first priority rotation. So she has the opportunity to really push for that 3.81, but it's just whether she can capitalize on the next best opportunity. She needs to just really go for it and almost push for fours because you can see Wang Yitian and Yan Yu, they both have scores in the 4+ range. So Hinano really needs to strive for that.
Definitely, even the requirement is 3.81, like you said, Hinano needs to go for a 4-point range. Otherwise, these two, at the moment, Yutian Wan and Yu Yan have a great rhythm in the ocean, so they know which wave they need to catch. So definitely Hinano has to capitalize the next chance to get a 4-point range.
And she has the ability to do it. She's such a great surfer. She has so much talent. It's just a wave that she needs to be really selective with, I guess, from now on.
Right.
I feel like we've been saying that all morning too, that wave selection comes into, it's so important to be out there and on the best waves. And we've seen Yitian Wang and Yu Yan both on the best waves and sitting in first and second right now.
And it just showing that there's still potential on the wave once you on the right ones, because Yitian Wan just locked in a 4.90 for the third wave and 4.17 for the Yu Yan. So definitely there's some great steeper wall to walk on. So yes, it's all about wave selection. We always say that, but it's tricky out there.
Yeah, it is tough.
And this is Surf and Blue needed 4.94 to go into the second. She is on the smaller size waves, but she's surfing all the way to the inside. Probably she needs to be on the bigger size waves to get this requirement, because it has to be the highest of the heat. 4.94 is the requirement for Jinghan Guo. So the last wave comes in at 1.83, not enough, still needing 4.94 with 7 minutes to go.
She's got the time. I just feel like, the wave selection, unfortunately for Guo Jinghan, hasn't been hasn't really been up there that we've been seeing from Yitian Wu and Yu Yan. I think she just needs to find herself on some better waves. But I think right now the real threat is Hinano Shimizu. She's got that first priority. She knows how to get high threes. It's not a big ask for her. So I think we could see this change in the next 6.5 minutes. She just needs to remain really composed. I mean, her sister Hinata is paddling out there right now, or in the next minute and a half, and she's probably feeling pretty stressed right now for Hinano.
Well, probably she is, But well, on screen we have live action. That is a Jinghang Guo up and riding, needing a 4.94. But probably that wave won't be that requirement. But even Hinano has first priority. You don't want to be stuck with the first priority for a long time, because it builds up a lot of pressures, especially you're in the third place and you know that the requirement is really small, 3.81.
Yeah.
But still sticking with the first priority for quite a long time get you really nervous.
Yeah, so nervous. You're in a position where you're thinking, oh, okay, I've got just over 5 minutes to go, and it's, we've already had 25 minutes in this heat. The whole chunk of it's, there's more past than future in this one. So it's really stressful, and it's tough to be in a position where you're waiting on the waves and you're waiting on something else to provide the opportunity. Hopefully there's time, and hopefully there's the ability for the waves to, really pull them through. We've seen it be a little less consistent, but the quality of waves have been better.
I reckon, yes. It's feels like it was cleaner this morning. I was clean this morning, but it feels like it got a lot cleaner, on the lower tide, because we are just passing the higher tide now, and the low tide is on the way, and hopefully, well, it's looking like this condition is improving a lot. But looks like the set coming into the lineup, but no takers on this one, and 4 minutes and 30 seconds left. So a lot of pressure is building up for Hinano and Jinghang Gao. So Hinano up and riding. Yes, this is Hinano up and riding. Nice first turn. And straight into the second. Nice combination. There's no downtime in between turns. And she did get the third turn in and gets the first turn in. That was more like a vertical finish. And she got the great finishing turn. So that was more like Hinano.
Yeah, that was really nice. I liked that. You're right, Dai. That was more like Hinano. That was her showing up. She's gone, hang on a second. I'm so not happy with the position I'm in right now. And she just... That first section, I like how she kind of pulled back a little bit and then really opened up here. You can see the grit and the hunger right now from Hinano Shimizu. She's really starting to just belt away on her backhand and find some great opportunities. Good finish as well. So we'll see a situation change for sure.
Well, but definitely I got a feeling that it's going to be a requirement, 3.81. Possibly it can't be the best. Well, yeah, close to the best score of the heat. It's a great combination from Hinano. And it wasn't one of the set, actually. It was one of the medium set that hold and break inside.
Yeah.
So she did a great job with the wave selection as well.
Yeah, I agree. I think, she's put herself in a really good position right now to answer back and to fight herself back into this heat. She may even go into the fours, I feel like.
Yeah, I got a feeling that too, Can't be going to the 4-point range with that ride. So 2 minutes and 40 seconds to go, and this heat still waiting for the last of Hinano Shimizu. Nervous moment for all the surfers at the moment, but looks like this is Surfing Green up and riding, important wave, big first turn, come around the section, blows off the bottom and gets the third turn in. Get a lot of turns in on this one, but last wave for Hinano comes in at 5.33, which is the highest score in this heat. Yang Yu Yan now in the third place, needing 3.87 to go back into the second place.
Wow, that is a huge situation change. A 5.33 for Hinano. That's really just a big feather in the cap, and she's gone from waiting for quite a while for that wave to go straight up into first place. Is amazing to see her do that. And yeah, like you said, Hinano Shimizu, she's back, and she's
back.
That was the real her. I love it.
Right, she's done a job, and she's back in the game with a 5.33 and a 3.67. Probably she was a little bit nervous in the first 20 minutes, but she did a great job. She did a great wave selection, and she got the point. Now she's in the lead with 1 minute and 15 seconds remaining. So Yu Yan currently sitting in the third place, needing 3.83. Jin Han-guo now needs 5.50, has to be the highest score in this heat with 1 minute remaining.
And that last one of Yu Yan's did not go into the top two, so she's lucky because she's back out there and she has an opportunity to get one more wave, but not so lucky in regards to being in fourth priority.
Yes, this is probably South and Blue trying to look for the 5.50, but unfortunately didn't have the wall to work on. And that probably was South and Green trying to get a wave. So is there going to be another good wave for all the surfers with the 30 seconds on the clock? No takers on this one, so seems like everyone just positioning themselves a little bit too deep in the lineup now.
It's really coming down to the wire in this heat as well. I mean, 10 seconds to go, and Yan Yu has put on such a great performance this whole heat. It'd be an upset to see her get knocked out as well.
Right. So that was a Yu Tian-wan using her first priority. It looks like it's Hinano and Yu Tian-wan moving into the next round. So we're going to go to the quick break, and we'll be right back with the last heat of the Women's Pro Junior round of 16.
So we're going on to the next heat in 3, 2, 1.
Marine cable now put into operation. A ship needs to maintain stability to sail far on the ocean. The promulgation and implementation of the Hainan Free Trade Port Law of the People's Republic of China has provided solid legal safeguards for the development of the Hainan FTP. The Hainan FTP is accelerating the development of a modern industrial system spearheaded by tourism, modern services, high-tech industry, and high-efficiency tropical agriculture. It is leveraging its advantages in temperature, ocean depth, geographic latitude, and ecological environment to build a key practice site for new quality productive forces. The Nanfan Agricultural Silicon Valley has been responsible for cultivating over 70% of China's crop varieties. Major marine technology and equipment represented by the Fendoja Striver Deep-Sea Manned Submersible were introduced in Hainan. The Wenchang Space Launch Center, China's southernmost low-latitude coastal space launch site, is where the Chinese space station, Tianwen-1 Mars probe, and Chang'e 5 spacecraft were successfully launched. Also located in Wenchang is China's first commercial space launch site, capable of handling domestic and international rocket launches. In its effort to create a clean energy island, Hainan is expanding offshore wind power and hydrogen production and speeding up the development of internationally competitive green energy supply chains. Standing at the intersection of the Chinese mainland and Southeast Asia, two of the world's most dynamic markets, and facing the Pacific and Indian Oceans, the Hainan FTP is leveraging its unique geographic strength to make itself an important hub for domestic and international dual circulation. It is rapidly evolving into a headquarters base for Chinese enterprises to enter overseas markets, and a headquarters base for enterprises from countries and regions overseas to enter the Chinese market. Consumer spending is thriving with the buying and selling globally model exemplified by the China International Consumer Products Expo, held for 4 consecutive.
Beautiful Riyue Bay is still providing a good left. My name is Dai Wako in the booth with Giada Legati. Welcome back. We are now into Women's Pro Junior round of 16, heat number 4. Hinata Shimizu in red, Xiao Zhang in blue, Jingwei Wang in white, Jia Yuyi Liu in green. Welcome back, Giada.
Thanks, I'm excited.
This is the last heat of the Women's Pro Junior round of 16. So it's going to be a great matchup again. And already Jingwei Wang served. So this is live action. Hinata up and riding. Nice couple of turns. Quickly it kicked out so that she can gain the higher priority probably. But already 4 minutes in. So this is a 30 minutes heat. Extra 5 minutes were added in this round of 16. You know, the waves still providing a good opportunities, but sometimes it can get really quiet and it's not as consistent as this morning. So why not have 5 more minutes plus?
Exactly. You know, I think as we get deeper into the round, they start to get more important. We had a bit of a lull. So adding those extra 5 minutes, maybe for someone who doesn't surf, doesn't, you know, think that's a lot of time. But if you've done heats before, 5 minutes could change your entire heat.
You don't really see it in an earlier round actually.
Yeah.
You always see it in the finals, you know, 30 minutes hit. And it's a long time actually when you surf in the competition. But looks like we have surfer in. Whoa, she is probably surfer in blue hat. That was a surfer in blue, Xiao Sang. Quick in and out, unfortunately goes down on that one. So few scores locked in already. 3.33 for the first wave for Hinata Shimizu. And this is surfer is up and riding. That could be a Liu Xiao. So few minus scores locked in for Wang Jingwen, 2.50, 1.50 for Xiao Wei Liu. So this is the first wave for Hinata.
All right. Loving this wave from Hinata. She got straight to the point. 3.33. I've always really liked Hinata's style. It's very calm. She doesn't rush her turns, and I think this types of condition is probably where she thrives.
Definitely, we do get a lot of similar conditions in Japan, and her twin sister has just, you know, got through the heat number 3. So definitely, she wants to get through the heat and moving into the quarterfinals. And looks like true with the last heat winner, Shimizu Hinano.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dai. Hinano, congratulations on your heat win.
Thanks so much.
How are the conditions out there?
Yeah, so I'm so nervous because so strong heat and I had to catch the good waves, but I couldn't catch the waves. I'm so happy.
You got your best wave, the 5.33 in the last pretty much 2 minutes. What were you thinking on that wave?
Yes, I'm focused to myself and so brace then. Yes, I focused to myself.
What board are you riding?
Yes, this is my half carbon, so amazing board. Small waves and big waves, very good.
And is there anything you'd like to say to anyone back at home that might be watching and supporting you in Japanese?
いつも応援とサポートありがとうございます。今のヒートはすごい緊張してしまって試合運びもライディングもうまくできなかったんですけど、次はしっかり修正して頑張っていくので次も応援よろしくお願いします。
Thank you so much, Hinano. We'll send it back to you guys.
Thank you so much, True and Hinano. Great information, and she's using a carbon surfboard, and probably this type of equipment suits this condition. So definitely the board works really well for Hinano. So now Hinata, her twin sister, is in this heat number 4. They are traveling all the time together. Probably this time traveling with Hiroto Arai as well, because you know Hinata and Hinano spent a lot of time with Hiroto when they were young. They used to go to Hiroto's dad's surf shop, so there's a great relationship between Hinata, Shimizu sisters and Hiroto Arai.
Oh, that's What a great person to have as a close friend. You know, Hirota has been doing these contests for so long, and he probably has so much insight and experience and tips to give them. So I'm sure that they're definitely going to be taking advantage of that. And right on your screen, this is White.
We have Surfing White up and riding. Nice couple of turns. It was one of the smaller size waves that loved the last turn. She just went the vertical off the top. Unfortunately, it comes unstuck and goes down. It was still great technique, great surfing. So let's take another look. What did you think?
I like it. It was one of the smaller ones, but she surfed it really nicely. She didn't really lose her speed throughout her turns. I think she pulled off in the right moment, took advantage of that part, but unfortunately just kind of fell over and wasn't able to complete it.
So Hinata is up and riding a nice first turn, nice carve turn to start with. But unfortunately, you know, the wave just dies out a little bit. So again, wave selection is going to be the key factor to get through the heat.
Oh, absolutely. It's a huge thing. And, you know, Jingwei Wang, one of our Chinese surfers, she started surfing at age of 11. So maybe not too long ago. And she loves left point break. So this is probably her comfort zone. She's probably really happy that this is where she's at. And look at this wave from Hinata. I love how she really extends that back foot when she does those backhand turns and gets back to that power source close to the whitewash. So I'm loving her style.
She's surfing. She's been surfing great, and she's been, you know, like her sister says, they've been focusing on their surfing quite long. Last couple of months, they've been surfing at the wave pool. And back to live action. This is surfing in green. Nice first turn. It is one of the smaller size waves, but still managed to surf all the way to the inside, trying to get a steeper section, and it gets one more turn in. So couple turns at the back and gets a finishing turn there. So great surfing from Riyue Liu.
Yeah, just looking at some results here. Hinata Shimizu getting a 17th in the Riyue Pro earlier this year. That's probably one of her best results. She got a 13th at the QS 2000 at Hamamatsu Open. And so she hasn't really gotten past that 25th zone in the QS 6000. So I'm sure this is going to be a great opportunity for her. That double dip in. Love this wave though. That turn was super critical. I'm loving the confidence that I'm seeing in Hinata. You know, probably seeing her sister do well in the heat before. That brings that drive and fire to want to, you know, get past this heat. Sometimes having siblings in the same contest, you don't even think about the rest of the competition. You probably just want to beat your sibling.
Right. You know, Hinano was earlier heat, and she had a really struggling moment in a half of the heat. So that's probably what, you know, Hinata was thinking. You know, she's now trying to get herself really busy. So she's already locked in two major points, and now third wave she's locked in a 3.67. So she started early. She already locked in the two pairs of, you know, threes. So she's doing great, Hinata.
Yeah, these girls have a lot of competition under their belt. They've done the rounds. We've seen them in Indonesia. We've seen them in Japan, and they're very international. They're comfortable in these situations, and this is only a pro junior for them. So they're looking comfortable. This is kind of like their warm up heat.
Right, definitely. Well, looks like we have Hinata. That is surfing white, actually. Beautiful first time, pushing the tail really hard, throwing a bucket of sprays. This wave didn't really stand up for her, but still managed to put a big, powerful carving turn. That was Jingwei Wang. This is a replay of last of white.
I love that first turn. She really extends the back foot and pushes super hard. The turns were a little bit repetitive, but it was just a wave that wasn't offering so much to do anything so different. But this turn is the money turn. Love that one. Extends the back foot, gets back to the power source, wastes no time. You can see her constantly moving her board, constantly tapping it, making sure it doesn't lose speed. It's staying active, it's staying alive. And in conditions like this where it's a bit smaller and a little bit with less power, it's important to have that board constantly moving.
Right. It's important to have the great work to maintain the speed. Condition like this, when it's smaller and when it doesn't have really power to push you, so you gotta have the rail work, and that's exactly Jing Wang did on that wave. So last wave for her comes in at a 2.73, currently sitting in the second place. 4.27 is the requirement for the first place. Riyue is in third place, needing 3.43. Xiao Tang now needs 5.10 to go into the second place. But there's still heaps time left on the clock, 16 minutes and 25 seconds. So there's gonna be definitely a couple more sets for them to come in.
Yeah. So what have been some of your highlights being here in China?
In China, probably surfing this point, because I was here about like 12 years ago for the competition. Wow, this is Hinata up and riding. Nice first, and this wave has a steeper wall compared to the last two waves. A nice two-turn combo and stay in the pockets, probably trying to surf all the way to the inside, trying to get one more turn in. Didn't offer so much after the two turns, but still great two-turn combo.
Wow, you were here 12 years ago?
Yes, actually.
Oh, that's a long time. All right, we'll get back to it. This is Riyue. Sorry, I can't say that right now. And she's on a good-looking wave. I like that first part. That is Riyue Liu. Excuse my first attempt at that. This wave was looking so good from Hinata Shimizu, probably one of the best back-to-back turns, got around this section. Unfortunately, there gets a little stuck behind, but recovers nicely and finishes pretty strong. She really milked it all the way through. I don't think she even had to necessarily do that, but you know, just to make sure she got those extra maybe 0.5 or 1 point. Love that turn.
Wow, that's super critical section to hit, and she didn't waste any time on that wave. So she did a great job. Little bit, missed time there, but still great combination. And that could be a really good number for Hinata Shimizu. But yeah, 10 or 12 years ago I was here for the competition, and I always remember I really liked this point.
Really? All right, so what are the main differences you see from 12 years ago to now?
All the setup. And then 12 years ago, I'm pretty sure these palm trees are not here.
Oh, really? So this is all new behind us?
Yeah, all grass. That's it. And I was walking on the grass to actually come to the competition site. So I didn't actually recognize this place. It's totally different. No palm trees about 10 years ago. And no restaurant at all, probably like one or two.
What were you guys eating?
I don't remember. Probably at the hotel.
Makes sense. Were you guys staying at the same hotel that we were at, or somewhere else?
Somewhere else, and we didn't have that hotel we were staying to this time back then. And we did have Four Seasons Hotel somewhere, about like 20 minutes away from here.
Wow. Okay, so you guys had to do the drive every morning.
So
wow.
It's a big difference.
Were you here competing or were you working?
I was working for the QS.
Okay.
I was judging actually.
Okay, right. So I recently found out that Dai Wako is a judge. Since when?
Since 10 years ago, yeah. I did a couple of the QS for the women, and then I did a lot of juniors event in Japan.
Okay, so would you say that it was the impact of surfing and surf competition that helped grow the tourism here?
Yes, I gotta say yes, because as you can see, there's beautiful left-handed break here and there's beach break there, so definitely it was the surf destination back then too.
Yeah, I think a couple places that I've personally seen grow with surf tourism. The first one and closest to home, I'd say, is Cruy. I remember the
Right.
first year going to Cruy in 2018, there was nothing. Like, there was nothing. There was a couple hotels where they set up the contest and then a couple homestays. And now there's full-blown villas that you can find, like same villas that you can find in Bali.
Right.
And the other place I'm thinking about as well is El Salvador. Same
Oh,
thing.
right,
I went
yeah.
there first time years ago in 2021 or 22. 2021. We'll get back to that. This right now is our surfer in white, Jingwei
Ooh,
Wang.
wow.
Good first turn. Unfortunately, fumbles on that second one, but recovers nicely. She's going to have to finish it strong. And she does. I'm liking this wave from our woman in white. Shuts this one down. Unfortunately, gets that inside rail a little dug right behind her, though. Green.
Up and riding, surfing green on the smaller size waves. Couple turns down, but the first wave, first turn for Jingwei Wan, that was one of the biggest turn in the morning, definitely. And at the back, probably that's Hinata up and riding. Nice vertical off the top. Little bit caught behind, unfortunately didn't get a finishing turn there, but still beautiful first turn from Hinata Shimizu. She's already locked in a 4.67 for the previous wave, but this was the wave. First turn, huge turn, throwing buckets of sprays, but unfortunately she bucked the rail a little bit there, but managed to surf all the way to the inside, and there here comes the last section. She hit it, but unfortunately goes down. Still beautiful surfing though.
Yeah, I don't think that last turn is going to really matter because she got most of the damage done out the back. So this is looking like our surfer in blue having a go at a bit of a smaller inside one, but she's surfing it really nicely. It was mostly the wave not giving her too much opportunity, but I'm excited to see that score for white. The judges taking a good think of it. And it's looking like it's going to be her best score of this heat for now.
Yeah, you're right. Few good scores locked in, and last wave for Jingwei Wang comes in at a 3.83. That's pretty much for one maneuver, and this is her up and riding, trying to building up the score line right now. But 3.83 for just one, pretty much single maneuver.
Exactly, you're right. She fumbled a little bit on the second turn, didn't finish it. So 3.83 for one turn is really good. You know, usually we've been seeing throughout the day people getting that score on maybe 3 or 4 turns, where she got that on one. So if she backed that one up, that definitely would have gone into the 4s or 5 range.
Well, definitely, yeah. Wow, so this heat is getting excited. Currently, Hinata is in the first place, and Jingwei Wan is in second. Riyue is in third place, needing 4.76, and Xiao Tang in the fourth place, needing 6.43. Has to be the highest score in this heat to go into the second, but there's still a lot of time left on the clock, and there's going to be a lot more opportunities for all the surfers.
All right, looking like a couple sets coming through. It's much cleaner today. You can really tell the lines, the difference between waves. Yesterday, I feel like with that wind, it was a little bumpy, and there was waves coming from everywhere, whereas today you can kind of see that more point break style wave that we've been kind of expecting. So it's been a great morning of competition and seeing all the juniors come out. Coming up next, we have the men's junior round of 16, where we're going to see the top seeded surfers of the juniors. Just looking at the first name there, Iko Watanabe is an incredible athlete, and I am very excited to watch him compete.
That's a big name coming up next in a men's pro junior round of 16. Iko Watanabe coming up in the first heat with Jay Liu and Shuai Wang and Charles Lee. Wow, that's going to be a great matchup in the men's side. But so this was your first time in China, and you told me that you this is not what you were expecting.
Yeah, absolutely not. I had no expectations coming here, but
Yeah.
this is definitely not what out of my no expectations, this is not what I was expecting. It's so much more green and beautiful and
Right.
island-like than I thought. But then it has the contrast of those big buildings out the front, which is bizarre to me because they told me it's actually an artificial island. It's not natural. So they built those. Those are apartments where people live at. And then behind us are these big mountains where it looks like maybe a little bit more like Hawaii or Tahiti with those coconut trees. So the contrast is really different. And we've been here for 3 days already, and we've had great waves for 3 days, you know.
Right.
So I think it just shows how consistent this place is. It's already midday, and it's still glassy.
And that's not happening in the other places, but looks like we have Surfing White up and riding, and then she's on the way to the great score, great couple of turns done at the back. So she's trying to get rid of the 2.73 now to go into the first. So her requirement is 4.52 to
All
reach
right,
the first.
let's break this one down. Big first backhand carve there.
Wow.
Love that second one. Really tight in the pocket. It was sharp. She backed it up again with that last kind of closing tap turn. I wouldn't say it was as strong as her previous one, but it was a great way to kind of tie the bow on this wave and just finish it off. Such a powerful surfer, you know. This
Wow.
turn is the one I'm talking about. Most of her surfboard was out of the water, and there we have it. 617 shoots to first. Wow, that's
Wow.
some good backups. You know, she's just gotten better and better throughout the heat.
Definitely, she's already ridden 7 waves, but locked in 3.83 for just a single maneuver, and she put everything together on the last wave. That locked in 617, which is second highest score in this division. Actually, we've seen 7-point ride in an earlier heat, but 617, that is a huge score for today's condition.
Yeah, that is a great score. I think probably one of the highest we've seen drop throughout the event. 617 on a day like today is probably feels like a 10.
Right, definitely. You know, having the wave selection has to be on point. The maneuver you took has to be on point. So that's every box checked from her, and that's how she got the 6.17.
Yeah, Jingwei is keeping really busy. She's already caught 7 waves. She's creating that opportunity for herself. She's not sitting still. She's keeping that flow going, and it's looking like it's really working for her. Her scores have only gotten better throughout this heat. So it just shows that her strategy is really working.
Right. Now probably she, you know, figure out where to sit, what kind of wave she wants to get, but she will be definitely trying to get rid of the 3.83. But she is up and riding again on smaller size waves, but went for it vertical off the top, throwing buckets of spray. It's a smaller size waves, but wow, the surfing was there.
Wow, I'm really impressed with Jingwei Wang. I think her style is really good as well, and she's very strong, and she doesn't lose speed throughout her turns. I mean, look how big this wave is. It's tiny. And look at this turn. Boom.
Wow.
Straight in the pocket.
Right.
A lot of spray out the back. She's doing really well.
Wow, she doesn't need a set wave to score. Can be, you know, replacing her backup score 3.83 with that one single maneuver. That's a huge first maneuver off the top.
She's kind of that type of surfer that can create her scores, even though the wave isn't giving it. Like, she creates scores out of bad waves.
Right.
Whereas, like, people like me need good waves to get good scores.
But looks like we have surfer up and riding. That is surfing in green, needing a 6.54, but good couple turns at the back. And staying in the pocket, trying to get finishing turn here. This is where wave can get stand up for her, but unfortunately she goes down, so needing 6.54. So last wave for Jingwei Wang comes in at a 3.30. It is not going to her best to score yet. But still, she's showcasing her great technique. 3 minutes and 50 seconds left. So last wave for green, Riyue Bay comes in at a 2.70, which is the best score for her. Still needing 5.64 to go into second.
All right, so interesting facts. Jingwei Wang, her first time competing in the WSL was in 2020 when we were here in the Corona Open China. It was a QS 5000 at the time, and she got 61st. Then she stopped competing up until 2025, where she went over to Phillip Island for the QS 3000, got a 53rd. Went over to Riyue Pro, QS 6000, got a 65th. And in this one is doing that double dipping. She's doing this Pro Junior as well as the International Wanning Corona Cero Pro.
Wow, so she's back in the Jersey 2025. So she's probably practicing every day and just she decided to showcase her
Yeah,
surfing
it's
now.
incredible. She's really has been a bit of a standout for me, I would say, for this event.
And she's up and riding again. Nice floater, come around the section, straight into the big curve. It's a great combination already. But this wave just, dies out a little bit. But, she's just showcasing a lot of really good techniques there. She just uses a different maneuver, different approach. She floats and it come around the section, a big carving turn. So that's another great combination from Jingwei Wang. And like you said, yeah, she's one of the standouts for me too.
Yeah, that I love having these little surprises, and this is probably her home break, I'm just guessing. Oh, quick up! I'm loving Xiao Zhang giving her best shot, but it is Jingwei Wang not stopping.
So 1 minute and 15 seconds left. Still waiting for the three waves to lock in, and a few scores to start to lock in for Jingwei Wen's last wave. And this is Hinata up and riding big first turn and straight into the second. Little bit bugged the rail, but still gets the finish. It's a great combination again. Needs 5.34 to go back into the lead.
All right, clutch moment for Hinata Shimizu. I think she's going back straight to first.
Yeah, I gotta say yes.
That first and last turn were very impressive. That was a hollow wave. She didn't miss a beat in those turns. A little stumble in that second one, but I don't think that's going to be too big of a deal. Very last minute of this heat, I was waiting for the moment Hinata was going to fight back.
And that's exactly what she did. So probably she will be back into the lead with the last wave. There's 15 seconds left on the clock. So no takers on this one. Couple scores starting to lock in for Hinata Shimizu. So it's 4.67. So not enough for the lead, but still she is in the second place.
Wow.
So looks like Jingwei Wang and Hinata Shimizu moving into the next round. We're going to go to the quick break and we'll be right back with the men's Pro Junior round of 16 heat number 1.
3, 2, 1. Since 2021 and Hainan's offshore duty-free shopping policy. The Boao Lecheng International Medical Tourism Pilot Zone has implemented a zero-tariff policy on medical products, creating a key pathway for medicines and medical devices piloted in the zone to enter the broader Chinese market. The Ling Shui Leon International Education Innovation Pilot Zone has attracted 22 renowned domestic and international institutes of higher learning. Hainan Bielefeld University of Applied Sciences, the first university in the Chinese mainland independently operated by an overseas institution, has officially begun enrolling students. From 2018 to 2023, the Hainan FTP registered an average annual growth of 65% in the number of newly established overseas invested enterprises, and a 22.2% annual increase in imports and exports, making Hainan one of China's fastest growing provinces. Its economy has become more foreign trade oriented, with its foreign trade to GDP ratio increasing from 15.8% in 2018 to 36.7% in 2023.
With that possibility of having a free port, of course, more intensive trade and economic relationship could be established between Hainan and the other parts of the region. That means particularly Southeast Asia. And that will be a big bonus for us to have that possibility to cooperate with China direct.
Well, I've heard excellent news about not only what you've achieved already, but your plans for the future and for your plans for stepping up trade in financial and professional services.
Welcome back, surf fans. This is the WSL International Wanning Pro Junior, and we have the men's round 16 heat 1 in the water. This has been joined by Giada Legati in the booth, and we've been having an amazing day.
Absolutely, and talk about amazing 7-3-3 for Iko Watanabe to really start things off in the first round of 16 heat 1. Jai Liu, 0.9, Shuai Wang and Charles Lee Kirkwood in this heat as well. So super, super exciting moment. And literally 5 minutes ago, I was talking to Dai saying how excited I am to watch this heat because Iko Watanabe is one of my favorite surfers in these events.
He's a super fun dude outside of the events too. He's got such swag to him, and he's just like always confident and cool. Really fun guy, but also just a vicious competitor. As we see some super strong turns as our camera's getting farther and farther away from the riders now that we have that tide getting on the lowest, pushing in, I believe. Are we just over the low tide now?
Yeah,
cool.
That's right. This is that incoming tide we were talking about. This is our surfer, Shuai Wang. Strong-looking backhand surfer here. He is not stopping. I'm loving how much spray he throws every time that board connects with that lip line. He is not giving up just yet, so that was a beautiful ride from White.
Yeah, we saw him ripping this morning. They've already been out in the water once, so he's already got to get his feet in the wax, kind of feel out what today's swell direction feels like on the reef. And he's dealing with much better surf than they did in the morning when it was really kind of full and high tide.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen just those runners come all the way through and kind of bowl up on the inside. That last heat was incredible. Jingwei Wang taking over Hinata Shimizu first and second. So Jinwei was really impressive. Her backhand was so strong. She kept busy. She wasn't really stopping at any moment. She wanted to kind of create that opportunity for herself. So really well done.
Yeah, and for these Japanese surfers, they're all shedding the full suit and just getting light and loose on their feet in warm water, and that does a huge, huge amount for your performance. So Red backed up 2.73, and Shuai Wang 5.83 for that first one. Really good surfing. We saw him put on an amazing performance this morning. Really solid on his feet, really sure-footed, and also really puts a lot of punch into his turns. Throws a lot of spray, so fun to watch.
Yeah, so Iko Watanabe, one of those really consistent surfers. He already has a win this year. He got the QS 2000 Hamamatsu title, 33rd in both Krui and Nia, so wasn't probably really stoked on that, and a 5th in the QS 6000 in Siargao, as well as Manokwari recently at that QS 2000. So he's had a pretty decent year. It's always good to have a win, especially maybe back at home. So he's gonna have that extra confidence in him. Right now, though, this is live action, though. Jai Liu.
Yeah, really nice, powerful, strong turn, really quick in and out of these maneuvers. Look at the tempo he's got, and just looking so hungry to get that board turning on that wave. Really, really nice wave. He had a 0.90, must have just found something that didn't really work out. Speaking of nothing working out, that section just ran. So with these lower tide conditions, that first opportunity that they had to kind of get in the critical section, sometimes that whole thing picks up and just runs at once.
Yeah.
And when you get the higher tide, you still have that, it looks like it's closing out, but you still have that weird little transition on the bottom that gives you a chance to get around it eventually. And so, yeah, we'll see guys kind of kicking out quicker, I think, knowing that there's not that opportunity now.
All right, some sets coming through. The conditions have really improved, and not many places in the world you can say that at 12:30 it's still super glassy.
So we're going to run down to the glass with Nick Zanella. He's down with the winner of that last heat, Jingwei Wang. Take it away.
I'm here with Wang Jingwei, born and raised in Hainan, and I'm going to ask her what does it feel to have all these international surfers in her home spot here in Riyue Bay. 哎，你是海南本地的，你有这么多外国的选手来海南比赛，你什么感觉？
很开心能和国外高水平的选手一起打比赛。
She is very happy to have international surfers coming to Hainan so that the locals level can improve. And 去了海南的入蓝店，你全世界最喜欢的蓝天是什么？ I'm asking Wang Jingwei what's her favorite spot outside of China and outside of Hainan.
巴厘岛的梅德韦，还有那个澳洲阳光海岸。
She really likes Medewi in Bali, where she spent summer, and she's been to the Gold Coast in Australia, and those are her favorite spots outside of the island. 感谢你 Thank you. Back to you guys in the booth.
So much, Nick, and it's great to have him on the team as well, getting that extra bit of insight from our Chinese surfers, and he's been here for a really long time. And you're looking to get some secret spots out here in China, just call Nick up.
He's kind of the guru of Hainan. He's discovered spots here, actually, and here we have Blue Jai Liu. He's so fast. And just look at that whip. Really gets over the back foot, gets over the front foot, actually. It blows the fins out on that one turn. And it's just, it looks like you're pressing fast forward when he surfs.
Yeah, I love that first turn from Jai Lu. And backed it up really nicely. This on your screen, though, is Shuai Wang. So we've got a really good heat in our hands. Starting off that 7-3-3. And all these surfers are going to be backing up and fighting back. I'm pretty sure once you hear that first surfer get a big score, everyone's like, all right, let's pull it back together. Let's get some big score ourselves, because it's not going to be easy.
And that also lets you know that there is that wave in the water that can produce that kind of score. Of course, when you're watching from behind, sometimes you can watch spray flying and stuff, but you really don't know how they created the score. But you're definitely knowing that you were sitting next to them wanting the wave they took, probably. So you just got to get one of those too.
Yeah, absolutely. It is 12:30. We're already an hour into the high tide, so this is probably just going to get really good for the next hour or so. We only have 2 hours left of competition. We're going to be finishing this round of 16 today, and those are all the top-seeded surfers of the Pro Juniors already in the water.
It's really cool watching those replays, because there's such a contrast between Blue and White in their styles. Blue's like, he's more of an eco, like a really quick and zippy and quick in and out, while White is a little heavier on his feet, puts more punch, throws more spray. And so Blue fitting in more maneuvers, White putting a little more power. It's interesting to see how the judges are going to reward each of those styles.
Yeah, I'm loving your insight and your detail into everything. This right now on your screen is the man we were just talking about, White, Shuai Yang. Good first turns, patiently waits for this second one, wraps it around back to that power source of the wave. He's going to close this one off really nicely. Couple more turns on the inside. I'm loving his style as well. Right behind him, Charles-Lee Kirkwood claiming that one. He's loving it. He's having the time of his life out there, surfing with just 3 other people out. It's a good day.
What a frothy Grom. That is so sick. And yeah, so it was wild. Just as you said, like White's last wave, you can see it's a longer arc into his turn. He loads up longer, while Blue is just bam, 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 in and out of maneuvers. And it's touching both elements. You know,
yeah.
you get rewarded for more maneuvers in a combination, but then you also get rewarded for the element of power and flow. And so you got 5 judges with their own opinions.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone's going to put their own opinion in. Top and bottom got dropped off, and it still needs to be reviewed by the head judge before it's released. And so everyone's going to put their own little spice, and it's going to appeal to some judges. It might not appeal to the other ones. So it's going to be interesting to see how the scores work out.
Yeah, and don't forget, sometimes there's that quality over quantity factor that you can't forget, because sometimes you could easily just rush things out and just try get as many turns in as possible. But something I like that White is doing, he draws it out. He's waiting for that section to be like, okay, come to him instead of him rushing to it. All right, this, though, is our man Jai Lu. Good floater there. Gets around that section. Beautiful down carve. Does it again here. He's really low. His stance and center of gravity is super close to that board. So I'm loving Jai Lu.
I'm loving Jai Lu because my only surf out here, he handed me a set wave, and I never would have gotten a wave with all the team out there training. Really, really nice dude, and wow, what a zappy surfer. But just as you're saying, it's like the White's approach makes it easier to see what's going on. More spray catches a little more attention than seeing a bunch of maneuvers, and you kind of forget what you'd seen, possibly.
Yeah.
And but I love it all. He gets up and over. This is Jai again. Gets up and over that one, comes perfectly around that into that little critical corner, pops up, and I love how he comes even off those little whitewash climbs. He drives down with his nose pointing down. And, everyone's surfing amazing out there.
Yeah, so Jailu has already had a little bit of experience competing outside of China. He did go to Phillip Island earlier this year for that QS 3000. He got a 65th in the QS and a 49th in the junior tour, so showing that he has had experience competing outside, going against some of the big dogs in Australia. But I think coming back home here and having people at his home break is just going to give that extra bit of like new information and showing that these big names can do some big scores like Iko Watanabe's 733 on a wave like the one we're witnessing now.
Yeah, a little scratch taking a look there, but when that session a few days ago, it was definitely Jai and Shidong Wu is another really strong surfer. They were controlling the peak, and it was clearly visible. And so you can see he knows where to sit, he knows where to move around, and he also can probably read those lines before they come in to predict where he wants to be a little bit better than the other competitors. Here we go. Super quick thwap there, getting extra vertical on that one. Not that big of a wave, but he just generates so much speed out of such little power. It's amazing. So doing pretty much as good of surfing as you could on that wave.
All right, Iko Watanabe right behind him on one of the small ones as well. Good upside down first turn, sets it up for that second one. Gets past this section, such a whippy fast surfer. And behind him again is Shuai Wang. So we've got a really great heat in our hands. There's back-to-back scores coming down. The judges really have their work cut out for them. Loving how he finished that really strong. Tries to get a little bit more down here on the inside, and he does. So what a heat.
Yeah, that was amazing. Just when you thought it was over, he goes and saw another opportunity. And also the judges would see another opportunity there, and had he not gone for that last hit, they would have deemed that possibly a missed opportunity that could just take a little chisel out of the score.
You're right. All right, couple replays been thrown around. This is the last of Red. Wants to back up that 733 like that first one. Sets it up for that second one, and you see how whippy and fast he is there. I mean, that was practically not even a section, and he managed to get a turn in.
Yeah, I'll agree. And here we have just that strong style, just digs in, goes right into that next one, and fitting in wherever he can. Such a heavy-footed surfer. It's so much spray off of every turn. Boom, you think that's the finish, and then he's like, I'm just going to go down this little double up. I see another end section, and I'm going to stomp the exclamation point on.
It is cooking out there. It looks so fun.
See the Grom out there calling for situation. He got a 3.03 for that claim. And so you might have thought it was a little bit more, but it's just rad to see the fire and the heat out there. 15 minutes. Little wobble, but great recovery. Now he's got a chance to kind of start over again here. Puts it on rail, gets over the wash. Getting a couple hiccups in the face there, but he's recovering. Definitely taken away from the flow element of the ride, unfortunately, but he's just a wiry, rad little Grom.
He's having the time of his life out there. I mean, that claim was epic.
Yes.
You know, you don't see a lot of those claims nowadays, but
You are feeling it.
I love when I see a claim. I feel like it brings out that competitive fire, and it shows just how much these moments mean to these surfers, and it's those moments that bring the emotion into competition. So I was loving that by Charles.
I love how you have claims and then you have claimless claims. That it's like a confident
language.
Bravado body language as they kick out, and it's like claiming without the arm, but an armless claim.
I've got a claimless claim. Mine's wiping my nose.
All right,
Yeah,
there
so
you go.
When I like a wave or I've surfed a wave well, I always wipe my nose, but subconsciously, actually.
I remember like watching the young Kelly Slater, and he always like would do that little nose wipe between maneuvers, and I saw people trying to emulate that, and I would see people wiping their
I
nose.
promise I wasn't trying to emulate that. That just came out naturally. But that was mine. I would just wipe my nose.
I love it.
What was yours? We've all got a claim.
I don't know. Like, I would definitely be a claimless claim, but I would just like do like dumb postures or something, like make fun of myself. I've always been silly and not hardly competitive, unfortunately.
Yeah. God, I love a good claim.
13 minutes and 20 seconds. This heat's flying by. We're already halfway through. A bunch of scores. These guys have been keeping busy. 4 scores apiece already, and Iko just popped himself into the lead with a 3.43. And Jai down to second, last of blue, 4.33. So white looking for 3.77 to move in advancing position in green, now needing 6.57. A little more work in front of him, but 13 minutes is a ton of time for a fiery Grom. There he is, taking another look right there to get a lot of waves.
Actually, going back to a comment you made earlier, Shudong Wu was one of my standouts in India for me.
Dude.
He was tearing that wave apart. He was killing it.
The first time I saw it, well, here we go. Live action, Iko. This looks like a better wave. That last one, he had that long section he needed to work around, but this one is giving him all this opportunity. Just go rail to rail, in and out of maneuvers, deep off the bottom. Much better wave than the previous one.
Absolutely. That wave was just giving him section after section to work with. Let's break this one down. Here we go. Big blast off the top. Doesn't even pump to get into that second one. This one's really nice, but I love that one. You can see most of his board outside of the water. A lot of spray out the back, and he took this one down all the way to the inside. Looked out the back to see if anything else was happening, but that's definitely going to be backing up that 733 really nicely.
Yeah, you can really see his technique with the slow-mo here. That was a sick one, but here comes that vertical hit. Boom, takes the lip off of it and just comes out with so much speed. Normally that would be an ending maneuver for a lot of people, and just his technique and his positioning gave him so much speed that he could do another maneuver. But I haven't forgot about our conversation about Shudong.
Yeah.
So previous year in Maldives, in Cokes, we got to see Shudong.
That's true.
And man, what a ripping, it was the first time to see, here we go, green. Let's not forget about Charles. Charles in charge. It was the first time to see such a world-class aggressive competition style for me from some of the Chinese team. Of course, Suchi Wang's always been a vicious competitor, but in the men's side, I was like, whoa, who's this dude? Seen him in El Salvador. He's really consistent, really strong, and also quite tall, and tall and powerful. Not tall and skinny, but tall and powerful.
Solid.
And he's got a really good balance of that kind of body type that's good for everything.
Yeah.
Quickness plus power and not too heavy on his feet as well.
And you can tell he's been really putting the time in. I think the improvement from Maldives to India this year was huge. The jump was massive. I mean, I was really impressed. I was blown away by the level, and he really was a standout. He had back-to-back heats that were just constantly getting big scores, so I'm hoping to see him in this contest soon.
Yeah, so here we go. 10 minutes. We're zipping down, and white replaces his backup with a 2.17, still needing a pretty hefty score as we've done 10 minutes. 5.93 for that last one for Iko. So, yeah, that one where he had to run around the section for that first turn was a 3.43.
Yeah.
This last one, just as you said, never pumped between maneuvers, just from rail to fin from rail to fin. And, it was just, you could tell it was more exciting to watch.
Yeah.
And Jai's been really exciting as well.
Yeah, but it had that variety. He had different things happening throughout the wave and didn't lose speed throughout it as well. So it was great to watch, and I think the judges rewarded that really nicely.
Yeah, and there's that kind of entertainment factor as well outside of the criteria that it's like if you're entertained and it kind of wakes the judges up, I think that does a little something. And here we go, Charles just all over it on everything. He's actually making the wave stand up itself.
Oh yeah, my man Charles.
Goes for the rail grab carve. I dig this guy. So 9 minutes, and a couple head judges have said, besides the criteria, there's the wow factor.
Yeah.
So if you have a maneuver that you're like, whoa, what just happened? That adds a little spice on the scores, or a lot of spice sometimes. And those are where you get those one maneuver scores, where it's like, you got an 8 for one maneuver.
Yeah, and that's where we were saying that quality over quantity sometimes comes in. You can get a massive score just by doing one big blast, or get a really good score doing 3 turns. So it all depends, and that's the beauty of our sport, and how different and how difficult it is to judge.
And how difficult it is to plan your turns and read these waves. And Shuai's been really good at just being really consistent. So his scores were no lower than a 3.2, and it's every wave that he takes, he knows how to get the score. And Jai's is just zapping every section. It's very, electric.
Yeah, he's been on fire. I think the earlier 5-7 was really impressive for me. He really pushed that back foot and extended it on every turn, so it was nice to watch and just see that board change direction throughout the turns. On your screen, though, this is Shuai Wang fighting back, not giving up just yet. 3.77 is his requirement. We'll see if that was enough. Not sure if that's going to be deemed complete, though. That was a little stuck behind in the whitewash there.
Yeah, good point. Had he finished that might have been closer to what he's needing. As we watch this from Jai, just huge board direction. Nose goes the opposite way out of those turns, and he's still able to keep that forward motion and just finds little pockets of juice through the smallest waves. It's amazing.
Bit of a lull in the action. Iko.
So you were right, 3.03. I just heard the call from the beach announcer. We got it in now. White didn't get what he needed. Last of Jai. I guess the wave was just a little bit smaller, a little less impact, a little less dynamic than the previous wave, 3.80. So situation just kind of staying the same for the last 5 minutes or so. Everyone's given a good try.
Yeah.
But we haven't seen really any of those standout waves in a few minutes.
Yeah, you're right. We had that flurry where we got that 5.83. It goes 5.93, that 5.27 from Jai Lu. But it's been a bit of a slower one since, so maybe showing that hopefully that next set is going to give some more opportunity to these surfers, or the judges just holding back saying, we want to see a little more.
I still think we're just getting little hints of that incoming push. We haven't really seen the initial push of the tide coming in.
Yeah.
And I think that's going to bring a flurry of surf in.
Absolutely. It's going to get
and it's
so
dead.
exciting.
It's the wind's dead right now.
I mean, that's what I was saying. Where in the world can you be in a place, full sunshine, 1240, and not a single drop of wind? I wouldn't mind some wind in our booth right now, actually. It's pretty hot.
It's spicy. We got the windows open. There's nothing moving. So that's how we know the wind's dead. But in California, we always wait for evening glass. It's like you get out there super early, gets junky through the midday, and then you have to wait till right before it's going to get cold and the sun's going down for it to calm down. And here it seems like 2 or 3 in the afternoon is kind of the start of their evening glass, where it just gets buttery.
Yeah.
And now that timing plus that incoming tide through the late afternoon is got great waves through the whole afternoon.
All right, looking like white or blue. I think this is blue, actually. Taking a look at this one. Bit of a floater to start things off. Gets around this section. Decides to pull off a bit of a smaller inside one. But back at home, talking about winds, when it's our dry season, actually the places you want to be surfing have morning sickness. So until those trade winds starts and it gets offshore, it's all lumpy and bumpy up until around 10, 11 o'clock. So we're not lazy. We're just waiting for the best moment of the day to start.
And that's how it kind of tunes itself up to the partiers that got to go out and go have some fun and kind of wake up late, have a late breakfast. Right when you're coming alive, the ocean comes alive.
That's right. All right, Charles not giving up just yet. Catching one of these inside ones. Broth and Grom. This is going to be wave number 9 for him now.
Was he in white in the earlier round? Was that him that was in the white?
Possibly.
So I talked to his mom. He's 10. And, whoa, zipping.
All right, that is Jai Lu. Big whippy turns there. Pulls off. Oh, Charles almost getting in the way, but manages just to duck dive it. Right behind him, Iko Watanabe finding potential in this wave, decides to pull off. 4 minutes left. Behind them all, though, is our man in white. Big blast off the top there. Does it again on that second one. Wraps it around, stays close to that power, stays close to that whitewash. Low center of gravity, doesn't want to miss any sections here. He's being patient. He wants to shut this one down. Big finishing there for man in white.
Yeah, and he surprised us earlier with finding that end section, and you could see, just as you were saying, keeping low, making sure that he stayed moving until the board sped up into that last one and found the finish. Jai needing something big to get him in the first. He's probably just trying to kind of solidify his second position because he's so busy out there.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, though, that last of white is definitely going to be a contendant for
and he was needing a 3.77. I didn't notice that. So, yeah, we may see things shuffle around, and then Jai's going to be fighting to get back in that position. But that depends on that score. We'll see that score in just a moment. We're down to 3 minutes, and here is... No, that was the last hit. Okay. I thought there was another one coming. That was his finish on that one. I'm getting mixed. There's so many. There's a flurry of rides ridden. Charles, look at this guy. 9 waves already. He is just taking off on everything.
Charles is frothing.
So Jai's last wave, 2.90, didn't touch into any of his other scores. They're still really thinking about that one for white because it is an important moment and it's an important score. So they're probably really watching the replay, possibly comparing it to his earlier rides and seeing where they want to put it.
Absolutely. Shuai got a 3.73, and his requirements are 3.77. So they're probably going to be replaying that one and seeing, was it better or not.
Tough job for the judges for sure.
100%, and it's so close. He practically has to be aiming for a 4 right now.
One thing I always tell friends in competition is if you are waiting a long time on a score, it's probably a good one.
Yeah, that's true.
Because the judges will just wash out whatever was super simple. Let's just get that out of the way because it's not going to make a difference. And then we're going to take time on a replay. And if they're taking time on a replay, it's something that they're seriously considering, and it takes more time. So instead of freaking out and calling for a situation, almost be at ease because you're probably going to get something good.
Yeah, I agree. All right, Eco, just having some fun out there.
I would expect Eco in the air way more. We just don't. It's not such a ramp wave. Hopefully, when the size grows, we'll have some air sections. But he's so high flying. Oh. That was vicious.
Yeah, you're right. That was a poisonous first turn. Just does a bit of a try to chop hop there to finish things off. He is so comfortably out in the lead. This is Jai Liu now, wanting to kind of stay in that second position. He wants to get rid of that 4.33. We're still waiting for that last of Shuai Wang to come in. So you're right. The judge is really taking a good, strong look at it.
And I think Blue wants to know that score as much as White does. And he needs to, actually. So, yeah, that was wild. But, man, Eco's set up for a couple of those turns. He got so deep. We're going to watch this one first. Charles, what is this, wave number 10? Yep. And so a couple of cutbacks there just behind him. That was Jai's last wave. Wow, nice blast. Gets the fins out there. Hard attack of the lip line. Just a little more distance between the maneuvers than Eco's last one and Jai's previous waves. And so just not a great wave. He surfed it well, but it wasn't a great wave. And, yeah, people are... Oh, it's in. Oh, man, 3.70.
Just
So that's gonna put Blue at ease as we're... Oh, there we go. Time's done. Nothing coming in that's going to make any difference. And that heat went so fast.
That went really quick.
Thank you, Jada. That was so much fun.
Thank you, Ben.
And we're going to go to a quick break, and we're back for more. We're excited to see Heat 2 just after this.
Life sciences, and it just makes sense for us to work with Hainan as an extraordinarily enterprising and open economy that is facing outwards as well as inwards, and I hope we can do more together.
Avec son port de libre-échange à la pointe du progrès, Hainan, la plus jeune province de la Chine, avance à pas de géant en contribuant à ouvrir davantage la Chine au monde et le monde à la Chine.
Hainan's door will only open wider as the free, open, and inclusive FTP continues to bloom with fascinating development. With vigorous enthusiasm, Hainan is writing its brilliant chapter on Chinese modernization. Opportunities in Hainan are opportunities for the whole world. The Hainan FTP looks forward to working with you for a better world and boundless possibilities.
And welcome back. We are on day 2 of competition for this WSL International Wanning Pro Junior here in beautiful Hainan, southern China. I'm Ben Wei, joined in the booth for this heat number 2, True Starling, my little sister. You've been out there kind of checking out the zone, and we've had a huge improvement in the surf condition, it looks like, in the last couple of heats.
Yeah, I'm really excited for it as well, and in perfect time because we've got 3 heats left. So let's see the best conditions right now, and let's end the day really, really strong.
I'm so hungry for more.
Yes, seriously, it feels like it's
I'm like,
short
this
day.
is my last rotation?
I know.
Really?
What?
So out in the water right now, red, Riki Tomoshige. He's from Chiba, Japan. Used to be one of my neighbors back where I live, from Isumi. And blue, Chengzheng Wang, representing China. Teddy Dagbile for Sweden, and Dong Zihao for China. And we have an opening ride. Red, Riki Tomoshige. So this kid's always been a ripper. He's been surfing since he was about 6. Dad's a pro surfer. Mom's a pro bodyboarder.
Amazing.
And they've got a surf shop called Ricky's Surf Shop.
That's so cool.
In Isubi, down the beach from the Olympics beach. And yeah, getting a really nice quick finish, a quick start. And already we have 1 score. So keeping very busy out there. He had a 2.17. Probably found his footing during our little commercial break.
Yeah, absolutely. Wow, we've got more live action. It's getting consistent out there.
It is. We're just getting that incoming tide. That's green, huh?
Yeah.
Dong Zihao looking nice and powerful. Small wave, but able to throw a lot of spray and put a lot of dynamic turns in that little small space.
Absolutely, and particularly in waves like that, it's tricky to link those turns, and he just made it look really easy on that one.
Yeah, no, you didn't see too much pumping between the turns. Really trying to drive off the rail from turn to turn. And we have that replay of Riki.
Yeah, I really like this wave. Beautiful opening car for Riki Tomoshige. He's surfing really strong at the moment. It's like he's found a really good rhythm. And I'm loving his approach. Really good connection there for Riki. Driving through another one. This wave kind of starts to fatten out a little bit, but he still manages to just get a heap of connection and, remain in control. And then this one of Dong Zihao as well. Really nice wave. Bit of a small one. You can see it looks like he's on an EPS there, and it's looking super responsive and really light under his feet, helping him throw a lot of spray as well. And oh my gosh, live action. It's just non-stop.
Non-stop and going really deep off that turn, possibly a little bit too deep. That put him over the back of that one. He put more into it than the wave could handle on that one. But we have a 2.83 for that second wave of Riki Tomoshige. And so we saw some really nice turns. It was just only that it was a couple turns in the combination that they're really judging on. So we haven't seen the best waves that can come through yet. As we have live action, looks like that's white. Teddy, I love how Teddy pulls in that back knee on those bottom turns. It's such a cool little style element. Finding his way through here. It's his second session. He's been out in the earlier round, and reading the wave really well. It's starting to get a little bumpy, and I'm starting to feel a little breeze. And so the wind is going to make a little extra factor on not being able to read the wave as easily, but it will help with not pushing them out the back.
Yeah, and like you said, you mentioned Teddy has a really good style, Ben, and he does. He's got such a cool approach to waves, and particularly as well in his pre-heat routines, which I'll touch on that later. But this is a really, really well-surfed wave for Teddy. You can see he's got surfing with a lot of energy, really light on his feet, just trying to fit in 2 turns. Maybe could have just focused on 1 and made it really strong at that end to kind of end off with a bang, but still a great way for him to start off his heat. And Teddy actually got an equal third in the NIAS QS 6000.
Yeah.
And I think he did pretty well in the Pro Junior there as well, which is super awesome. And Teddy, when he gets ready for his heats, he literally has his phone out and he just has his music on loud, and he just starts singing and grooving around from where he is, and he just is so immersed in his zone. He's like, I don't actually care what anyone thinks.
That completely disconnects you, and that just puts you in a whole different plane. That's a I'm totally backing that.
Yeah.
And Giada was saying earlier that he's been having some problems with his knees. Doesn't look like he's having a problem right now. Like,
no.
Yeah, like his knee movement is some of the most stylish. The way he twists his hips, pulling in that back knee into those maneuvers is just beautiful,
Yeah.
beautiful style.
Yeah, he's got a cool style. He's got a really
And it's
good
functional.
approach.
It's not just pretty.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, here we go. This is blue up and riding. Cheng Zhang Wang. Nice carves here. That thing's also looking kind of epoxy-ish. I don't see a stringer line down the center of it. And speaking of epoxy, Ricky's riding DHD. He had a really sick-looking board. Some type of new construction, stringerless with the kind of carbon thing and some black lines down it.
Ooh.
And it's got that biaxial, like that white mesh, which helps with the torsion and the flex of the board. He said he loves it. It's a 5.9.
Ooh, okay. Maybe I might have to take that one and use it in my free surf.
Yeah, you might as well. We're going to set it down on the glass. We have Dai Wako with Iko Watanabe, winner of the last heat.
素晴らしいアクションで第1位通過しましたが、ヒート振り返ってみてまずはどうですか？
ここのポイントなんか自分にちょっとなんか合わなくてちょっと悩んでたんですけど、まあ1本グッドレンジ出してモチベーションも上がってきたので次も頑張ります。
サーフィン見てる限りこの合ってない感ゼロだったんですけど、どのあたりを修正してこう試合に臨んだんですか？
やっぱりヒートは人が少なくなるので、なんかちょっと乗りやすくはなったんですけど、波がこのポイントすごい難しいので調整して頑張ります。
中国初めてということですが、今のところこの生活してみてどうですか？
まあ意外となんかご飯もあんまりっていうか普通になんかイメージではなんかすごいのが出てくるのかなと思ったんですけど、結構まあ美味しくて過ごしやすい方だと思います。
ウェイプール行きました？
まだやってないです。
これからやりますか？
やりたいです。
So he had a struggling time in the water before the heat, but he adapted the condition, and he got the wave. He managed to get a good score, so that was a great thing for him. He's super happy to get through, and this is actually his first time in China, but he's having a great time here. He loves the food, he loves the weather, so yeah, he's having a good time here. And he's trying to surf at a wave pool at some point. それでは、この後も今日はヒート終わりですが、この後はどう過ごしますか？
この後は友達のセンちゃんとタキが次あるので、それ一緒の宿なんで、それを応援して、まあ美味しいご飯食べて寝ます。
最後にたくさんの方応援してくれてると思うのでメッセージお願いします。
今回も応援ありがとうございます。次のヒートも頑張るので応援よろしくお願いします。
次も頑張ってください。
頑張ります。
Back to you guys in the booth.
So that was pretty classic. He was saying that this wave doesn't fit my surfing. It's kind of the direct translation. And he goes, yeah, I kind of felt that this wave doesn't really fit my surfing, but was able to get through first.
Yeah.
He said he'd heard a lot about this place. Here we have a replay. I believe that green. I'm having a hard time with the colors. Looks like green. Dong Zihao. That was a 2.37. This must have been during the break. Ricky. So we've got a score that they're working on for that ride. Lost a little bit, but there's something going on there. We'll know what happens when that score comes through.
And I love how Iko has gone, this wave doesn't really suit my surfing, but he got a 13.26 total.
Yeah. And so he hasn't. I was going to say, hey, you know what? Don't write it off yet because you haven't seen this place at its best.
Yeah.
You're surfing super average Hainan. When this place turns on, it is all time. It's a world-class point break. And here we go. Here's Ricky. This is the score that just came through. 4.67. Blows the fins out the back. Gets in, digs in, gets over that back foot. Nice snap there. Hits another section. You can see just reading all those lumps and fitting in those turns. Here he's having to kind of fight to keep some speed up, but sometimes you get that inside reform. That one just didn't do it. But 4.67, not a bad score.
Yeah, it's a really good start. And I think, best wave of the heat so far. He's probably going to build on that as well for Riki. He's got such a great style, a really good approach to waves. So, yeah, let's see it. I really like his surfing and the power that he brings. But, yeah, Iko, he's got such a cool approach. He started out this year and won the QS 2000 at Hamamatsu, which then put him in the Bonsoi Asia Super Series yellow jersey, which that is completed now. Kei Kobayashi took it out for the men's and Kana Nakashia for the women. But Iko was also leading the junior rankings as well. We'll come back to it, the live action for Cheng Zheng Wang.
Yeah, Cheng Zheng Wang. Oh, man, lays into that one. Beautiful setup for that layback. Just the board didn't have enough speed to ride out of it with the power of the wave that was given. But, yeah, Iko was also saying he'd heard a few things about it. It's his first time here. He'd heard a few things about it. He was, like, surprised how good the food is. And he said it's relatively cheap for what he expected. And also, Dai asked him if he'd made it to the wave pool. Not yet. But he goes, what's your plan for today? He goes, I'm going to watch my other buddies' heats he's traveled with. We're going to eat super good and sleep.
I love that.
Yeah.
I love that.
That's what you're supposed to do
Keep
at a
it
contest.
simple.
Yeah.
You got to keep it simple.
For sure.
Oh my gosh, that honestly sounds like a recipe for heaven, really. I'm like, yeah, that sounds great. Thank you so much. I'll eat some really good food. I'll watch my friends, maybe go for another surf, and then sleep.
Yeah.
That sounds great.
He's always such a cool character.
Wow, that sounds so good. Here we go.
And so that's blue. That's Cheng Zheng Wang looking very zappy off that section. Whips it back. Got a little bit of fatness to the wave, but he still manages to kind of put it up on rail as Riki. I don't see them working on a score, so this is still that 4.67. I got a little bit, well, not a little bit, got really in that deep spot. The wave just died. It just went to nothing out of nowhere.
How crazy is it when you get down to that channel, that zone where it's really deep water, it just stops completely.
No man's like end of the line.
Exactly. It's
end
like,
of the
don't
road.
even bother.
Exactly.
Don't even bother with it. And I feel like you can see right now, we've got this paddle battle. If one of these surfers had kicked out maybe a little earlier, Teddy could have been out there in front of Dong Zi Hao a fair bit, but I love a paddle battle. You can see Dong Zi Hao's in a steamer, Teddy's just wearing board shorts.
Yeah, and so, well, you can see that's giving a lot more freedom to Teddy to get out in front of that swimming race.
Yeah.
Green's like, dude, whatever, just go.
Yeah, you
just
take it.
Yeah.
But it's interesting to note this is Dong Zi Hao's first ever QS and Pro Junior event. So it's all a learning lesson for him right now. It looks like he's not even worried. He's surfing so well.
That was really rad. He actually put on the brakes because he knew something was coming. Beautiful vertical blast on that first one. Overcooks the second one, unfortunately. But what a cool strategy of going, no, not a paddle battle. I see a little something that he doesn't see.
Yeah.
And I'm going to stay here in an obtainable position.
Yeah, exactly. And he grew up at a bay about 20 kilometers from here. Hearing him in his last post-heat interview when he took out his first heat this morning. So trains there, lives there, and I'm sure he comes over here to Riyue Bay a lot as well. But love this first turn. You can see how much speed. And then the second one, he just goes so vertical. I mean, he's got a really, really cool style. I love this low center of gravity. I love watching people surf their backhand with a really great coiled style. And right now, Riki Tomoshige, he's also got a beautiful drop knee kind of style. You can see him really just accentuating that turn. Beautiful approach, but yeah, you can see this wave honestly just dropping in power as we're watching it in that last turn. Yeah, really.
I like the wind of his arms.
Yeah, he really just opens it up and it turns on a dime. It's a really beautiful arc.
But the thing you were saying about the coiling is like, that is something that's so cool when you see the riders that really load up on the bottom and then just uncoil and unleash.
Yeah, absolutely. This is that last one as well of Cheng Zheng Wang. Oh, love that turn. That's giving shades of Yuma Nagasawa. Wow, that was really, really cool. Kicks the fins out the back on such a difficult section to do that as well. I liked it. I really liked that turn. And wow, live action. We've got a great heat right now, Ben.
This is insane. The action is nonstop. We got Teddy up and riding. There's that beautiful setup. Drifts the fins on that section. Little softer wave. I think it's, I mean, I've mentioned it before, but I think those later waves in the heat, it's just got that leftover water. And you know how steep the beach is? That water has nowhere to go.
Yeah.
So once a set comes in, it's all pooled up there, and then it just starts kind of breaking like high tide on those third and fourth waves of the set.
Yeah.
And while the first one, before it's filled up, everything's drained out, and it's able to really hit that reef square and stand up.
Absolutely. Oh, here we go.
All right, so here we have Chang Zhang. Nice setup here. Good rhythm. Really, a lot of his knees come so far up into his upper body, and that just like a full pistoning effect in between those turns. And judges, they've got a lot to chew on right now, just like their 2-kilo lunch that they gave us today. And here we have White. Nice. Is that White?
Yep.
Okay. Yep, so that's Teddy. I should have recognized by the knee. That's the one that we just saw. So they are working on waves. I didn't notice that Teddy had gone into first after his earlier wave of a 4.40. And there's that last one. Just a short ride, but really nice line and nice rhythm in and out of those turns. Shorter wave, only a couple turns, but great surfing.
Yeah, still super whippy. He still had that, even though it was a smaller wave, didn't have that much power. He still felt like he had that really cool flow, and the board was just matching it. It didn't even look like the board was really losing too much speed. He seemed like he had to work for it a little bit more, but really cool kind of trajectory in this heat for Cheng Zhang Wang. I mean, that one big finner, that's a highlight of the heat so far for me. It was huge, really, really strong. I feel like it's going to be well rewarded for sure.
Yeah, and we keep talking about boards, but
Yeah.
boards are important. You need a board to surf. But it does seem that they are starting to opt for more EPSs in the last couple of rounds, and it may be due to having that offshore die.
Yeah.
Because that's the one thing that kind of works against. And the weight of the EPS, and also kind of being more above the water, gets you affected by those offshore winds and just keeps that forward motion. It puts a brake on you. And you're now that the wind's kind of turned to a light onshore, it's got the opposite effect. It actually helps them out of each maneuver.
Yeah, it really does. We touched on it a little bit earlier today. We're talking about boards and fins and equipment, and it's even crazy how, we saw Teddy and Dongzi, how both surf heats earlier today, or actually all four of these surfers surfing heats. Am I tripping right now? No, just Teddy and Dongzi Hao.
I wasn't around to see Ricky, so I'm not sure.
Okay, I think it's just...
Oh, but no, Ricky, I did see Ricky finish at the end of a heat before I went for an interview, so he's been out there.
Okay, well, I'm really curious as to whether they've gone, okay, we need to change our equipment based on the conditions right now, because it does feel like it's changed a lot since their first heat this morning. So it's such a big factor of going, I need to bring 2 or 3 boards down to the beach to make sure that I've got everything covered. And there's so many times where we see athletes who are maybe a little bit underprepared and it really catch them off guard. And it's like, you actually need to make sure that you have even things down to like a small wave leggy. The difference that can make. In
the drag on compared to like a solid wave leggy, that can put a full on, that can slow you down to 1 kilometer in speed just by the drag of pulling that through the water. And it also kind of keeps your tail from being as free off the top as well. It tries to hold your tail in the water. So it's such small factors that you wouldn't think of, but
the 1%
it's all physics, and it's there's weight, there's inertia, there's the energy of the wave, there's aerodynamics against the offshore wind. There's crazy amounts of scientific factors. And
literally
the boards can react so differently to all those different elements. The flotation you get from saltwater compared to a freshwater pool is completely different.
Yeah.
And
one of my like really good friends, Belinda Kimball, she's an incredible longboarder, and she's just an all-time amazing human being. Well, I'll come back to this story. We'll stick with the live action.
We have so much fun talking. And Teddy, fast off that one. That's one of those ones that has that running section. So we've talked about it a little bit earlier. Here goes Riki Tomoshige hitting that one high. You can see these last couple waves just don't have the potential of that initial push that we saw. Could be due to the wind. I think the wind in the morning with that offshore was keeping that section to stay in place and give them more room around it.
Yeah.
Whereas now with the onshore, it's pushing that section down faster. And so definitely harder to navigate your way through those critical sections.
Yeah, I do like this first turn though of Teddy. Heaps of speed, but you can see the wave really dies out so quick. Same as Ricky's. He needs a 3.56, so worth going the wave, but really good tactics here to try and pull out in front of Teddy and get the priority over him. I liked it from Ricky Tomashige, but yeah, as I was saying before, don't even worry, my story's not important. Live action is.
It is important. To me, it's very important. And we've got a bunch of scores coming in. We got time to talk
All
here.
right. So Berlin, she owns an all-female surf school called Salty Surf Schools up on the Northern Rivers of New South Wales in Cabarita. And I do a little bit of work for her when I'm home, helping out with Learn to Surf, which I have so much fun doing.
When you're home?
When I'm home.
When is that?
Yeah,
Never.
exactly. Literally never. Yeah, sorry, Mum and Dad. But Berlin is always, she leads it. She goes, you know, we're going to have so much fun, but I'm just going to be completely honest with you. Surfing is hard, and you're going to struggle, and you're going to get frustrated, but you're just going to have to deal with it. And if you're interested and you want to keep going, you got to keep pushing through. And it's like, you're not going to get it first go. And I love how she does it with every session, because she sets the expectation of, you're not going to get it first go, but you got to keep trying. And I love that, because I feel like it really just sets everyone up for such a great expectation to be like, it's okay, I've got a couple of waves to figure it out.
And you're going to be happily surprised that you performed better than you may have thought that you did.
Exactly.
And that gives you that confidence to get through. Surfing is the hardest sport in the world.
Yeah. And
it's
there's
an
so
uneven
much
playing field.
Fully.
You're completely out of control.
Yeah.
The closest you can get is in a wave pool, but even the wave pool is going to have its little variances with the same technology, just from water coming off the end of the pool. Who knows? It's probably not going to be 100% identical every time, even though the technology is so close. So there's nothing like it in the world.
Mm.
And I mean, people used to talk about snowboarding. I used to have friends that would take up snowboarding. Usually they would be good skaters, but they'd take up snowboarding. By the next season, they were already in competition. It's
Wow.
like you can get good really fast.
Yeah.
And it's because you're going down the same mountain, doing off the same jumps, everything else, and plus you're connected to the board. Not taken away from snowboarding, is so gnarly.
I've never snowboarded
You
before.
could break yourself so easily. But surfing is very, very hard, and that's why it's so rewarding when you get better and you feel those little boosts in learning new moves or learning new turns. Getting used to your equipment can take years. And then by the time you get, in these guys' case, by the time you get used to your equipment, your body's already changed. And just when you thought you knew what you love, it's all gone.
Yeah.
And I've known friends that try to stay on their magic equipment from when they were 2 years younger, and then they just go.
It doesn't work. Yeah.
And so that's a crazy, scary job for a shaper of a competitive surfer. And as you were saying, too, having those different options for different conditions, you want the boards to have different attributes that feed your performance in different conditions, but then you don't want them to be two completely different animals that you have to get to know each time. And in a day like today, where you surf twice, you need to be able to go transition from one and back to the other easily.
Yeah.
It's like having two wives or two husbands. You're going to forget which one likes to eat and which one doesn't like the color red. You know, it's like, dude, you want things to be easy and even.
Fully. I always think about, when you have your equipment, you want it to feel like an extension of yourself.
100%.
And being out there and being like, oh, yeah, this board feels like it's a part of me. And it's so weird, and that's so, really super spiritual. So sorry that I went down that road, but it fully is, because you watch boards like, I think Ethan Ewing, Mick Fanning, Steph Gilmore, Carissa. You think of those top guys, and they have their boards and their equipment, and it looks like it is literally a part of them.
Your off-season job, too, is getting to know every one of the boards in your
Yeah.
quiver. And one thing I was going to ask is, I was looking forward to being in the booth with you again.
Okay.
So
I'm scared.
No.
I'm
This is
joking.
this is completely board talk. But
Okay.
how many sessions do you give a board before you give up on it and decide that it's a trade-in or a keeper?
Okay.
Because I'm horribly critical.
Benway, sometimes I will pick up a board and I'll go, I already don't like this.
From feeling it, just by picking it up.
But I'm really bad like that. I will try. I will still give it 3 surfs. And if after 3 surfs
That's
it doesn't
valiant.
perform, I'm like, okay, you're done. Thank you, but no, you don't get to stay.
That is so rad. I was really curious because I make my own boards.
Yeah.
And I can feel off the first bottom turn
Mm.
if I'm not liking the way things feel, and I'll go right in, and I'll usually have like 4 sets of fins on the beach.
Wow.
And I'll go, boom, change the fins, go out,
Oh.
same wave. Oh,
Whoa.
sheesh. That second turn was so zappy, but that end section opportunity is just disappearing. But, yeah, I
See,
can...
that's too much for me. Having 4 pairs, like that would freak me out. I have 2 pairs of fins that I like, and I'll try them both. And if they're no good, then it's not me, it's the board.
Yeah. Basically, I mean, I'm more of like a fun and alternative guy.
Yeah.
So I'll have like large tri-fins, I'll have a 2+1 set. Or if it's a twin fin, you go for kind of a couple different templates. But really, like, you can feel if a board connects. You can almost feel when you jump on and paddle on it.
Yeah. Yeah,
And-
fully.
And sometimes, I mean, the shapers will give a rider in a season like a whole batch of 10 boards, and that's like, oh, how much time do I have to put to feel every one of these boards?
Yeah.
Decides what's staying and going on tour with me.
Yeah.
I remember Dimity Stoyle.
Yes, love her.
Dimmy had this magic. She rides DHD, right?
Mhm.
Yeah. She had a magic DHD that had these black flames.
Yes.
And she used to tell me that it stays in the closet until she competes. Like,
Yeah, you ice it.
It was her baby that stayed like refrigerated on ice, like cryogenically saving for important events. And she would win heats in Spain. I'd see her in Portugal, and what a rad DJ too.
She's amazing.
I got her on
Love
stage in Spain.
No way.
Because
that's
my
so cool.
computer blew up when I was
No
supposed to have a
way.
DJ night,
Wow.
and she ripped it up, and all the her whole crew.
She would have been amazing.
It was so fun.
She's so
so
fun.
super cool.
Yeah.
So we're down to 2 minutes and 30 seconds. I don't know where we went, but you know what? Just seeing the lack of green squares appearing on our score line means that there hasn't been much going on. Here we have a little split of the peak, red and white. And white, nice setup here. Good rhythm. This actually looks like one of the better waves that we've seen in the last 5 minutes or so, in that it just keeps holding open and giving opportunity. Not a super steep wave, but allowing him to kind of keep that rhythm. And, yeah, Teddy just reading that thing well, just flowing his way in and out of turns on that.
Yeah. And you could tell the confidence that he got off that wave as well. It looked like he was feeling happy with it, feeling happy with that performance then. He only needs a 4.54 to go to first. So let's take a look at this replay. A bit of a split peak, but we know that the left is going to be the option. Great first turn for Teddy. And you can see a really nice tag there. I mean, it's a smaller wave, but he's making the most of it. That was a better connection. He's really got such a beautiful coil drop knee. I love that. It's really some of my favorite surfers to watch on their backhand. Davey Cathles and Kai Warner, both from North Narrabeen. I just love how they've got that beautiful drop knee coiled, and Teddy really has that. So that was a really well surfed wave for Teddy. He's got this score to come through, and the passion and the pride at the end of that wave as well, super strong. And this guy, Dongzi Hao, has been really blowing my mind in regards to the speed and the power he's bringing. That was smooth. That was a really, really nice turn. It's just these completions that are really, really costing him right now. He's getting all of the work done, but then at the end, he's kind of leaving it in a kind of mode. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, it's just been poor wave selection, I think, on his part.
Mm.
He's kind of moved after everybody's gotten their high-scoring waves
Yeah.
on a little bit less quality of a wave.
Mm.
But, yeah, Teddy, he had that body language of, okay, I think I've got the job done.
Yes, yes,
and
exactly.
so we've got him needing a 4.54. Again, the judges taking a while. And as I was talking to Giada, as a beach announcer, you see people go situation call, freaking out. And I always tell people, dude, calm down. It's a good thing that it's taking a long time for your score to come in, because it's probably something good. And Ricky just making his way all over this thing.
Wow, he had to as well, because he's just dropped down into third place. Teddy went up into the lead.
Wow. There has been a lot going on, and we still really Teddy bounced up. He did get the score that he needed. We read it well, 5.07. Exciting stuff. I don't want to leave you, but we're gonna. So we're gonna take a quick break, and we will be back in just a moment with heat number 3. Stay tuned.
北纬18度，海南、万宁、阳光、海浪、椰林，这是热带的温度。快时尚，慢生活，烟火气， 这是幸福的温度。让我们一起出发。最特别的海，陪伴着最长情的人。这里是搏浪高手渴望驯服的圣地。迎接浪潮，释放自我，用一瞬抛开烦恼，与海浪共舞。这感觉，试过你才知道有多美。几番沉浮，畅游上岸，体验的又是另一番风味。聊聊冲浪不败技巧，说说当年创业历程。这里是都市人群渴求的世外桃源。相逢亦或偶遇，闺蜜还是情侣，一台相机，一杯咖啡，就有了思绪。昼夜转换间，人来人往，各有精彩。正如那不断律动的日月，波涛孕育着无限的可能和畅想，带给这座城市勃勃生机。
There is some really fun-looking lefts out there this afternoon for the WSL International Wanning Pro Junior. We are into round of 16, heat number 3. Sentaro Sakai out there in the red. Taki Kanazawa. We've got Yuan Zhang and also Li Yingguang out there for representing China. 2 Japanese surfers, 2 Chinese surfers. I'm True Styling, joined in the booth with one of my favorite people in the world, definitely one of my favorite surfers, Dive Wacko.
Hello. Hello.
Hello, hello.
Still great looking left.
Yep.
Provided.
Absolutely.
Riyue Bay. That's beautiful. You know? This is interesting heat actually. We have
Really?
2 Japanese surfers because Cero and Taki are one of my favorite surfers from Japan. So this is exciting.
Wow. Who's your favorite surfer from Oz?
Whoa.
I'm just kidding. I'm just joking. There's too many actually.
Yeah, I know,
to
but
choose from.
I really like the backhand attack from Benny.
Yeah, he's great. All right, this is live action. Taki Kanazawa, talking of backhand attack, he's got a great style, throwing a lot of spray on this turn. That board looking really responsive under his feet. Taki, brother of Roy Kanazawa as well. They're both here.
Both
here.
And probably Roy's just sitting on the beach, just watching his brothers surfing. So he's probably be happy with this ride because he did a great, couple of turns on his backhand. He has a really strong backhand attack as well. And, well, this is Li Yingguang up and running, quick in and out. But, Sentaro is really stylish. His surfing reminds me of like Ethan Ewing kind of style.
Yeah, absolutely. This is live action. We'll come back to that. Oh, unfortunately, Yuan Zhang gets caught up in the whitewash there. But yeah, really, I actually do agree with Ethan Ewing. That call is 100%. And to be able to hear that, and to be like, oh yeah, you kind of remind me of Ethan Ewing would be a huge compliment.
Yes, that's for sure. This is a replay of last up green, nice tail release carving turn from Li Yingguang. That's a beautiful one single maneuver, but definitely he's capable of getting those ones for a couple of times on the one wave.
A lot of these surfers, these Chinese surfers in the draw here today, it's either their first or one of their earlier times competing in a WSL event. It's not this guy's though. Sentaro Sakai has been around for a little while and he's absolutely showing that experience right now, even as a pro junior surfer. Really surfing with a lot of momentum on this wave. Loved the approach. Taki Kanazawa pushes off the tail a little bit harder and you can see the dynamic surfing there from both the Japanese surfers, Taki and Cero. Really, really loving this right now.
Wow, that was a great surfing from both Cero and Taki. Really loved the Cero's wave. That was one of the good wave. Has a lot of wall to work on. So yeah, it was great surfing and great surfing from Taki. Powerful surfing.
Yeah, powerful surfing, real power surfing from Taki Kanazawa. Speaking of beautiful, we'll stick with this live action though, because this is Yuan Zhang. Really nice backhand attack for the Chinese surfer. We saw some big backhand blasts as well from Teddy Billy. He's down there with Ben Wei.
Thank you guys so much. Winner of the round 16, heat number 2, Teddy Dog Bille. Did I say it right?
Yes, you did.
Right on. Okay, so amazing surfing. I was watching with True, and we were like really admiring. I love the way you tuck your knee in and kind of and twist into those turns. Beautiful surfing. I was talking to Jada. She said that she's known you forever. She said that you had some knee trouble and that you were doing some recovery. Didn't look like you had any problems on it, so it must be going well.
Yeah, I'm feeling a lot better. I'm not using a brace or anything anymore. I'm doing a lot of recovery. Got Tao Medicine helping me with acupuncture and everything. And Gabby back at home, she's training me physically and mentally. And yeah, I'm feeling good.
Great job to them. You had said that you'd switched equipment just before that heat. What made the decision? Was it the change in wind, change in tide?
Yeah, I got a lot smaller than this morning. And yeah, decided to change to my epoxy stringer, better every day, Channel Islands. And yeah, it felt amazing out there. And yeah, I'm really happy I trusted myself to change my equipment before my heat.
We love it. We've been talking about boards the whole time, and being that the morning was offshore, would you have chosen an epoxy in the offshores because of the lightweight, or would you think that would be a disadvantage?
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't have chosen epoxy this morning. I rode it the other day actually with offshore winds, and I was struggling. So my PU felt better with offshore, but now, again, it's smaller and onshore. So yeah, my epoxy was the right go.
And lastly, let's talk about that last combination. You were needing a 4.87. You got a 5.07, putting yourself in the lead in the very last moments. Your kick out looked really confident. Had you known that you kind of gotten the job done? Your body language said that you did.
Yeah, I thought I surfed that wave well. I'm really happy I waited for that wave actually. I was looking at a lot of other ones, and yeah, I'm happy that I kind of trusted myself to wait for the good wave and yeah, perform. And I felt like I did it. Yeah.
Well, great job. We look forward to seeing your surfing. You're done for the day. Go enjoy some beautiful Chinese food in the sun here in Hainan.
Thank you so much. And yeah, anyone back at home, mom, dad, grandparents, sister, everyone, sponsors, super stoked to be here in China, Wanning. And yeah, let's get it. Tomorrow, more action. Thank you.
Thank you, Teddy. Back to the booth.
Yay, thank you so much, Teddy. Thank you, Ben. Teddy, of course, having a really great performance at the NIAS Pro as well. So it was awesome to see him excel over there, and now just bringing the vibes here to Hainan and Riyue Bay.
Yeah, and a great hear his recovery from the injury, so that's a good sign. And wow, this is a replay of last of Cero. I really loved first turn, especially the second turn. He just went vertical off the top and surfing all the way to the inside, and he gets this bonus section for him. So that was really great surfing from Cero.
Yeah, really smooth stuff. Sentaro Sakai making a statement right now. This is Li Yiguang, unfortunately, coming unstuck. That was really unlucky. Taki Kanazawa out behind him, smooth paddling and just a smooth style as well. Up and into that second section, really finding an open face right now. You can see surfing with a little bit more energy, a little bit of extra pizzazz, and I'm really, really loving it. That turn there was smooth.
Wow.
Great patience off the bottom. Loved that bottom turn. Taki Kanazawa is blowing up. This is great.
Right. I'm loving that bottom turn as well. I love how he just waits in the bottom turn, and as well as like he's using his rail to drive off the bottom and straight into the steeper section. So he just timed it super right. So it was great surfing from Taki Kanazawa. And yeah, a few good scores locked in for Cero and Taki already.
Yeah, this score of Taki's is going to be big, I think. I feel like it's going to surpass Centaro's in my opinion. I'm really looking forward to seeing where this kind of drops in, as we've got this next heat as well for the men's pro junior. It's going to be the last heat of the day for the round of 16. Yuma Nagasawa is going to take on Zhuan Yulai, Sina Tanjung, and Shuma Nonaka. That's going to be a really good heat to round out day 2 of the WSL International Wanning Pro Junior, and big scores starting to lock in for Taki Kanazawa, a 5-1-7. So he goes straight up. Well, he actually extends his lead, I should say. He's got a 3 as well. So Taki, I'm loving this surfing. I feel like we've seen a few events with Taki where maybe he's got knocked out first round or hasn't really made it too far, but he's looking really confident in this event so far. I mean, it's still early days, only day 2, but it's quarterfinals time after this round.
Definitely, I've seen him surfing in a competition since like the first comp of the 2025, and he's like building up so much confidence throughout year. And like you said, probably last couple competition, he couldn't quite put everything together, but in this heat, he's just putting everything together now. So he's there to win this event.
Yeah.
He's super ready.
He is ready. Yeah, and he looks like he's hungry for it too. You can be ready, but you have to be laser focused for it. Here we go. This is Yuan Zhang. Nice opening carve. He's waiting for this wave to stand up. It's a little bit of patience right now. Just gets another turn in there, maybe trying to force a situation that's not really going to happen for him. So he needs to reset, restart, and get back out the back. It was still a good wave to get the feet in the wax, but it's not going to come into play by the end of this heat.
Right. Great surfing, actually. He did everything he could do on that wave. Wave just wasn't really offering the steeper section for him. He did a couple of turns, but everything was more like angled. He probably wanted to go the vertical head, but it's just all made of the wave selection. So it's not his, surfing. Surfing is there. So definitely his wave selection, if it's on point, then he'll get the good score.
Yeah, here we go. This is Taki Kanazawa looking to better a 3.0. It's a smaller wave, but wow, this board is, regardless of that happening, he's still looking really just fired up and ready to go. He's got no downtime in between turns, and the board he's riding looks really good under his feet.
Yeah, I wonder if it's EPS or like he's gonna stick with the PU surfboard, because the wave, the board just goes really quick and stick to the wave really well.
Yeah, it does, and it's really just showcasing his talent. I love the Kanazawa brothers. I love their style and their approach to the waves. I think, as you said, Ethan Ewing-esque. It's got that really cool style, and it's cool to see them both here and competing against each other or supporting each other. And for Taki, he's the younger brother of Roy, and Taki just is making a name for himself in this series too. Of course, this is the Pro Junior, but he's going to be in the QS also as well, which will be super incredible to see him make some heats in that too.
It's a great warm-up for them. But, Pro Junior is still a big thing for him. It's really, everyone's just looking for the be a top 1 or top 2 to go into the World Junior Championship. So it's a very big deal, I think, still.
Yeah, I agree. It's a huge deal, and it's, really, there's just so much that comes into it, and to be, imagine if you're kind of in this and you're in the, leaderboard, or you're in the zone where you could qualify for the World Juniors. It would be amazing. You could do that off the back of this event. So there's still so much, and to be a WSL World Junior Champion is huge. There's so much that comes off the back of that, getting a wild card onto the Challenger Series. We saw that from Bronson Mady from this year.
From this year, actually. Earlier this year, Bronson took a win in a La Union, and then he's now the CS surfer, so it's a big step.
It's huge.
So it's still a big deal, and I guess I'm pretty sure that this is the first competition of the 2026 season for juniors.
Wow.
I have to double check with
WSL,
but I'm pretty sure, yes.
Bring it on.
So it's a fresh
start. Fresh start, wow. This is huge. That would be huge to get a win at this event. I was saying in heat number 1 we saw Iko Watanabe and he took out the Pro Junior Series for Asia, as well as Anon Matsuoka, I think, which is super awesome. All right, here we go. Live action, Taki Kanazawa. Wave just a little bit small, didn't really offer too much. It's kind of going a little bit slow right now, a little bit slopey. But hopefully a couple more opportunities to come through in the next 15 minutes. Taki out in front, courtesy of a 5.17. It's Sentaro Sakai right now. He has a 4.5, needs to needs to get a second score, and he's already locking it in right now. 3 really nice, smooth turns. Just super whippy and light on his feet for Sentaro Sakai. So we'll see him move up into second for sure there, Dai.
Definitely, let's take another look of Sentaro. Love the first turn, time it super well, and gets the second turn. Little hang up, but still there's not much downtime in between turns. So definitely, like you said, it'll be his good backup score, and that will put him into the second place for sure. He's already locked in 4.50. He was, he could have waited for the better waves, but he's only got a 1 wave. So definitely it was a smart decision from Sentaro.
Yeah, I agree. Smart decision. A 3.43 gets him into second, and now you can see the requirements here for Yuan Zhang. He needs a 5.4. Good first turn. Oh, unfortunately, the little fumble really put him behind that wave. And then this is Li Yiguang. Similar situation, unfortunately catching a little bit of rail. So both of the Chinese surfers need to regroup. 5.4 for Yuan Zhang, Yiguang Li needing a 5.76. So both of these surfers need to find themselves on the best waves and hopefully try and execute to the level that we're seeing of Taki and Sentaro.
Yeah, definitely, they have to regroup themselves. But there's still 13 minutes and 20 seconds remaining, and this is the 30-minute heat.
Yeah.
So you can try an error and then make adjustment in the first half of the heat.
Yeah,
and
agreed.
Then, there's still heaps time left. Definitely there's enough time to get 2 scores locked in, so you don't have to always aiming for the requirement. You can go probably 3-point range or 4-point range, and then getting, just building up from there.
Yeah, and you're so right, Dai, because a lot of these pro junior surfers are probably used to surfing 20-minute heats. So now they've gone, oh, well, it's really only 7 and a bit minutes down. I still have time.
That's good. Yeah. Yeah, it's a junior division, so they always get 20 minutes heat. That's right. So plus 10 minutes extra, that's a long time, actually.
They're probably gassed out. They're like, can someone please meet me on the beach with some snacks and some hydrolyte or some electrolyte sort of water, right. And it's super cool. And here we go, live action, up and riding. The current heat leader, huge first turn for Taki Kanazawa. Belts it once again for the second. He is looking so strong. Really, really patient. I'm loving how he does that and just is very, precise in what turn he wants to choose on these waves. And that was another well-surfed wave for Taki Kanazawa. Only needs to better a 3, so he could just do that with 12 minutes to go. And once again, he's just showing up and, looking really, really confident.
Wow. Yeah, that was a great combination again. It wasn't one of the set, but still he found the great wall, great looking wave, and then he did everything he could do on the wave. So probably he'll be replacing the 3.00 and extending his lead. But I love how he just wait in the on the bottom, and it just looked like he's lacking of the speed, but he's not. He's just tapping the section really well, and it just flares and throwing a bucket of spray. So great technique.
He kind of makes it look effortless.
Yeah, true.
You're like, how do you do that? Where are you getting this speed from?
Right.
Like literally out of nowhere. It's crazy. Well, here we go. Yuan Zhang needing a 5.4, having a look at this insider one. He was trying to make something out of a wave that wasn't really going to offer him the score. that's also where it comes into it. If you need a 5.4, yeah, you can turn a wave that's maybe not going to offer that into a 5 if you're going to go crazy and do a big air. But with the power of these waves, I do really feel like he needs to find himself on a wave quality of a 5+.
Definitely, you have to find a wave that offer you the 5-point range, and he had a third priority, so he had a higher priority over Taki Kanazawa just then. So I would say it was a little bit of a mistake from him to go on that wave, because didn't really see that wave has a potential of like getting a 5-point range.
Yeah, unfortunately, I do agree, Di. I think just didn't really have the ability for him to open up. His forehand snaps are looking really strong. He's got a great style. The turn selections are there. It's just the power in the wave that is really missing in this kind of combo right now for Yuan Zhang. Li Yiguang, he's got a 2.17 and a 2, needing a 5.76. So he also needs to find himself on a good set. The thing that's working in his favour, he's got second priority. So next best wave, he gets it. He's in a really good position, and 9.5 minutes to go, still plenty of time.
And I like how Taki's position himself. He's sitting in a really deep position out of 3, and then that will that's actually, for me, it's a smart move from Taki, because you can sell the wave to the higher priorities. So, and he can get whatever he wants actually, and he gets this one.
Yeah, here we go, live action. Taki Kanazawa may be looking to sell, but he's going to stick with this one, and wow, that was lethal surfing from Taki. He's really, really looking so strong. That was such a beautiful turn, and just gets a little 2-turn bonus at the end. It wasn't even little. Those 2 turns had so much power. They packed a lot of punch. So Taki Kanazawa looking to better a 4.6 that he got on his previous to last wave, and that one big blast was so smooth. I really liked it. He's got such a good approach out here right now.
Definitely, he's in a good rhythm with the ocean now. But we have Sento Sakai up and riding. Whoa!
Oh, wow! Sentaro just pushing a little bit too hard and just catches the nose and goes down, unfortunately. So that's a mistake there.
Yeah, definitely, that was a mistake from Sentaro, and now it's anyone's game, because Lee has first priority. But let's take another look on this one. He was on the smaller size waves, but he just, his surfing is like 3-point wave turning into like a 5-point range. So, great surfing.
Yeah, I agree. Really, really good surfing. Taki is just, he's got so much talent. It's just amazing to see his approach. And like you said before, he just is getting speed from nowhere.
Right.
It's kind of annoying, to be honest.
I wonder if it's because of the surfboard, or his technique is just shining.
Maybe a bit of both, to be honest.
Definitely, right. But it's, the first priority now with Li Yiguang. And then, this is very important way for Yuan, needing a score, but greater than combo though.
Yeah, really, really nice. Got up and into that first turn. The second one was smooth, but maybe just the timing is slightly off. It was a really good connection and great combos. But you compare it to the 4s of Sentaro and also of Taki, and it's not, I don't know if it'll match that. It just locks in at a 2.57. So it is his best wave of the heat so far, but still looking for a 5.36. So needs to lift again for Yuan Zhang to really challenge for that 5.36. Li Yiguang looking for a 5.76 with 6.5 minutes to go. And it's Taki Kanazawa. He's in a pretty commanding lead right now with a 5.17 and a 4.6. Had a little look there. He's got third priority. He can play around. It's Sentaro Sakai. He needs a 5.27 to go to first, or needs to better a 3.43 to make it harder for the Chinese surfers in third and fourth right now.
I think it's for Yuan Zhang and Li Yiguang, they need to be on a better way. That's pretty much all, because they have the skill to score those requirements from watching their surfing in this heat. So definitely the wave selection is gonna be the key point for those two surfers.
Yeah, I agree. It's so important, and whether it's a pro junior, you know, you're looking at the pathways of the pro junior to the QS, up towards the Challenger Series and the CT, the Championship Tour. This is where you, in the pro juniors, is kind of where you can learn and adapt and make some pretty crucial mistakes. And then in the QS is when it starts to get a little bit more serious. And when you're looking at Challenger Series qualifications and things like that. So it's really cool, a cool platform for these surfers to learn and adapt and adjust. And wow, Taiki Kanazawa really just pushing the limits with his surfing right now. Riyue Bay found himself on a really good looking wave. Great opening carve, gets a second turn in, throws the arms up, floats it, trying to gain some speed, but you could see just catching a bit of rail and his board absolutely stopped, but he just kept going on that one. So Riyue Bay unfortunately coming unstuck. He was on his way to getting a pretty decent number. Could go into the top 2 die.
Definitely, but this is it. You know, this is what he needed. He needed to do. Catching the good wave, and catching the good wave has a clean face, and he did that. So he got 2 good turns, but unfortunately, like you said, he caught a rail and went down. But still, the wave selection was on point.
Yeah, it was. I agree. It was one of the better waves that we've seen of this heat so far. Locks in at a 3.27, so it's Riyue Bay's best wave of the heat. With 4 minutes to go, he is now looking for a 4.66 to go up into second. It's Sentaro Sakai right now. He has first priority in second place, needing a 5.27 to go to first, or just to better a 3.43. And he has the time where he can really be selective and choose the next best wave to better his low score. Saw a bit of a paddle there, but no one quite scratching on.
But definitely Sentaro doesn't like this situation at the moment.
No.
Even though he's in the second place, he's definitely wanted to, get rid of the 3.43. But this is Sentaro.
Wow, big first turn, goes straight up and into that foam climbing section. That was a cool looking turn for Sentaro Sakai. Pushing off the tail. I don't know, what do you think?
Well, it's gonna be close. It's gonna be close to replace the 3.43. But let's take another look. I love the first turn.
Oh yeah, that was good.
Had a flare, and second turn a little bit time it too late to the section. And after this, waves kind of dies out. So I'm not too sure if it's gonna be better than his 3.43. It's gonna be close, or probably a little bit less, like a little lower than 3.43.
Yeah, I think so as well, Di. I feel like it's right there. And I think if it does go into the top 2, awesome. That's exactly what Sentaro wants. If not, probably a good lesson. Here we go. Taiki Kanazawa, second priority, up and riding on this wave. Carve to start, gets hung up, and unfortunately comes off the back of that one. Wow, look at this wave. Riyue Bay, he's found himself on another bomb. Carving that second turn there. You can see him go straight up. Wow. And over that section. Drifts the fins a little bit. You can see him really stomping on the back foot, on the tail. Driving it around once more, leaning into his rail. Chinese surfer needs a 4.66, so you can see he's really pushing for that. It was a good wave.
It was one of the best waves in this heat, so probably the best wave in this heat. Love the first turn, floats the section, and love this carving turn into the tail slide and straight into the off the top. That was a beautiful combination from Riyue Bay. Definitely, it'll be his best score in this heat, and his requirement is 4.66. So, I'm not too sure if it's going to be a requirement, but it was a great surfing.
I agree with you, Di. I think it will be his best wave, but might be just under the requirement for Lee Higuang. I hope I'm wrong though, because he's got 1 minute remaining, so hopefully he gets back out in time. It's a 3.67, so just not enough, but it is his best wave, so he now needs 4.27 to jump up into second with 50 seconds to go. It's looking like Taki Kanazawa and Sentaro Sakai are safe right now, unless Yuan Zhang gets an opportunity in the last 40 seconds. This is a nail-biting finish.
Wow. Nervous moment for all the surfers right now. You know, I think Lee Yuguan needs to be going into like a vertical off the top to get the 4-point range now. This is a very important wave for surfing white.
Okay, gets that first turn in, a little bit hung up to start. Great recovery. Belts it there. That was a good turn. And really just connecting it for the second one, driving through a couple of nice maneuvers, but not much more on offer. 5.36. My feeling is I don't think it's going to be it.
I don't think it's going to be it, but definitely it'll be his best score. That's great surfing. Love the first turn.
And we're looking as well, we had the last score lock in for Sentaro Sakai, a 4.43. So that goes into his top two. Yuan Zhang now needs a 6.36. It unfortunately won't be that. So we will be right back. We have the last heat of the day for the WSL International Wanning Pro Junior. Right after this quick break, we're bringing Giada Legati in for the call.
何谓底蕴？每座城市都会给出不同的解答。在万宁，他的答案是这样的：它是以山中八景、摩崖石刻睥睨琼州群山，自古便华峰岩下游者众的海南第一，东山耸翠。它是繁华都市间侠行天下的武林风尚。它是波涛激荡中乘风破浪的奋进洋中。它是市井记忆里生生不息的香火传承。万宁运动千年不息，早已在一方水土间开枝散叶，泼墨山水里日臻画境。我想让自己更快乐，或许你只需要开始一次跃起的旅行。国际大牌云集，免税打折，充分满足小小欲望。
This is the last hit of day number 2 of WSL International Wanning Pro Junior. Men's round of 16, heat number 4. We have Yuma Nagasawa in red, Juanyu Lai in blue, Shina Tanjo in white, Shuma Nonaka in green. So what an international heat. We have 2 Japanese surfers, 1 Chinese surfer, and 1 Indonesian surfer. I am Dai Worko in the booth with Giada. Wow, straight up, Yuma Nagasawa is on fire. I love the second turn. A lot of sprays at the back, and he is still going. And wow, that was a great. Well, still, there's gonna be a bonus section for him.
You thought it was over.
Yeah. But he's not stopping. Here is we have surfer in green, Shuma, one of the youngest surfers in this competition. Nice turning, nice couple of turns on his backhand on the smaller size waves. So still Shuma Nonaka is repping in this heat. Wow, this is the last heat of day 2.
Yeah.
Jana.
All right, so we've only had the Pro Juniors today. We had the round of 24 of the Pro Junior men's start things off. We had 4 heats there, then went straight into the round of 16 of the women's side for these Pro Juniors. 30-minute heats as there was a bit of a lull. The waves were a little slow, so we decided to add an extra 5 minutes, and we're finishing this round of 16 now. Sinar. Dynamite, big first turn there, sets it up again, really pushes the tail. I'm loving his style right now. He's gonna milk this one all the way through. Decides to pull off as there's not too much happening on the inside.
Right, that was a great wave selection from Sino Tanjun, and this is his second serve today. He served this morning, and Shuma Nonaka served this morning as well. So probably they know more about these waves now. And a few scores locked in. 2.83 for the Yuma's first wave, 0.50 for the Surf Blue, 1.43 for Sina Tanjun, and 2.0 for Shuma Nonaka's first wave. As we have a little bit of break in action, we're going to go head over to Ben with the last hit winner, Taki.
Thank you, Dai. Here with the winner of round 16 heat number 3, Taki Kanazawa from Japan. Mazu omedetou gozaimasu. So my first question is going to be his heat draw timing as this tide was going from low to high. Seemed to kind of improve the conditions. I'm going to ask him if he thought that he was lucky as far as the timing of his heat draw. Asa no hou mo chotto high tide to offshore de chotto dara no condition. このさっきのヒートはロータイドからちょっと上げた方がで波数が多くて今のタイミング朝より良かったかな。
今のタイミングはでもちょっと波数は少なく感じたんで、とりあえず3点ぐらい欲しかったんで、とりあえず乗っていこうかなと思って始めました。
So yeah, he was saying that it was also there weren't that many waves in this heat. He was going for something over 3 and he got it. He was super stoked. Next one is going to be how cool it is to be traveling around with his brother. They're also hanging out with Iko a bunch. まあロイと聞いて、あともうイコとも結構ここで遊んで、大会以外も食べ物とかこの暖かいいいなんか島な感じどうですか？
そうですね。中国のハワイって言われてるぐらいなんで自然が豊かで最高です。
So he said it's yeah, they say it's Chinese Hawaii. He said it feels great, super nice. 板調子、エイジさんの板ポリエステル使ってるこれも大体この大会もずっと使う？
この板はこの大会のために作ってもらってちょっとボリュームを上げたんで最高ですね。結構調子いいんでこのまま使っていきたいと思います。
So he said they actually made this board for this competition, add a little bit of float to it, and he said the thing's working super good. それで日本の応援している方にメッセージお願いします。
いつも応援してくれているスポンサー家族ありがとうございます。次も頑張るので応援お願いします。応援してる。ありがとうございます。
Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Ben and Taki Kanazawa. Great to know that his board is special surfboard just made for this event. But looks like we had a surfer up and riding. That was a Juan-Yu Lai in blue. And this is Shuma Nonaka up and riding on a smaller size wave. Racing down the line, coming on the section, gets the curving turn in. Unfortunately, couldn't really ride out of it, but still it was a great surfing. And there's a little bit of paddle. No, they were chilling and pulling back out.
Yep, we thought it was going to be a pow battle, but it ended up not. So Yuma Nagasawa, good ride here. Gets back to that section, big blast, really pushes the tail around. Does it again. I love that he flares it every time that board kind of connects with that lip line. He really pushes the tail around. That board changes directions. But one of my favorite surfers of this event, Suma Nonaka, fearless young Grom on his backhand, been really pushing it. I'm loving how fearless he is. Unfortunately, yesterday had an early loss, but he's back in it today. Sinar
Tanjun up and riding. He's already locked in at 2.23, trying to get rid of the 1.43, surfing all the way to the inside, but didn't really, the wave didn't really offer too much after the couple of turns at the back. But still, great combination from Sino Tanjun, and his brother and his dad must be watching from the beach. just cheering him up.
Oh, absolutely. And it's great to watch Sinar kind of step into his own light now. He's been traveling with Varun and Bronson and you know, for a couple of events now, and he's started to join them as well. So I'm excited to watch him grow and become his own surfer. This right now,
Yuma just first and second turn, a lot of fire in it, little tail release there, and that was a great 3-turn combo from Yuma Nagasawa. Love his, you know, wearing the bandana. That's his trademark. But let's take another look. What did you think, Giada?
I love this wave. He flared it on that first one, did it again here, and pushed that tail all the way around. He's giving that variety, giving something different, something refreshing to look at, which is really important in days like today, especially when there are those lulls and it's a little smaller, so the space to do different maneuvers is a little bit tighter.
Right.
So he's giving that difference, that point of difference.
Wow, that's, yeah, just like you said, a lot of variety in the surfing. He's really good at throwing a lot of sprays.
Yeah.
Once he hits a section, wow, he throws a lot of sprays, and especially on his back end too, but he can do it on his front side as well. But last wave for Yuma comes in at a 6.00. 10 minutes in almost, 4.17 and 6.0. So that is a healthy number for Yuma Nagasawa.
Yeah, and his personality really shines through in his surfing.
Right, and Shuma is up and riding. It's one of the medium set wave, a couple of turns in, but probably, you know, he was expecting more steeper section. A couple of turns down at the back. So currently Shuma is sitting in the second place with a 2.53 and a 2.13. And Sina Tanjung is in third place, needing 2.44. Juan New Lai has first priority, needing 4.06. So there's a little bit of work to do for Surfing Blue, our local Chinese surfer, with 20 minutes and 10 seconds left. It looks like paddling at the back. Looks like it's just Sina up and riding, just racing down the line, waiting for the wave to stand up. First hit, second hit, so it's a good 2-turn combo from Sina Tanjung.
Yeah, that was a good start for him. Wants to get rid of that 1-7. I'm pretty sure he did it on that last one. He got some really nice bats out. Here's that replay from the beach. This is probably what the judges are seeing. This is the replays that they're going to be kind of throwing back. Nice turn there. Sets it up again. Good finishing there. Struggles a little. Does a bit of a doggy pat, but he's able to kind of ride out the front of it.
All right. This is going to be Surfing Blue trying to get on this wave. Unfortunately, he uses the first priority, but it's okay. There's another wave behind him. He is trying to get on this wave. He is up and riding on his backhand. Unfortunately, a little bit fumble there and goes down. But still, there's 20 minutes left on the clock. 30 minutes heat is really, really long for especially the junior surfers, because they always get 20 minutes heat. So 10 plus minutes, it's a long
it's a lifetime.
It's a lifetime, yeah.
That's a whole new heat.
Yeah, true. And Yuma Nagasawa is not stopping. Nice first and little variety in approach. It's a couple times in, probably he was, you know, expecting more wall to walk on, but this wave just didn't offer too much, so he decided to kick out and get back out.
All right, behind him, that is Shuma Nonaka on his backhand. Two big blasts off the top. Loving those back-to-back turns. A big fan of spray just out the back. That's going to start worrying the boys, you know? They're going to be like, wow, Shuma's got it.
Yeah, I love the second turn. Well, this is the first replay for Yuma. What did you think
All
of
right,
this one?
nice variety, you know. Started off with that kind of push of the tail carve, then a big roundhouse, so then nothing too much else on the inside, but this was the moment I really liked. This one.
Wow.
Boom. Nice backup turn as well. He is not holding back, only 12 years old, and he's not afraid. You know, this is his moment of revenge. He's like, you know what, I lost yesterday. in a QS, and that's okay, but not the pro juniors. He's not holding back.
Definitely. His surfing is so mature now. He's, like you said, he's only 12 years old, 13 years old, but his surfing is there. Once he hits, time it right, then just throwing a bucket of spray just like he did on the last wave, and that one comes in at 3.93, so pretty much 4. That's gonna be his best score so far, 3.93 and a 2.53. It's a great combination, Shuma Nonaka, and he's building up confidence so much throughout that year, actually.
Yeah, you're right. And you can see it in his surfing. He's not one of those Groms that kind of gets intimidated by being in a heat. You don't see him making a lot of mistakes or fumbling. He's comfortable in Arashi, showing that he has that surfing and has that maturity to be able to do it. But you're right. The older he gets, he's gonna be pretty deadly.
Definitely, because first, I think this is the first year for him to fully, competing in an international event, and the first event was at Korean years, and for those events probably he had a little bit mistake of the wave selection because it was big and horror wave, huge waves, but now he experienced all the things, so he learned a lot of things this year, so he probably put everything together in this competition.
So for someone like Shuma, because I know homeschooling is really big in Bali, and I know in the States as well. What about in Japan? Someone like Shuma, do you guys have alternative schooling?
Yeah, actually we have homeschooling in Japan. It's getting big, actually.
Okay.
A lot of them now are doing homeschooling, so focusing on surfing. But on screen we have Yuma Nagasawa. Just probably he just wanted to surf and he just want to showcase what he can do. I love his energy, and one day I love to hear his rapping.
Yeah, I asked last time, I was like, whoever's interviewing Yuma, please ask him to pull out a rap.
Yeah. And
Alright.
we have South in blue up and riding, needing a 5.86. Unfortunately, couldn't quite connect all the way to the inside. Little bit of paddle battling in between Shuma and Yuma there. So Yuma's battling super hard.
Oh.
It's on.
Look at that. Yuma's not giving up. He is coming from behind and could possibly even get that priority off of green. Shuma.
Ooh, Shuma just let him go, but I'm not too sure. I'm not a priority judge, but looks like first priority sitting with Sina Tanjun, and third priority with Shuma Nonaka. So second priority,
Okay, he did
Yuma
it.
Nagasawa. He did it. Coming from behind, he got the higher priority, but that's the competition. He's just, showcasing his experience.
But it's those moments where Yuma's going to be learning so much. He's like, okay, that guy has been training in the gym.
Right.
I got to start training even harder to be able to beat him next time. So it's those little things that they're going to pick up that you only learn on the road and you only learn in competition and being in the environment. So
Definitely.
it's a huge moment. Yes, Shuma might be homeschooling and doesn't have the opportunity to be hanging out with kids his age at school, but look at the life he's leading now.
He's hanging out with the big boys.
Yeah.
So he's learning hard way, actually.
Yeah.
But that's the best way to learn everything in the surfing. So Yuma just giving the knowledge, probably passing the knowledge to Shuma now. And I love, Yuma's style. He has the trademark bandana on his head in this heat.
I mean, I'm sure Yuma has been in Shuma's position a lot of times where some big boy comes up to him and paddles him down. So he's just taking his time now. This is my turn, he says.
And then Sina is still young, right?
Yeah.
And then he has the big brothers. He has a lot of mentors from Indo, so
Exactly.
definitely he's learning right now.
And what better
from-
mentor than World Junior
I
Champ?
know.
Bronson Mady took that title. Huge moment, not only for him, but for Indonesia as well. Sinar now, big cut back there, sets it up again, pushes the tail on that second one. Unfortunately, fumbles a little bit there, shows a little bit of frustration, but plenty of time still to catch up.
Well, that was fifth wave for Sina Tanjun. Few scores starting to lock in. So it was 1.73, which is not going to his best two scores, but still there's 12 minutes and 40 seconds. And on screen we have Shuma up and riding again. It was a quick in and out. So it's not gonna be top two scores for his scoreline. Still, there's 12 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock. There's heaps time left.
Yeah, that's the lifetime of the the 10 minutes. So these grounds must be frothing, and I'm sure all of them get that extra opportunity to go into the QS later on.
Right.
This week, we'll probably be seeing them tomorrow.
Mm.
We're going to be seeing a bit of an increase in the swell in the next 2 days, so it's going to be really exciting.
Right, so this is the last hit of day 2 of the competition, WSL International Wanning Pro Junior. And what is your plan after this? We have, it's local time, it's 2 p.m. local time, so there's still a couple of hours until the sun goes down.
Yesterday, I don't know why, I thought it was a great idea to go running, and I messed up my knee. The world again and my body reminding me that I'm not as fit as I think I am.
Wow.
So today I might just take it easy. But I am going to go to the wave pool straight after this and see what their schedule is like for the next couple days.
Oh, so you might just book for yourself one session?
Yeah.
But I've seen you bringing surfboard this morning, just in case.
I did. I do have a heat. I will be surfing in the women's side of the draw. So I just feel like the board being here is easier not only to surf, but also if I want to quickly run to the wave pool, I'll just come here and pick it up.
All right. Wow. Big lever turn from Sino Tanjun. Unfortunately, he couldn't really stick to the landing. But if he could have made that one, it could be a really huge score for Sino Tanjun. With the 10 minutes and 30 seconds at the back, we have Yuma Nagasawa up and riding. First down, big throwing back is spread, and love the slashing turn and a little bit of variety, carving turn into 360. So nice, nice different approach from Yuma Nagasawa. He's already locked in a 6.0 and a 4.17, and this is Shuma up and riding. I love his, his style. He doesn't rush anything. He doesn't force anything. He just wait for the wave to send up for him. So that's great surfing from Yuma and Shuma again.
All right, so excited to be watching those replays. We had some great waves ridden. But just before we get that, a bit of a schedule call for tomorrow, day 3, December 13th. We're going to have a first call at 8 a.m. for a potential 8:30 a.m. start. Both Pro Junior and QS on standby. So it's going to be another beautiful day of competition. And that's what we're talking about. Yuma's personality coming out in his surfing and just showing how much flair and bedazzle he's got and how exciting it is, because that's exactly the Yuma we know.
Wow. The last wave for Yuma comes in at a 4.70, so he better his backup score now. 6.0 and 4.70 is in the lead comfortably now. So Shuma needs 6.77 to go into this first place. Sino Tanjun is in third place with the first priority, needing 4.43. Juan New Lai is in fourth place, needing 6.06 to go into second place with 8 minutes and 40 seconds to go. So last wave for Shuma comes in at a 2.73. That's actually going to his top 2 score. This is important wave for Sino Tanjun, needing 4.43. Nice opening carve to start with. Love that slashing turn, throwing a lot of sprays and surfing all the way to the inside and hoping to get the good finish. But unfortunately, didn't get a good finish, but still it'll be probably he's going to replace the 1.80 with that ride.
Absolutely. He has a bit of catch up to do. 4.43 is not a huge requirement. He can still do it just past the 8-minute mark. That last wave was so good. Definitely getting rid of that 1.8. He got some really nice carves in. He's got that calm, cool style. I'm liking it. You know, he's not rushing things. He doesn't want to get quickly to that next section. He's kind of allowing the section to come to him and show him where the turn should be placed and what type of turn. So I'm liking how he's reading the waves.
Definitely. Sometimes on a smaller size waves, you just rush yourself and just put your weight onto the front leg more, and which causes the catching a rail. But he did well there, and just like you said, he just waited for the section to come up to him and waiting for the section to step up. So that's great technique from Sina Tanjun. And last wave for Sina comes in at a 2.23.
Yep, so it does chip away a little bit at the score, but he still has that same requirement. So Sinar actually has only joined both the Krui and Nias Pro QS and juniors this year. This is actually his third contest that he's doing. So he does follow the boys around, but he doesn't do the competing so much himself. So this is going to be a great learning curve for him. I think it's great that he's here. I'm sure they're loving this left as well as being able to surf the wave pool in the back. I recently saw a clip of Bronson Mady. I think they tried the wave pool quite a bit, so he dropped some great videos. So the boys are just having fun.
I love the, what is it called? Indo TV? They
Indo Moment.
Indo Moment, sorry,
Yeah.
Indo Moment. So they filming every contest they follow, and there's a YouTube page, Indo Moment. That is a good channel to watch.
Absolutely. I pop up a few times on that channel.
Oh,
so
right.
if you guys want to check it out, Indo Moment is an incredible YouTube channel that Sinar, Varun, Bronson, and I know Teddy has showed up a few times, and they just travel the world filming what they do, and the boys have this great energy. They're so much fun. They're really funny to be around. So don't miss out, guys. Check out their YouTube channel.
Oh, yeah, definitely. You guys should check out the YouTube channel, because we don't really get to see the behind the scene of the competition, the athletes. So it's great opportunity for us to watch how they approach to the competition and how they are having fun.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I couldn't agree more. And they do a great job at showcasing that. The whole travel, even when they're in Bali, how they train for events and all the different waves that they're surfing. Something I've always mentioned is if I rock up to a surf spot and I see the Tanjungs and Bronson there, I know I'm in a good spot. I'm like, all right, I've picked the right spot for the day, because this is probably the best spot on the island.
Definitely. So you don't have to worry about where to go next. Yep. Okay, so we are reaching at a 5-minute mark in this heat. Still, situation remains the same. First, Yuma Nagasawa, Shuma Nonaka is in second. Sina needs 4.43, but this is Shuma, big hit. One single maneuver, but that was a huge hit from Shuma Nonaka. Try to get rid of the 2.73 and create bigger gap for Shuma Nonaka. That was a great surfing.
All right, 4.5 minutes. This heat has flown by. We have had some incredible rides. A 6 from Yuma, that 4.7 backup, showing his flair and bedazzle, and we love his style. And his bandana on his head, that trademark move that I'm excited to see in the next round, hopefully. Shuma Nonaka waiting for one score, but it is Sinar and Xuan Yu with a little bit of work to do. They've got some catching up. 4.43 for Sinar. He's no stranger to competition, so he knows what that feels like.
Right.
That's him right now.
This is Sinar needs a score, great one turn and second turn, and they get the third turn in and try to surf all the way to the inside. So stay in the pocket, waiting for the section to stand up. Unfortunately, the wave just dies out, but there's still 3 minutes and 30 seconds to go. So he has a time to get couple more wave actually with the 3 minutes. So a few scores starting to lock in for the last wave for Sina. Comes in at a 1.73, so it's not enough. Still, he needs 4.60.
All right, 3 minutes left. It is crunch time. Yuma Nagasawa with priority out the back. He's not going to make life easy for the rest of the field. He has been in contest a long time. He knows what he has to do now. He needs to kind of shut down the opportunity for all the other surfers. So next set that's coming, I'm sure we're going to see Yuma going for it again.
Wow, definitely. And he's loving going left, and he is good in the air as well. He always posting that air reverses on Instagram. So definitely he's waiting for the section to come up for him. But it's kind of hard to do airs here because it's just breaking really beautifully, too beautifully.
Yeah.
So it's kind of hard to do airs.
We haven't seen many airs yet, but I'm sure the deeper we get into the draw and the more desperate people get for scores, they're going to take for the air. But you're right. It's that type of long, nice wave that doesn't have so many sections that kind of are begging to have that air on them. But it's also a wave that many times the wall kind of goes away from you, not so much bowls in, especially with that higher tide. So it's going to be very special moments of the day for the airs.
But love to watch someone takes it to the sky.
Oh, yeah,
one
absolutely.
day, right?
Especially once it gets big.
Yes.
Oh, then we're going to for sure see some good waves.
All right, so 1 minute and 50 seconds on clock. The first priority is sitting with Yuma Nagasawa. The second priority actually sitting with Joannu Lai, needing 6.23. So definitely wants to get a better wave, bigger wave. But looks like Sina is paddling towards the left side of the area. So maybe looking for the right there. Well, no, he is going to the left. So he took off really deep, probably too deep for that wave. But unfortunately, couldn't really, come around the section. There's 1 minute and 10 seconds left on the clock. So Sina still needs 4.60. Joannu Lai needs 6.23. Crucial minute, last minute in this heat.
All right, last 50 seconds of this heat. Sinar kind of creating his space, wanting to find that opportunity. He went all the way down pretty deep. Unfortunately, just a little behind. Wasn't able to get around that whitewash to get that score. 35 seconds. We'll see if any more opportunities come for Sinar and Joannu Lai. But it's looking like the ocean is going a little flat. 25 seconds. It's going to get pretty interesting. Looking like there might be something coming.
Wow, yeah, I can see the lines coming into the lineup now. So little bit of paddling movement from all the surfers now, but the time is ticking. We are reaching to the 10 seconds on the clock. I don't think any movement from all the surfers. So this is the end of the last hit of the day, and it looks like Yuma Nagasawa and Shuma Nonaka will be moving into the next round. So this is it. It's another big day, but it's all about juniors today. And with that, we're gonna go to the highlight and let's take a look at what went down for the day 2 of the competition. And see you guys tomorrow.
trendsetter. I'ma go get 'em. When they see me, everybody wanna be me. I'll picture me rolling, I'm cruising down the freeway. We just going all out, got the gang with way. Pretty girls never stop doing things our way.